just out here harming themselves and each other, doing whatever they want to do. This is ubiquitous. All classes of society has lost their original mission statement and does not follow their principles and their own policy and code. They've just become completely reprobate, ego unbound. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they're going to chase money and they're going to chase status and power, and they've relinquished their original status and power straight from the supernatural. Any man or woman born on this land that does not uphold the original principles, precepts, and philosophy of law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, you are damned to a form of spiritual judgment. I don't care if you think it's funny, you think it's a big joke. I'm telling you, the karmic and dharmic law of this realm, if you continue to create and stand on wrongdoing and defend it and enforce it, you're going to bring about demonic conditioning in this realm. You've already seen it. I don't know where you folks have been. We're already there. And you're damn well down with it. Well, most folks think it's just dandy.
Greetings, folks. How are you, Mr. Hecklebus and Sean of Source?
I am well. I enjoyed your video earlier. Very exposing. It's like that bench warrant that I had. When you go through those documents that they have on the record, you see the fallacy. A protection order, and there's no other party. That was fucking comedy. You know, how do you place a protection order and there's no other party? You know, it's just fucking stupid. And then on top of it, if you look at the code, their own code says that full faith and credit is given to protection orders. So what they did was they issued full faith and credit for the case. That's for everybody.
I just want to know why they won't talk to me. I just want to know why all the people who say I'm so whatever they say I am, they don't want to have a conversation with me. Are they scared? I'm not that scary. I'm not a scary guy. I'm a loving guy.
Well, that's it. I would mention that earlier when you did that video. It's because they're involved in so much fear that they have to go to a controlling element that tells them how to think. They're not putting forth their own thoughts. They're in fear, and so they're putting out the thoughts that they conceive from what other people are telling them, and that's the codes and stuff. And that's why they say no, you can't do that, because over time that law changes. But what's in your heart really never changes. It's always there. You're just covering it up with the bullshit and fear. So once you get rid of all that fear, then you can follow by your heart, and that's what they fail.
Well, I guess at some point we'll play it, where they go through the list of what I suspect, based on the fact that it was a Department of Homeland Security person who came to interview me. This is going back around a year now. I don't know what that bizarre imagery is, sir, but you could refrain from that. Yeah, it's a little bit better. It seems as if they're keeping a log of all my activities, which is interesting because so am I.
Exactly.
So all of their log of all activities usually comes from my log of activity. So you only get what I show you and tell you, and all that is through the venue that, you know. I mean, I guess we'll have to clarify when the time comes, if the time comes, on what's entertainment and what's not. I might not even know when you ask me. Oh, you might say, was that an entertainment bit? Or that was a bit, non-bit. What do you mean? A little bit of truth, a little bit of entertainment. You figure it out. I don't really even know. I can't even tell when my own bit, non-bit begins and ends. That's how good of a broadcaster I am. That's how good of a fucking entertainer I am, an artist. Right?
Well, it's an amazing replication of their bit, non-bit themselves.
Well, I guess life is a bit non-bit, isn't it? If you really want to get down to it.
And then another aspect of it that I mentioned earlier was it's, you know, what you see on here is just the tip of the iceberg, no matter who you're thinking of.
All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go into it, because you know what? I'm a very loving and caring guy, but I'm sick of you slave scum, and I'm never going to do nothing to you, like this scum says in the video when he pulls up the evidence of the crimes they did to me, right? Not the evidence of crimes I've done, the evidence of crimes done to me, namely deprivation of rights under color of law. Color of law is defined as statute, policy, and code. We know this. This is straight from the Supreme Court and United States Code. So what are we following exactly? Well, we don't know, because Valdez on the side of the road said to me famously, we don't follow any of that. We just kind of do our own thing. Oh, really? Oh, really? So we have like corporations running around calling themselves policy enforcements, municipal corporations, municipal courts, and they're doing their own thing. Interesting. And that's why a report came out. See, you fucking stupid slaves don't understand how Shaitan works. I don't completely either, but I think I understand it better than you. And it's been doing what it does what it does, okay, on all levels, and collects from everybody. Then it amalgamates and gives you back what the fuck you want and need, one way or the other, it seems. And it like works for the bigger force. It's through chosen purification of suffering. So while you were collecting evidence on me and the Savsits, guess what? Other slaves were watching you. Isn't that fun? Like, remember when the Joker in the movie, like one guy kills one guy, then the other guy kills the other guy, and then the other guy kills the other guy, and then there's one guy at the end? That's how this works, like the Russian dolls. So you're watching me, right? I'm not watching any of you because I think you're all scum. But you're watching me, someone's watching you, and someone's watching them. And they're watching me do nothing wrong over and over again. Continue doing what I know is true and what's right with a conviction in my heart, not doing anything unlawful. Your policies and codes don't matter to me jurisdictionally. You know it and I know it. And then they're like collecting evidence on you from the top level of you depriving rights, through statute, policy, and code, right? Which is a federal crime. So little did you know, while you were all investigating me, I'm indirectly working as an agent for God, okay, as I perceive it, by getting shit on the record to put in everyone's face at some point for when I may die before it happens. I just may be one little piece of a bigger story here. That's fine. I'm in my lane playing my role and position. But when the time comes, like it already is, like all the Supreme Court decisions they're overturning, they're like, it's almost like someone like got in there and said, hey, the PR campaign's going really bad for U.S. corporation. We got to do something here. So like undo the assault weapons ban, undo the concealed carry, undo all of it, because it's rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, or bust at this point is where we're at. Remember back in the day, they used to get in a van with all their weed and go, Woodstock or bust, man. Whatever the fuck. I guess that means like you go or you're fucked. So they're figuring it out now. That's like, we better get back to the foundational principles of what this all is, separate from the corporate aspects, or we're screwed. So, there's a bigger program and plan happening here. What they call the white hats. Yeah, I'm one of them. Nice to meet you. Wasn't what you expected, huh? I know. Never is. So, God uses the least among us to put on record for everyone to see what this is all about. So some point in the future, which is now as well, this starts to be balanced out in the books and change. So just like there's feds probably watching me wanting to fuck me hard, there's feds probably watching me that are protecting me on some level, as long as I don't do anything unlawful and jump too far out the window and make everybody look a little too crazy and insane. That's what I want to believe. So I'm going to go to it. Let's go to the people. Okay, now let's look here for a second, because this is what I find fascinating. For all you agents out there, for anybody who's godless or really doesn't believe in God, all the unbelievers, right? I can't tell you who or what God is. I can't tell you what book it's in. I suspect it's in you more than it is in a book, if you would just tap in and tune into it. But that's a whole other story. Just look, do you see? You can't really see it fully. They showed it once before, so we've seen it on record. For all the agents watching me, right? Just remember, you're watching me, and now we're watching these people together. So could you just make a mental note, feds and DHS and whoever is watching, that the people who want me harmed have demons holding up babies with halos over their head, and they're dead babies. I really can't say this enough. I've said this a lot. If you've been here, there was one point where I just kept repeating it. I might repeat it another 10 times, because it's almost as if, where's the original? I need to get the original for this image. I have to show you this image because it's very powerful to me. They laugh and giggle about it. They say, Paul enslaved is some religious zealot. He says that this Does symbolism mean something we're using? Of course it means something. A demon holding up a dead baby that has a halo over its head? Yeah, you're here to kill God's children, right? From the beginning of time, you're avatar, you're a state of beingness. Something about you either is born that way or made that way, where you gave yourself over to some demonic system, and the symbolism show it. Welsh News Network. And to be clear, this is from 5 months ago. Every once in a while, I guess the spirit or my own curiosity kicks up and leads me to looking into things, right? And then this is like the kind of stuff that I always wind up finding. So this video was made 4 or 5 months ago. I guess not much has come up since because I haven't heard anything about it, or nobody's watching them and no one cares. I don't know. I can't find the damn imagery. All right. Well, if you've been here in the past, it's on record. If you can see past their 3 little squares, you can see that I'm not telling you any, I'm not giving any false information, right? It's not what I do. So that's what they do, as you'll see, when they talk about me doing mass shootings in the future. You scum better hope that I never get, that an attorney never contacts me who's like a bag chaser. You better hope this broadcast never reaches out to an attorney, because I'm a lazy motherfucker sometimes till you really motivate me in certain things, because I don't have vengeance and retribution in my heart. I really would love to just check you bitch ass hoes and really just see the look in your face, but I'm really not motivated to do it. I'm great at it, but I'm not motivated because I got no vengeance and hate and retribution in my heart like you. But I really should get the legal process down, or an attorney who really wants to make a lot of money, right, should contact me. So, because I got a list of folks that we could sue like overnight, and it's like bag central, just because they put themselves on record as obviously lying, obviously abusing process, and obviously being biased, and then trying to character assassinate and defame and or cause direct loss or injury or harm to myself, and have done so in some cases. So yeah, just putting that out there. You got folks with devils holding up babies that have halos with X's over their eyes because they're here to kill God's children.
And then
We'll
verbally
start
copy
with this
stuff.
record first.
The one from 2022.
Yeah, we'll start with the actual document. The email's no good without context.
But the email.
Oh, here we go.
Court case in 2021.
Oh, and by the way, just so you know, these people also have nothing better to do than sit around and pay to get my documents. So they paid to get documents released for me. Then at the end of this, she says, and we're paying to get the next set of documents because we want to go back to everything he's ever done on New York and everything else. All right. So they're like, they've been digging. All the demons been digging, you know, for over a year since I got on here, trying to find every little thing that I've ever said and done, trying to use it against me, trying to remix and write narratives that ain't true. It's been over a year since the event they're talking about here happened, and no harm, no shootings, no nothing, just me doing better than ever on all levels, oddly enough. But, you know, I suspect, however this crazy universe works, it's crazy to me to say, you know that you're the demons, and you know that I'm that baby you're holding that's God's child. You know there's a metaphysical halo of protection over me, that there's a mark on me, and it just eats you up inside, that I'm meant for something bigger than what you ever could do or choose to do here. So I'm a representation of that that baby you're holding, that God's child that's meant for something here, and you're the representation of that demon holding it up and wanting to kill it because you want to destroy the divine creation and the innocence, and you want to destroy and pervert and corrupt the law of the land and the law of this creation. I see you for who and what you are, and then you laugh and giggle about it when I call you on it. Oh, he thinks it's spiritual. The baby being killed by the demon. No, that's just our symbol. Demons everywhere killing babies. Just funny and cute.
Mm-hmm.
The lowest form of scum. Vampiric scum.
This was a petition, an affidavit for a temporary extremist protective order
Yeah.
filed by a police officer in Colorado with Colorado State Patrol.
So Colorado State Patrol put out a protection order of protection on me that was denied because there was nobody listed on the other side, and because the judge, the administrator, determined that I wasn't a harmful man, that I wasn't going to do any harm to anyone.
Laporta, which he has given his name on a previous video, and that's where we got that information, poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others by having in his or her custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm. There has been recent acts or credible threat of violence by the respondent against self or others, whether or not such violence or credible threat of violence involves a firearm. And then he explains it. Sorry.
Now, we have seen videos of a lot of these, and Becca, this is from the court case in 2021.
Okay.
This was dealt with in the courts on January the 18th in 2022. That's where your confusion comes from. If you look, it says on Feb 3rd, 2021, March, etc.
Okay. On February 3rd, 2021, at approximately 6:55 p.m., Laporta and Mr. Searing entered the Denver City and county buildings and asked security guards to get a manager and summons a judge on multiple occasions. Mr. Laporta and Mr. Searing demanded that the guards remove their masks and identify themselves. After the security guards refused his demands, he began filming them. Eventually, Laporta left without further incident. On February 9th...
So hang on, we'll deal with each one. Not a big thing. Obviously didn't like the mask mandates and was just being a dick. Nothing major there.
On February 9th, 2021, at approximately 1 p.m., DSD's deputy sheriffs responded to an incident on the second floor of the Denver City and County building involving Laporta and Searing. DSD observed Laporta and Searing filming in the courthouse and not wearing citywide mandated COVID-19 masks. They were ordered to put on face masks and stop recording or leave the building.
So there you go. So you're such a dummy. You're now doing the reporting and the record keeping for me. You're telling the whole world and the United States corporation and the feds that locally and statewide there's a conspiracy to deprive rights and to profiteer from it with the misuse of official position and processes. You can't force me to do anything at that court building that causes me harm and detriment for no reason. You can't do that. So in your goofy, slaved out, legal coded mind, you think they could have told me that day that I gotta fucking cover my face or else I'm going to jail or being charged. And they did that. Okay. So thank you. Continue. We're going to go down the list and read out every single time some municipal corporation or state of corporation was derelict in their duty and or outright profiteering from depriving rights under color of law. And all property restored every single time. And no guarantee of returning and no signature and no bond and no nothing else. Because why would I negotiate with terrorists? Your FBI, CIA documentation defines a terrorist as two or more individuals conspiring to push, essentially, I'm summarizing, or to project your political beliefs onto others by force. And that's what you're doing. You're saying, I have to be part of your body politic and adhere to your legal society rather than the lawful society, your policies and codes and your political beliefs at the end of a barrel of a gun and possible imprisonment. You're doing terrorism onto me, okay, by your own definition. And we have all of the record now that you paid for to tell the world about it. Thank you.
They refused to put on face masks and leave the building. They were both yelling and causing a disturbance. DSD continued to give orders and warned Mr. Searing and Laporta that they would be...
That's not true. So now you got that agent who lied. Liable. Every one of these agents or whoever the agent is that did up this report about what the other agent said is repeating their lies because every one of these interactions is on my channel on video. I didn't yell and cause a disturbance. Far from it. You were all yelling, causing a disturbance over a man acting lawfully, not wanting to give up his Fourth Amendment rights. Are you kidding?
Trespassing if they did not obey.
We were just doing tyranny and treason, and then he raised and elevated his voice. Isn't he bad? Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
They refused to comply. DSD then handcuffed Laporta and Searing and escorted them to a secure area. During the course of a high-risk search, Searing, DSD located and took possession of a loaded firearm, an additional magazine, and a knife that Searing had carried on his person into the building.
Okay.
You notice how in all these reports, they don't ever fucking bring up the fact that they've charged me every time on these events? Because if they don't, they make themselves liable for lawsuit. Because you keep arresting me momentarily for hours or days at a time, 2-3 days at a time, and then let me out. Why is it in all your reports you don't add on the little detail of the fact that you took me to a room for nothing unlawful, searched me and my people, and then charged us and kept us in a cell and tortured us more? Because that's like, the definition of like, deprivation of rights and freedom, even for like momentary, is a form of torture. It's a false detainment, false arrest. Why is it you don't ever put those details in every event? They don't go, and we arrested him and tortured him without any court till 3 days later, in which case there was no jurisdiction attained, because how are they going to attain jurisdiction over me when I know what they're doing? It's like, they want to generate reports, put the key parts that make me look bad, then at the end of it say it's all bullshit, and in between leave out the various aspects. Even with leaving out the various aspects of the crimes they commit, they expose their lies and their fraud, because I have all the videos on tape of what I've done, and I've posted them. It's all on record now, so you can't lie. And then if you go to push any of this shit in the future, you've shown yourself to be bad faith and dishonorable, because I have all the records. I posted it. We've all seen it. And you got reports that are conflicting, and your decisions are going to do more harm to me when I did nothing unlawful to begin with. So this is how I protect myself. I don't know where it all goes completely, but I know what I'm going to do and what I'm going to not do. And I just continue to watch and wait while you hate and convict yourselves, just like I do on here with people. I just play you out, watch and wait, let you hate, and then let you all convict yourself with your words. So now you got the feds essentially along with YouTube. This is why life is so great. That's why you struck my channel the other day, and when 20 minutes it was back up. It was like record timing. Now you got a fucked up situation. Paulie, the weed smoking trailer gorilla, is more honorable and good faith and real than everybody around him. The court people, the feds, all of them. They go, Paulie Boy's like a modern day folk hero because he just sticks to the same story and keeps doing what he's going to do. When we get him alone, he don't change, right? I've had him tell me they respect me more than their own fucking people and their bosses. That's pretty heavy for them to be in a room being recorded and have cameras everywhere and go, honestly, we respect you more than our own superiors because we've never seen you waver. It's always the same thing. You must know what you're doing or believe what you're doing is true, even if it doesn't add up with legal code and whatever else. You must believe what you're doing is true and right, because we can't get you to waver. You think they could say that about themselves and their fucking buddies and their superiors? At the drop of a hat, they're fucking turning tail on everybody, giving each other up with secret notes. Every one of these jobs has a little box where they wind up reporting on each other with secret notes. Because they're such punk ass bitches. I go, I don't do none of that. I'll sit here and tell all of you face to face who and what I am. I'll do it on camera every day too. Now what? They don't like that kind of accountability, responsibility, and that leads to convicting them. If you ain't got nothing to hide, why are you so afraid? Tell everybody who and what you are. We'll tell everybody who and what I am. We'll let God and the people make the decision. So I love this game.
Who the hell goes to the county building armed with a loaded pistol?
We do. Why wouldn't you go to the county court with loaded guns? That's the place where all the criminals are. All the cops there got loaded guns and a whole tool belt full of fucking Batman equipment. Why do they got it? When did our servants get more rights than the men and women they served? I wasn't at that court charged of any crimes, right? I was at that court retrieving documentation, filings that I had put on the record that I needed to know were there, and I needed copies of because they were playing games, saying they didn't get shit, got shit, didn't whatever. So we were doing administrative process, essentially, accessing the functions of government, which is a right. You know what else is a right? Having fucking guns. And it doesn't say right to have guns here, but not there. That's your bullshit, and I don't agree with it. So if a good man or woman is going to go to the courthouse, he or she's going to be fucking armed because there's a bunch of criminal scum there, according to you. That's the place you might be most likely to get fucking harmed or have a shootout happen or somebody escape and break out, right? I don't know what's going on. That should be common sense logic. I'm going to go somewhere where you got a whole bunch of criminals showing up and I'm not going to be armed. Why? Only in their slave mind am I supposed to be scared to show up at court with the same thing or less than what the servants have. That makes me crazy, not you crazy. I don't get it. And I don't think you can make me understand it.
And a knife.
Except if you're a bitch and a hoe and a slave.
Starting to get a little bit more disturbing. Think about it. You're going to go visit your local government. Why do you need to have a firearm? For what possible reason?
Right, I should just rely on other men to protect me, said the hoe.
This is a courthouse. And apparently other stuff in the building. Why do you need a gun?
Whenever I go into government buildings, I leave my gun secured in my vehicle.
Because you're a slave.
I mean, you have enough firearms to start a small war. Literally. But you wouldn't think about wanting to take one into a court, would you?
Definitely not a court.
Right.
I can carry into a police station, but I won't.
I won't because I'm a slave.
It's not in anyone's best interest.
I don't want to make these servants get uppity. Right? This is men now we're talking about. These are grown men. There used to be a time men were men. You know, they like even go to the bar, take a couple shots, go down to the sheriff's office, all kick it, go down to the courthouse, everybody's kicking it, everybody's got guns everywhere. Not even a second thought. Right? You got a fucking problem, you go out front, some slave gets left in a pool of blood, running their fucking mouth and making false claims, you move on with the day. That is like men were men, right? It was a little rough and tumble. It was dangerous freedom. Now, I don't even take my guns into Golden Corral because there might be a security guard in there that might feel unsafe. Right? Like they won't go anywhere as a man. Like they leave their nutsack in the car because another man might feel unsafe around it. I'm tired of you. Get the fuck out of my life and out of my face. I'm carrying 10 guns on me the next time I go to court if I have to go. I'm bringing 10 guns with me. Like they say later in this, he's got this and that and this and that. Yeah, I was going to go do a mass shooting with a sheep's mask. Wait till they show the sheep's mask. I put on the thumbnail. They put black and white pictures, did a Blair Witch Project, the whole deal. Started writing up goosebump stories. Oh, he's got sheep masks and 1,000 rounds of ammo and 5 pistols. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Put a sheep mask on, put 5 pistols across my chest, a shotgun. And it doesn't even occur to them, or they won't be honest and say, hey, I was just moving everything that I had. And I didn't have a home at the time. And we were coming from an apartment. So I had to move everything that I had in that car, deep in the trunk of the car. Why you searched it unlawfully, I guess we'll never figure out. But I guess what's important is what you found in there. And they're pretty damn convinced that they just got me right before I was going to do a mass shooting. That's what the guy says. Right? So I would let me do the talk. I would love to meet you fucking face to face at court, you slave. Welsh slave. I'd love to take you to some international court, sue the shit out of you for even saying something like that. I suspect there's a mass shooting in his future. Right? That's not defamation and character assassination at all. I couldn't suffer my livelihood from you saying something like that online about me. Right? Well, I mean, at this point, they'd laugh. They go, really, Paulie boy? This guy? There's dozens of them out here constantly just making up claims about you. Why are you upset with this guy? I go, you have a point. Why am I picking on him? They're all doing it. Vice, right? They've all done it or doing it. The miscreants around here. So just keep it up, right? Just say whatever the fuck you want about me. Clip out fucking videos out of context. Remix false narratives. Call me a terrorist, a mass shooter. What else? What's next, right? Satan, they've called me. Handfuls of folks. I'm the incarnation of Shaitan himself. It's just fascinating. Don't ever do this, all you folks who think that you be careful what you wish for. All the up and coming broadcasters who think they want to be like Paulie boy. No, you don't. You don't even have it in you to deal with this kind of shit. I know you don't. So careful what you wish for, because this is what you're going to be dealing with. People on other continents who want to have you killed or silenced or shut up or put in a box. Would you think you'd like how that would feel? Knowing that that's just a small representation of folks out there. They're all around you. They're in your own family. They're on your Facebook friend list trying to communicate with you so they can get you hemmed up. You know how many times people messaged me and made shit up and said I was a part of it to try to get me to answer? Right? And then you start going, how many of these people are in on this? Because you see what they're doing. They're like, remember the time we went and did this, 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 and this? I go, no. They go, yeah, we did this and this. I go, no, we never did because I was never there and you're doing something right now. And then you go and look at their background and just the way they look is sketchy, right? There's a couple people down there who I might mention today, at least one of them. I suspect you're a fucking agent because you keep bringing up shit that I've mentioned in the past where I've gone public places. You keep trying to mention places you're at to get me to say where I'm at because you know I move around. You fucking look like an agent and your story don't add up. And you say wacky shit to try to fit in sometimes and throw people off that you're not that. I think you're a fucking agent. Okay? Let's see if the person knows who I'm talking about. Let's see if they pipe up at some point. Because that's what's great about psychology too. You folks are great agents with slaves. You're not great with me because I always exploit your system's dynamics, the inherent weakness in your system's dynamic, which is human psychology. You can't escape it. So I don't call you out. I just call you out indirectly. And then I let you fucking come forward and verify you know who the fuck you are and who I'm talking about. So with that said, let's get back to these monstrous demonic scum, making false claims, character assassinating, defaming, and all the rest of it.
I mean, just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to do that something.
Mhm. On March 2nd, Laporta and Searing attempted to enter the Lindsay Flanagan courthouse in Denver. They refused to wear face coverings and demanded to be escorted around security without being searched.
I did that.
According to Denver Police Department, Laporta and Searing were attempting to file charges against the deputy who arrested them.
By the way, Snafu Snaps, you're another fucking agent / agent of Shaitan, insane person. Tell me more about all you scum on here. This is the time. Notice the numbers are down. Maybe the notifications didn't go out. Maybe the slaves aren't like drunk and high enough yet to start hating. It's too early. But this is your time to come on in here and tell me all about how I ain't shit, how I don't do nothing, how I don't stand for nothing, how I got licenses and I'm lying, how I'm grifting and I'm pogoed out. Because there's paperwork there just from like 1 year that's long as your arm for them trying to like slave everyone up and everyone else not doing nothing and me constantly being, according to them, a problem, right? So who's the pogo agents again? Who's the grifter? Snafu Snaps, who's putting his Cash App and PayPal up at the end of videos now shitting on me, right? Isn't it amazing? They always convict themselves.
Very 9th. Later, the two were reported at Denver City and County Building and asked to speak with Councilman Paul Lopez. They left after being, I'm sorry, it's blurry over here, being told Mr. Lopez was not there. They were then identified at the Denver County Clerk's office and were asked to leave, but refused. After security called Denver Police Department to respond, they left the building.
So again, more just harassing behavior.
Harassing?
No arrest.
Right. Coming to the courthouse to speak to the court clerk, the head clerk of the court, who's also called Honorable in front of his name. Had the door locked and the functions of the court locked up with masked members of supposed administration armed, not willing to identify. Who's the harasser again? I came to the court to access the functions of government. You had masked men and women refusing to identify, held up with the court clerk's office locked, where everyone usually does business, and wouldn't let me access it. Who's the harasser? Who's the obstruction of government and justice? Who's the abuse of official position and process? Who's the failure to identify, derelict in your duty? I can go on and on and on with all the crimes you fucking guys commit and then want to sit there and take up for it, say, I'm the bad guy. I'm the lawful man in the equation. You're the heretical RICO scum. Right? You're tyrannical RICO scum who are profiteering off of costumes and commerce.
They're the ones that took the constitutional oath. And it's that constitution in the preamble that says domestic tranquility and general welfare, national defense. These are important topics that they're violating right from the preamble before they even get to your rights.
They're supposed to be protecting folks from terrorists or enemies, foreign and domestic. These are domestic terrorists. Let's call it as it is. They somehow now have assumed a position of more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve at the buildings that the folks pay for. That's a problem. Beyond a problem. At the and I'm not advocating for this. I'll do the Clausen. I'm not advocating for this. Some folks might say that the founders or folks from that time, if the founder story is all bullshit, some of them would have had it in their mind to like go in there and clean house, right? Kind of reorder things a little bit, kind of re-administrate, if you will, because it's completely out of hand. And that's why when the cops show up and then they start arguing with me. And then like 10 minutes through in the video you see on the channel, he goes, "What do you want exactly?" I go, "Oh, 20 minutes into you fighting and arguing with me when I finally go, hey, your car says to protect and serve, and you haven't done either. You haven't protected me and my fucking God-given rights, and you haven't served. So what is it exactly you do?" He goes, "What do you want again?" Right. We're back to reality. We snap back for a second. I go, "I just want the fucking paperwork." He goes, "Okay, let me go get it." Right. Now you're doing what you're supposed to, protecting God-given rights and the functions of government and serving the people, you fucknuts. Why do I have to tell you that? I'm just some weed smoking, theorizing trailer gorilla. Why do I have to tell you what the fuck your role and function is as a man and a professional and a servant of this country? It's pathetic and embarrassing for me to be a part of, let alone to watch you have to be part of it.
That's the ironic thing, is that we're just fucking regular people that don't have that education, yet we're the ones that know. You're the ones that's supposed to know, and you don't take that education. That's fucked up.
I'm sorry, what was that, Dan?
I was just telling Wes because he asked a question and he's not blocked. Just more harassment again at the beginning of March. For what reason? God only knows. But hey, let's just harass people.
Yeah, that's why your bitch ass wouldn't let me up on panel when I came over there. You were all giggling and scared. "Oh, he's down there. He wants to come on panel. We ain't gonna let him up." Yeah, you're scared. You're gonna be harassed, right? Because I'm gonna cyberbully your bitch ass. That's what you're scared of, right? He's gonna cyberbully us. So you can do all this, but you won't let me up, talk you face to face, man to man, because you're such punk ass bitches. You're the bane of human existence. Your fucking cowardice is the bane of our existence at this point. That you would talk all this shit, and then when I come to your house to talk to you in the face, you scared to come outside, won't even talk to me. I can't do nothing to you over this. I never said I was going to do nothing to you. I said, let's fucking talk. And you're so shook with that false strength ego bullshit, trying to have me harmed, that I even come over as a man and just talk to you. And you're scared not only of me and what I might do, but more importantly, you're scared of the truth. You're so fucking pathetic and embarrassed at your ways. You don't want me to get up there and speak it in front of you in the world and put it on record. You want to throw your rock and hide your hand and try to deceive people.
Keep going.
Okay. March 24th, 21, Laporta posted a video on YouTube of himself and Saring entering the Denver Police Department.
Yeah, I did that.
Report. It was apparent that Mr. Laporta was filming. When the woman at the front desk asked them to put on a mask, Laporta and Saring became argumentative. Eventually, a DPD officer came out and told them that if they didn't wear a mask, that they were going to have to leave. After a few tense moments, they left.
More harassment.
No, more evidence of us being evicted from all property. That's all property. Property only exists at the whim of the people for their usage and enjoyment and to access the function of government. They were harassing me. A lawful man trying to push policy and code on me unlawfully. I don't harass. I'm not in the business of harassment, sir.
On April 2nd, 2021, Laporta posted a video on YouTube of himself interacting with Jefferson County Sheriff's Department deputies at a COVID vaccine site. At one point, Laporta was arrested in the back of a patrol car. Ultimately, Laporta was
false arrest.
Laporta stated
Thank you. Please direct your attention to the fat slave with gray hair who claims to be a woman. It says that I was stopped. It doesn't say the rest of it that I have on camera. I was stopped in the middle of the road and offered to come on into a community center for the you-know-what. And then I decided to film because I became aware that it was possible that some harm and wrong was being done, possibly some unlawful activity. So what did she say? there was a key point in there where I'm going to call this person forth with this document to be my witness, be my star witness.
Appeared in court and would lay a claim on everyone there that laid a hand on him. I could not determine what he was summoned.
All right, the false arrest. So yeah, on that date, the guy on camera, I have this on my channel. The guy says, "Hey, we don't think you did anything wrong. Just give us your name." I go, if I didn't commit a crime, I go, Wizard's laughing. I go, I think you're kind of confused here. You know, and it's all up there. And this is what I love. So you're now bearing witness double time, right, with hearsay of what's on record because you went and paid to get documents of them all keeping lists of crimes they're doing to me. How special. So on this day, we committed a crime on him. On this day, we deprived him of rights. On this day, we kidnapped him. On this day, we false arrested him. On and on. And I got the videos of him going, "You didn't commit a crime or do anything here. Just give us your name and you can leave." I go, and that's not how that works. I'd love to let you go and not bother me more, but you're trying to get me to do wrong indirectly. Because we both know I don't have to give you anything, especially if I'm not accused of a crime. Then he goes, "If you don't give me your name, I'm going to arrest you for trespassing." I go, "I don't think that's how that works. You just said I didn't do anything."
Now
I'm on the sidewalk at this point, and I'm at a community center. It's open to the public. You can't trespass me from something that's open to the public if I'm not in breach of the peace or direct threat of the public slaves, which I wasn't. There's no threat to me talking and filming. And furthermore, I could breach the peace all I want, elevating my voice and holding you accountable if I believe there's wrong being done. Sue me. Sue me, because I suspect when it all comes out, you all did the you know what with people and you know what happened. And I don't think everybody was told completely. So that might be considered as wrongdoing. So I might be considered as the rightful person in that interaction, because I wasn't walking around town looking for people to fuck with. You stopped my car in the middle of the road, which is unlawful. You have no right to be in the middle of the road with signs. I don't give a fuck what your reason is. You're impeding the flow of traffic. Fuck nuts. That's where I start, just tearing your case apart. I don't care if it's the military, which it was, that was there, staring there watching me like this, the military goofs. You know, while all the slaves laugh and giggle and then tell me they're going to have me arrested. Because, you know, who gives a fuck about these slaves, right? Who gives a fuck about them if something happens to them and you don't give a fuck because you got paid and you're at the community center with the damn U.S. military playing games with everybody for shit that people don't need to be doing there, really, if you get right down to it. Well, I can't get into it, right? I have to talk very generally. And I can't say anything one way or the other because then, you know, the free speech is under attack now too, oddly enough. So, but you know, I'm the bad one.
So he just went off to harass a COVID vaccination site.
I was like, "Hey, who am I going to harass today?"
I'm sorry, just one second.
Hey, but remember, you're allowed to have freedom of speech and freedom of choice as long as you agree with them, apparently, because no one was making him go get the vaccine. He was there to harass people who'd chosen to get the vaccine.
Yes.
Yeah, I was heckling them from the sideline.
June 2nd, 2021.
I wasn't trying to give people
Denver
informed
officers responded to 201
consent.
web building located in the city and county of Denver on a trespass call. Investigation revealed Mr. Laporta and Mr. Searing entering the web building and refused to go through the security screening process as required. The building security recognized Mr. Laporta and Searing.
I did that.
And had known that they have been armed
I got video of
with
it too.
firearms in the past. Security then advised Laporta and Searing that they
let's show video of that. It's not like I haven't shown it before. Yeah, I did that. I did all that. You're not telling anybody that's something that they don't know. You act like I'm like you, lying, running, and hiding. No, I don't, sir. I have rights and you have duties and obligations, sir, and you will uphold your duties and obligations today, sir. Okay, so would you like to tell me what your belief is about what I have to do? Would you like to tell me about what you believe that I have to do? And I'd like you to identify yourself too, please. First and last name, since you are a public servant acting in a public capacity and you do have a duty, obligation, and a responsibility to identify yourself to America. All that, you're right.
They are not allowed into the building unless they go through the screening process. They refused to comply with the screening procedures and continued into the building. Security advised them to leave the building, but they refused. They continued into the building and were followed by 2 security officers because of the security breach and safety concerns. Mr. Laporta and Searing were then asked to leave approximately 7 times, and they refused to comply and caused a disruption to daily operations. Police officers were called to the scene and the defendants were placed under arrest for CRS 18-9110, public buildings trespass interference penalty, 18-8102, obstruction government operations, 18-9117, unlawful conduct on public property.
More harassment.
On July 6, 2021.
More lies, by the way. You can keep seeing more harassment, and I'll just keep saying more lies. And one of us is being a little bit more accurate than the other. So, no, that one wound up with unlawful conduct. Unlawful conduct. There was no obstructing. There was none of the rest of that. They fucking lied and remixed again. What is Dr. Dre doing these reports? He's got a whole new career remixing nowadays. Because I got the paperwork. It said unlawful conduct, which is meaningless to me. It means absolutely nothing. You go to look it up, it says that somebody told me to do something and I didn't agree with it, so I didn't do it. Great. You're a fucking security guard. I don't have to listen to you. And you can call policy enforcement to write up paperwork and say I did unlawful conduct. What I do that was unlawful. Well, maybe it was illegal. Maybe. We don't know, right? Because somebody told you to do something and you decided it wasn't in your best interest to not do it. It's an advisement. It's not compulsory. I don't accept it. It's pure fucking pimping and hoeing nonsense, and I'm tired of it. I've been tired of it for a while, and I'm tired of watching everyone be okay with it.
Laporta posted a video on YouTube of him filming a conversation, a Lakewood Police Department officer filming a conversation while in his patrol car. Laporta accused the officer of driving a patrol car with tinted windows and asked.
Yeah, I did that. Man, they got the whole report, man. Somebody from DHS was just sitting around watching my YouTube, just fucking writing down notes. And the notes never actually come to anything. That's the best part. When you see toward the end, it comes down to nothing. There's a whole bunch of nothing. So you got a whole bunch of watcher, waiter, haters who it just comes out to nothing because I don't do wrong. And I'm actually out here upholding God's law and rights and freedom and principles. Are you going to thank me now? Who's going to pay me is my question. Which one of you agencies is going to pay me for all my fucking work and service? Thank you for your service. Are you going to give me a little card that I get 20% off at Denny's for all my service? Oh, I don't get that because I didn't blow up villages on the other side of the world, right? I didn't submit to unlawful terrorism and tyranny in all its forms. No, I just upheld God's law and process. So you sit around fucking wasting money and time and energy logging what the fuck I'm doing.
After the officer refused to engage, Laporta directed the driver to drive away.
I may as well be your daddy at this point.
I was so proud of just harassing a police officer who sat there. Nothing.
Bunch of little boys and girls that sit around watching what daddy's up to for their own damn good.
Just decided to harass them.
Right.
Yeah.
On November 1921 at approximately 1:42 p.m.
I saw a guy on the side of the road filling out paperwork who had his lights on with no emergency with a car that was unmarked, which is illegal. If you're a public service vehicle, you're supposed to be marked. He wasn't. But I know you got reasons for everything, right? So lights on, no emergency, sitting there fucking off. Halfway in the middle of the road on the side of the right there where you're not supposed to be, at a standstill, at a stop, with a parking lot right there that he was too fucking fat and lazy to pull into. So yeah, I'm going to ask him, why are you driving a car that's unmarked? It's against the regulation. Why are you hiding from the public? What's that about? I thought you're here to serve and protect. Oh, now you're here to do predatory games where you hide and pounce. Great. It's unlawful. It's illegal. Okay. You're in a service capacity. You're supposed to be marked and be presentable to the public. Okay, so we know you're not some fascist scum from Mexico who's part of the cartel. See, you want to turn this place into Mexico where the cartels, the cartels who are all police and military run everything with masks and unmarked cars. I'm not into it. Mark the damn car. Pull it into the fucking parking lot. And I was very cordial and respectful also in that video. I said, hey, sir, how you doing? I just had someone I know get a tinted window ticket, and I'm kind of curious how not only you have tints twice as dark as his, but you got all these other infractions based on your policies. Could you tell me about that? And then he became the victim. You're not going to berate me. Put the window up and then rode off. Because he's too good to answer questions from his master, the people that he serves. He's too good for that. And I was the harasser.
Port and Saren were contacted as a result of a traffic stop. Both were very uncooperative and argumentative the entire duration of the contact and refused to identify themselves.
Fascist scum don't answer to the people they're supposed to serve. Why would they do that? They're a bunch of slaves. I get it.
Due to the fact that the vehicles Laporta and Saren were driving, didn't have license plates, and no paperwork showing proof of ownership was provided. Both vehicles were towed. Inventory was taken of the
This is where it gets really bad.
2 AR-15 style assault rifles, 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 pump-action 12-gauge shotgun, and 5 semi-automatic 9mm pistols, multiple magazines for the guns, and over 4,000 rounds of ammunition, 2 masks.
Oh, man. Oh, holy crap. Something's got to be done. Something's got to be done. Did you hear all that? That was scary, huh? Wizard creature. You know, and the mask, and they got the sheet mask. Wait till you see the picture of it with all the with the reefer and the guns and all the 4,000 ammo rounds, and then the sheet mask and the body armor. They say Paulie Boy was going to do everyone in. He's going to put the body armor on and put the sheet mask on and go to town with 5 pistols. What the fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers, bro? I'm on my Telegram with a picture of me with the sheet mask like a year before that. They act like I went and bought the sheet mask to carry out an attack. Like that mask was lying around in that car for a year. Like that I bought at one point to fuck with people at the store who wanted masks required. I go, you require a mask? I'm going to wear a sheet mask. What's your problem? That's content.
Yeah, not only that, but, you know, like you said, you were both in 2 cars and they were both fully loaded because you were moving. So you had all of your shit with you. So it wasn't like you were carrying nothing but.
No, Wizard. I was going to carry out one of the biggest mass shooting events in history, and I decided to use a car that had the wrong plates on it. Right? Yeah. I go, hey, let's go like shoot it out and possibly die today. This is our last desperate act as human beings before who knows what. So I got in a car with plates that said free traveler on them, right? Like, first of all, you could argue I never should have moved any of that shit in that car. I should have just went and rented another car, moved everything. But I said, nah, fuck it. I'm not going to bitch out. All my shit's in here. This is the life I'm living. I'm moving it in this car. I pretty much knew it was going to happen somewhere along the way. It is what it is. I had to gamble at that point. But for them to act like if I was going to go do something, I wouldn't be smart enough or whatever enough to go rent a U-Haul. I didn't have the $40 for the U-Haul, right? To just sit in the back of it with all my shit, putting my sheet mask on like the Joker. These people are in their imagination, Talcott style. They're watching too many movies.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. It's all based on fear. I don't understand it. People live their entire lives in fear of this or that or this or that, and it just keeps accumulating over time. You know?
Yeah, like, exactly. Like he says, the only thing missing was a neon sign, right? It's like, you know, I go, I'm already gambling here, but in their mind, yeah, I'm about to carry out a mass shooting attack with a car that has plates that's bound to get me stopped at some point.
Side bets.
Yeah. You know, I couldn't get a hold of like an $800 used car that has all the shit with it to go carry out this attack. I had to do it in the Maxima with the Sav set plates, as they call it. Fascinating. All right, let me hear more about the biggest thwarted. This is what they would do on the news. The biggest thwarted attack in months or years has happened, right? Agents stumbled upon a Sabsit terrorist and uncovered in a small armory, right? Enough to go to war with. It's like, you know, then they don't tell you all the rest of the details. How I basically gave myself over to you, knowing that it was bound to happen at some point, and that if it's going to happen, I'm going to stand on what's true and what's right, because there's nothing unlawful about any of that. And they just completely skip over the fact they did an unlawful search. They're like, hey, we decided to tow the car, even though it wasn't within the code violation to do so, right? Because they say they're not supposed to tow the car unless it's impeding the roadway. So if the car is on the side of the road, you just have to come retrieve it. Well, they just went ahead and towed it anyway, and then did an unlawful search. Sorry, an inventory. It's kind of different language, right? All of a sudden, once you take the car from wherever it is, you're allowed to search it, apparently. Even though there's no legal and lawful reason to search it. Once you do an extra unlawful behavior and take the car away from there, then you can do an unlawful search and just call it an inventory. We're learning.
Well, see, I put it to the test up there in my last case. They had 5 officers get on the stand, and the first 4 would not budge. They would not budge. It was an inventory, despite the fact that an inventory is a list that you make prior to looking for something, or after you've looked for it and you include the items that you found on a list. That's an inventory. It's a list.
Yeah, the root word is invent. In
Exactly.
case anyone's.
That's what I said. That's what I put it down in the chat. Invent, ori. It's literally an inventive discussion. Ori, oral. So they're orally inventing their bullshit. That's literally what it means. Okay. But the fifth officer was the one that's been on the force for 42 years. And I explained it to him, and he had to admit in his own reason and logic that yes, it was a search.
Of course. They're pimping and hoeing with doublespeak. And as soon as they got me in there with DHS, I go, we're not going to even talk about anything I was doing. I'm not telling you anywhere I was going, wherever I please. We're going to talk about all the crimes you did here today and the unlawful search and the rest of it. Are you kidding? They get you in there like you're in a room with them. I go, you're in a room with me now. You did all this, and there's nowhere to go with it. You know?
You're not investigating me. I'm investigating you.
Yeah.
Keep talking. Keep telling me your evidence. Keep speaking.
First of all, once they brought DHS in, I already knew on some level what was up. That they're already aware of me and they know what I'm about, and they're investigating for both sides. They're investigating to put me away for a while, or they're investigating to keep me protected because I ain't doing no wrong, and really I haven't done anything unlawful. And as far as legalities go, it doesn't apply to me. I don't give a fuck what they say. You can't force me to believe in your system. That doesn't make any sense to me. It would be unlawful to me under God to say I understand it and to accept the conditions that are nonsensical.
For theft, 13 ounces of raw marijuana, 4 grams
Raw
of
marijuana. Raw marijuana.
were found inside. All magazines and firearms were fully
Man.
loaded.
Now, hang on.
That guy's scary.
They were in 2 cars. They had 2
cars.
AR-15s.
Right. Detective on scene. 2 cars.
5
Sherlock.
pistols.
Yep.
2 bulletproof vests.
Mhm.
And 2 face masks.
Mhm.
And there's a picture of the face mask. We're not talking about medical face
There
masks.
it is.
They were face masks.
There it is, the black and white picture of the sheet face mask. That's on my Telegram a year before. That me and my buddy got to go in the store and fuck with them over unlawful mask policies, throwing people out of stores. So we decided to wear sheet masks one day. But they're onto it. They're onto the big story, which is those sheet masks were actually for allegedly, apparently, a mass shooting event that this guy says I'm going to pull off sometime in the future. That's what he says. So you guys need to get like sued hardcore, like all of you. Like I'm talking like in costume, out, just fucking taken from one side of the room to the other, mounted, right? Just like come forward with a 3rd or 4th or whatever the fuck you got, at least, and we're gonna divvy that up so you can learn to stop the fucking games, right? Because see, infidels don't learn to do right until they're punished or until something's taken from them. That's what Shaitan knows. Shaitan knows what I know. Infidels don't get under God till they're purified with their self-chosen suffering, till they have to sacrifice or something's taken from them. Then they start to get right on their own.
Your identity. And 4,000 rounds of ammunition, and all magazines were loaded.
What? What?
Really?
4,000 rounds at what?
They would be driving along in 2 unregistered, undocumented vehicles with all of this. For what possible law-abiding reason could you be doing this?
Investments?
That particular equipment.
Investments in heavy metals? Dummy. I don't know if this idiot knows or not, but all those heavy metals accrue in value, to go up in value, rather than your tender, which tends to go down. Your other forms of value, which stay the same or go down, that property goes up in value, right? And it's also pretty handy if you got some rabid slave who wants to come into your home or around you and do harm to you. Might pick it up and hit him over the head with it. It's heavy, right?
For a law-abiding reason. Now, we've had these documents for about, what, a week?
About a week, yeah.
And we've been trying our best to think about a law-abiding reason.
Yeah, you're trying your best to fucking get me indicted on some shit that they're already aware of and is already on record. And that property's been restored to the trust. They said they were going to keep that property. They couldn't even keep the damn property and destroy it because they know it's unlawful. Suck my dick in public. You're never going to turn me or this country into that shithole that you live in and on. You're never going to turn me into the state of beingness and consciousness that you live in And you're never going to turn this place into that land you live on as long as I'm alive to say something about it. I'll do it all over again times 10, right? Don't let them get me next time. I might have 20 fucking guns in that trunk and 40 ounces of fucking reefer. I don't know. Who knows? All for personal use.
And
Hold on, Wizard. All for personal use. I don't distribute in traffic. For personal usage. I'm allowed to have 1,000 tomatoes for the next 6 months. I'm allowed by God. Why is the lagoon creature making faces in my back area? Why are you blowing me kisses? Why are you blowing me kisses and making faces at me in the back area?
Kisses. But
Went
anyway,
like
I
this.
did want to agree with you that I'm not a huge fan of Dan Walsh. And so I am team Paul this time. I've been listening and I'm like, Paul is right this time.
Are we finally going to move past our differences and work together? Are you over it? Are you finally over it, Lauren?
No.
No. Okay. So we still can't be honorable and work in good faith.
But I like you this time. But today was okay. Today was fine.
Just say you love me. Just tell Daddy you love me.
Just tell me you love me.
I know you do. Why do you got to fight it? Listen. I get it.
What?
I get it. You didn't expect to bond with me. You didn't expect to be attracted to such an overweight, obnoxious.
I expected to be kicked by now, so I'm going to kick myself. Mwah.
Don't get uncomfortable and awkward. I know you. See, I know you love me, Lauren. This is what I mean. Cut it out. Cut the games. Just, let's make love, not war. Am I right?
Deception by flattery will never be had.
Listen, man, it's not about flattery. I know when a woman has a love for me that comes out as hate sometimes because they don't understand it, right? They want to fight or fuck. I get it. As soon as I go to get loving and not fight, where she gets all awkward, uncomfortable, blushy. She got a song in her heart because she loves her daddy. She loves her daddy, Wizard. I've known from the beginning she loves her daddy. I've seen it on her. She wouldn't be that emotional and invested in me in this platform if she didn't have something going on in there. She is fatally attracted to the obese white gorilla with crooked teeth who smokes reefer and don't have degrees. It's everything her mama warned her about. I'm everything her mama warned her about, and that's why she can't stay away. I'm the good bad man.
Yeah, it's
I'm literally a sex symbol now, Wizard, is what I realized. I'm like fucking McConaughey 2.0. Like I'm like James Dean. Like I'm the bad boy, rough around the edges, like everything a woman wants, but I stand for what's true and what's right and good. Yeah, with spiritual faith. I'm the perfect dynamic.
Yeah, you're the cunning linguist.
Every woman wants a man who does what's true and what's right when the time comes. Every woman wants a bad boy. So I'm both in one. It doesn't get no better than that. I had to realize that. Doesn't matter how pretty I am or not. I'm not the prettiest thing around by any means. I don't have to be. Let me get back to these scum.
All of that particular setup of stuff. Becca, you managed to come up with one yet?
Not a damn thing.
Hank?
You guys can't make anything up?
I don't know if we've lost Hank or if his mic's muted.
No. No legitimate purposes I can think of.
Same here. I don't know if anyone in the chat has any.
You could just ask me. Hello. Yeah, it's me. I tried to come over there and talk, and you wouldn't let me. You could just ask me what my intention was, why I'd be doing that. It's weird, huh? How that works?
Yeah. It's frankly a little concerning why you would have that.
Okay, so numbers dropping has been hating more and more. We knew he was a hater when he came out with the name numbers dropping. We thought it was kind of funny, even though we knew it was undercover hating. And he's coming out more and more, right? So I don't know, Paul. Most sex symbols can't stand up. So we're still doing the stand up thing because it's just so funny and clever, right? Even though I've went with it. I've went with it now. Yeah, I can't stand up. Haha. Okay, we got it. You're going to keep doing it. And numbers dropping. I've seen you on other platforms talking shit when you think I'm not watching. I see a lot of you, whether you know it or not, talking shit on other platforms when you think daddy's not home, when you think I'm not watching. So it just makes you look like a bitch, to be honest. Really doesn't mean nothing about me. I don't do that. I talk shit in everybody's face. I love it. That's what they say. I fucking love it. Can't get enough of it. You guys, you know, it's like the subtle subliminals, kind of undercover, semi-hating, maybe like, we really love you, Paulie, in your face. And then on other platforms, fuck him. He's a fat gorilla. He doesn't do shit, really. We think he has a license. He's lying. You know, you're out of here, right? Just keep fucking running your mouth down there like I give a fuck. You're not even running your mouth. Come up here and let me lay eyes on you. Find out who you actually are. Probably someone we know who's pretending to be someone else. You guys like to act and pretend online. You know, it's real fun and cute till it's not. All right. So please don't make me throw you in the chamber or just out completely, because then you'll be whining and crying about how you can't be at your favorite place with your daddy every day. And you'll have to make another alternate account. And then you'll have to give a new email. And what's the email going to be? loserfailure123@gmail.com. Oh, I have to make my 10th alternate account. What email am I going to use? Oh, I can just create a new one. loserfailure123@gmail.com. That seems good. Right. Shoot me an email.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense in terms of law abiding. But take this into context with all the stuff that happened. Yeah, Abby, that's one of the things we thought about. Or the other is, given how much they've been harassing the
You're harassing me. Numbers dropping is harassing me. Chat folks are harassing me lately. I'm not harassing anyone. I'm being harassed. I'm going to file a claim soon for harassment. There's a lot of folks here that are going to be listed.
There's another thought.
Yes, it is a sheet mask.
Yeah.
Sheet mask.
I might carry that many weapons with me if I'm going to go to a range to shoot with friends.
I don't need a reason to carry whatever the fuck I want.
That's more ammunition than we could shoot in one day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a reason.
Also, would you and your friends, if you were going to a range and you're leaving from the same place and returning to the same place, would you take 2 vehicles for just 2 of you?
Usually not, but if it was just 2 different vehicles.
Listen to this logic, right? Would you have a toaster in the car if you weren't immediately going to make bread with it? Toasted bread? I mean, there's no bread in here. Why would you have a toaster in the car? What could be the possible? Wizard, get on camera right now because I got to question you. What would be any possible reason 2 toasters in the car with no bread? Or maybe there's even bread in the car. Now you got 2 toasters and bread in the car. What are you up to? Are you going to go somewhere right now, plug them in and use it? Are you going to make the damn toast right now? Were you just making toast somewhere else?
I don't know. Bill Nye, the science guy, might have some interesting things to do with it.
It's like, that's a piece of equipment in the car. Why can't I have multiple? Wizard, you have 2 drills, a socket wrench, a shovel, right? Like, this is the logic. Wizard, you have a snowblower and a lawnmower here on the same trailer, and it's not even winter or summer. What are you up to? What are you up to? You're not going to cut grass. There's no snow on the ground. Why do you have these things, and why are you moving around with them? I don't need a reason.
It's my property, and I
Oh, wow. This is my property. These are my tools. I don't need a reason why they're all collected together and I'm moving around with them. Do you have any reasons you'd like to make up of why I'd have that?
Would you like my inventory?
Yeah. Like, I go, you know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff you didn't mention, by the way. Like, you know, a house full of stuff that was next to all this stuff that you left out. That might clue you in on what that stuff was doing there. You know, I literally had a toaster, a blender, you know. Oh, what was that? What? This man was not only planning on going on a mass shooting, he was going to blend up the body parts afterward. Oh my God. He was going to dispose of the evidence. Oh, there was a tent in there as well and some bedding. Oh my God. He was stalking people for weeks with the bedding and blending up protein, stalking people. He was living a whole life of bedding down in bushes stalking people, blending up proteins, and waiting for his next kill with a sheet mask.
Subsisting on Pisnon.
Oh my God, 8 ounces of cannabis. I wonder if that might possibly be like 2 months worth. Maybe. I don't know.
Vehicles. There could be valid reasons.
I suppose.
That's the less concerning piece of this whole puzzle.
It's just
raw cannabis, by the way. It was raw.
Oh, you would
it wasn't even cooked.
Oh, you'd be wrong.
It was uncooked marijuana.
I know some guys who will take their kits with them when they go to a range.
Right.
But
range. Only time you can have guns on you is when you're ranging, going to the range.
Okay, let's go down.
Okay.
Why would you have guns if you're not going to go to the range?
Reporter posted a video on YouTube and said all I did was said that I would file a claim against him for doing wrong to me.
That's true.
Reporter also spoke with Trooper Sparta.
And fucking whoever wrote this up is totally on my side. Like the DHS, and they'll lie to you, obviously. DHS came in and it seemed like the guy had a big beard, right? He's like one of these meat suckers, you know? And he like looked like the Liver King, you know, with tattoos. And I go, bro, are you not seeing this? You know, like I want to give him the elbow, like seriously, man to man. Like I forget about the orange suit and all the rest of this. Me chained to the table. Are you seeing anything? He goes, no. I've watched your YouTube and I pretty much agree with you. He goes, but what's all this? I go, what's all what? It's how I'm living, boy. What do you mean? It's how I'm living, crib style. All right, I'm balling out of control. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do? I'm like, what do you mean, what am I going to do? I'm moving to point A to point B. He goes, well, from where to where? I go, I don't need to tell you that. You know that. That don't matter. You don't need that information. Well, were you planning to harm anybody? I go, I don't know. Are you planning to harm anybody with all them guns you all got on right now? There's about 8 guns in this room. 4 locals, 2 state, 1 fed. All right, I go, there's at least 8 guns in this room right now. You planning on harming me with those? He goes, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, let me be a little bit more clear. Those guns could do harm to somebody trying to do harm to me. If not, we ain't got no problems. Do I got a history of problem? No. So what's the problem? Right? Now, he could be lying. He don't agree with anything. But like, if they listen to me long enough, investigating me, they're going to go, wait a second. This guy's for that, and he means that by that, and that's this. And, oh, wow, we agree on like 85% of what the fuck we signed up to do this job for. Yeah. So turns out we don't have problems. You people got problems. Slaves and fascist corporations who are now being outed and don't know what to do, and a whole bunch of good people who are like done with it. So that's going to be a problem. Not anything I'm doing.
In the video.
More harassment.
Yeah, so the Fed, that was the point. The Fed wrote down there, they try to put a felony on there, whatever that is. They said, you did a felony. I said, I don't know what that means. Did a felony? Whoa. Do you have video of that? What exactly? Is that some kind of yoga position? Like, was I doing a felony? I don't know what you're talking about. They go, oh, you tried to bribe that public servant. I go, really? What do you mean? Well, you told him you were going to take him to court for deprivation of rights. I go, that's not bribery. Bribery is if I said I was going to suck his dick to let me go. I didn't do that. Bribery is if I said you could keep them guns in that reefer if you let me go. I didn't do that. Quite the opposite. So you fucking lied again on record. And you got the federal DHS agent who's tracking everything I'm doing for months and years. Apparently, I didn't know this even existed. I suspected it did, but now they just proved it. So they got now the guy saying that Paulie Boy said on his video, which he showed the actual video of, all I said was, I'm going to file a claim against you.
That sounds like giving proper notice.
Wow. So good luck with all that. I'm not even saying anything because it's going to be taken like I'm out here going, I got away with shit. I'm doing whatever I want. I don't appear. I can't appear. I'm not a spirit. I don't appear and disappear. I can present at court, but you're going to have to compensate me for my presentment like they do here. That's the rules. You're doing business right there at the courthouse. They got a TIN number and a DUNS number. They're a corporation. They're doing business. You all get paid to present there. Pay me to present there, unless you said I did loss, injury, and harm, which is a crime. Anything else I don't want to know about, you know? And I'm fully aware that folks could at some point and maybe come forward. I'm not playing a game of chicken and ego games. right? I'm like desperately praying to myself and to this creational force that yous all go your own way and leave me alone and don't do more harm to me, right? For yourself, for your own sake, and for this land and for our future, right? And then if it comes about, I got to eat that. That's the consequences of doing what's true and what's right, is sometimes you got to sacrifice and take it on the chin. I'm not happy about that dynamic, but it is what it is, right? And there's a certain amount of anticipation and trepidation that I've had to learn to try to transmute. I can't walk around with a burden of fear and looking over my shoulder. And I do what's true and what's right to me for that reason alone. Whatever happens after that, I surrender. And I suspect a lot of these folks who are watching know that I'm not doing no wrong, that I have no bad intentions, that everything I'm doing according to original public law is lawful. The legal policy, statute, and code we know is advisory. It doesn't apply to me once the status and standing is on record either. As far as I'm concerned, you can call it a sob sit or not. That don't mean nothing to me. You guys are just throwing beliefs at me and telling me I have to accept it or you're going to keep doing bad shit to me. Doesn't make any sense.
Since November 24, 21, Laporta has made multiple YouTube videos. In one of the videos, he states that he wants to purchase another firearm. In almost all of the videos, he is smoking marijuana.
Yep.
You don't know that. You can't prove that. Again. So now I don't know what that line was about. That's your belief. You have a belief that I'm smoking what you call marijuana on a broadcast. But you don't know what anybody's actually smoking. And I would never think to turn state's evidence against myself to confirm or deny what I do on this broadcast and for what reason. I don't need to lie, right? Because I could say anything. I could say, hey, this is all props. You can't confirm or deny it. But I'm not going to lie, right? I would just rather not answer questions. Hey, we think you're smoking marijuana on every broadcast. And somehow that means something about having guns, which I can't figure out the connection, but okay. Is that marijuana? I don't know what that is, first and foremost. You talking about cannabis? Well, I'd rather not answer questions. You're the ones that are going to make the claims and the beliefs. We think he's smoking reefer and can't have guns on his broadcast. Okay, prove the claim now. Prove the claim beyond a reasonable doubt that you know what it is I have here that I'm smoking and whether it's CBD, THC, and now that somehow makes a link to and makes sense that I can't have a gun. See the slavery? Because that's why that's in there, right? Because whether it's states, locals, or feds, they want to start bringing in this idea, some of them, that because you use plants and herbs, you can't have a gun. For all you dispensary freaks, right? Not to say I don't use them from time to time. I'm just saying, for all the folks who are like, we got our weed. For all you wacky weed conspiracy theorists who think you're winning because you got your dispensaries now, your legal weed, they did that partially to come in on the back end and say, all you folks who are on record at dispensary getting weed, you can't have guns now. Don't think they're not going to do it or try it. So there's always a reason why they give with one hand and take from the other.
Although there were no physical threats.
Hang on a sec. Johnny O, this is Paul's, or one of the criminal records for Paul.
Only one. Yeah, it's as long as my arm. It's only one. Yeah, there's a stack of them. We know I'm so bad because there's legal paperwork on me. Then she says she's going to go pay for the ones from New York. We're going to get all his records all the way back to New York. He's into drug distribution.
There was a rather interesting traffic stop, shall we say.
Rather
Him and
interesting.
his friend were found in 2 vehicles with 2 AR-15s, 1 AK-47, 1 pump-action shotgun, 5 semi-automatic handguns, 4,000 rounds of ammunition, bulletproof vests, and sheep face masks.
For America.
Oh, and some drugs.
For
And all of the
America.
magazines and firearms
For
were full.
God and America.
Yeah.
Jeep, even a Texan says Jeebus.
And this was just a simple traffic stop because they didn't have the cars registered or insured and had no documents for the car.
Right.
That's what got
We
them
know.
pulled over.
I did it purposely. Hello?
Okay. Although there were no physical threats made, the evidence found and actions taken by Laporta and Searing show the propensity to cause harm to those that don't share their views. The respondent
False.
has access to and intends to possess a firearm. Explain in detail. Laporta and Searing's firearms were taken in accordance to Colorado State Patrol policy. However, they can retrieve the firearms from the Colorado State Patrol evidence technician at any time.
What? That's my retard alarm. That's what they say. Like, you know, what? They can retrieve it at any time from evidence because there was no evidence of an actual crime. Wow, that's crazy. But they're not happy with that. They say the justice system failed and that they might have been dealing with a dead body and something should have been done to me. What's it going to take, Becca? A dead body? Is it going to take a dead body, Becca? Yeah, it is. Fuckface. It's going to take a dead body or me saying I'm going to kill somebody, which I haven't done.
And they're the legal professionals with no license giving legal advice on the internet.
Federal agents, by the way. These are ex-agents of their corporation on record. They say, we're all ex-government agents. We're unbiased. We're just here doing a broadcast with pictures of demons killing babies. Yeah, it's like, could you get any more? Like, this is what Lauren doesn't seem to get. Like, I'm living a movie, Lauren, and the rest of you, right, who don't get it. I'm like a main character in a movie. And either you or the little boys you deal with are NPCs. They're like extras at best. They're written out of the script.
Well,
how do you know? Because this is who comes after me. The lowest of the low, the worst of the worst. The ex-agents who are fascists, who live off of the system, who want to destroy God-given rights and freedoms from another motherfucking continent. You don't even live here. And you got some emotional investment and interest in me and this land. These are the demons. Spiritually, these are the ones who are going to destroy us if we let them.
Yep, literally. Literally.
Like, you want to do a Talcott? Is this real? It's shit like this. That happens over and over again. I don't need to say, is this real anymore? Real enough for me, real enough to know what they said thousands of years ago is happening in my own life. You know, seeing the walk in the truth, life and way, and watching the demons come out in the open, and then watching the mob go, give us Barabbas. Fuck Paulie. He's a pain in the ass. He's a loudmouth. Kill him. Get him out of here. My people. The people I thought were my people that I'm in the face of every day, trying to love and care for and shake out of their fucking coma and hypnosis. And they're like signing on to it. The majority of them, it would seem at times.
Oh, they do it quick. They do it quick. When I was going through this beginnings of the lung cancer stuff, they sent me to one of these clinics here locally, and they tried telling me I had to wear a mask. Oh, that wasn't part of the deal. They ended up calling the cops on us, but by the time the cops got there, we were already home. Well, they've got all my information. How come the cops didn't come see me at the door? You know, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, seriously, they can pick the guns up. They probably have picked the guns up by now.
Unless this report took effect and prevented that.
Oh,
We'll
unfortunately not. Guess what, folks? Spoiler alert. The protection order was denied.
Of course the protection order was denied because someone in that fucking organization had the presence of mind to say, Paulie boy seems well-spoken. He's not going to take kindly to this. Someone might be watching me, and I'm not going to sign my name to a paper saying he's going to do harm and wrong, take his lawful property off of some bozo's fraudulent testimony. This is why I say I should go be an administrator. Because these policy enforcement are a bunch of chimpanzees, a lot of them. Everyone up until that administrator, even the administrator himself, a lot of times, might be a chimpanzee who doesn't know himself or even what reality or planet he's on, right? But everyone up until that process, probably that. The administrator might have some fucking clarity and discernment, might have some time into this, and might see from different perspectives and understand the foundations along. Go, I'm not being a part of any of this. Be one thing if you're going to do it to some African Americans who got no family and no recourse. You're going to do it to this white boy who's on the air every day, who's got a silver and gold tongue, who ain't going away, and I'm going to put my name on this? No, why would I? So it can come back on me in some way? He ain't stupid. So that's why it was denied, let alone you didn't meet the fucking necessary elements of the contract. You had no one on the other side. He'd be an asshole to put his name on that. He'd know I'd be sitting here going, you know, you're an asshole, right? I'd be laughing at him, jail or not. He'd be like, hey, bro, you're going to prison at some point. You don't know it yet, but it's going to happen. And it doesn't matter. You're an asshole and you know it. There's no one listed on the other side. How you gonna sign a protective order with no one listed as the victim? dummy. I'm not going to do that. But they want him to. They think he should have done it.
How many red flags need to be waved in your face before you can see danger?
Apparently, for the judge that heard this one, a dead body.
Dead body.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't believe this judge would have given a protection order for anything other than a dead body in front of him.
Right.
I mean,
that makes sense.
We don't know what their actual intents were, but it sure appears that possibility of a mass shooting with said equipment.
Right.
Yep.
So there you go. Definitely appears. See, he's going to escape liability. We don't know the intentions. I'm not going to say it, but allegedly it appears like they thwarted a mass shooting. So here we are, a year and a half later, no mass shooting. So now what? You said all that. You did all that. That's on the record 4 months ago. All paying for documents. All in my business. Right? For what? To make a false claim, non-claim that I'm out here doing mass shootings. See? And you're going to tell me they're not demons. Bad faith, dishonorable, no credibility, integrity. Come out and then leave that on here and have the balls to put it in everybody's face. And then be open to the retribution that might come, right? To the consequences. You can't do that, to my knowledge. I don't care if you said it appears and this, that, and I don't think that that's ethical. It might be ruled out of court that, hey, they could do all that. I don't know completely. I'm sure it's a man's decision. Policy might say you can't do that. Man might say, well, we think that it's within the boundaries to make a decision. That's not ethical to me. To make presumptions that I may, and then he says it again, that he sees me doing a mass shooting in the future. I don't think that that's acceptable. Along with the other things that he said.
The challenge
in the past as well. I mean, it's not even really this broadcast. This guy's a history of doing
firearms at any time.
Yes. There has been a credible threat of or the unlawful or reckless use of a firearm by the respondent. To explain. Laporta and Searing were in possession of several fully loaded firearms, fully loaded magazines, and bulletproof vests that were inside their vehicles at the time of contact by law enforcement, as stated in the preceding narrative that accompanies this petition and affidavit.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a history of use, attempted use, or threatened
Notice
use
you
of
fuck nut too. You put it on record. I've been arrested all these times in my life, and there's never history of resistance. I'm such a terrorist and so out of control, they say, and so egoic. Dozens of times I've been arrested, and not once. First of all, they gave my buddy there resisting arrest just for tensing up like this, because he's not used to people putting their hands on him. See, I walk this spiritual path so much that I do like a trust fall into the officer's arms. I'm like, oh, thank God you're here to arrest me. I knew it was coming, not for doing wrong, but because I know there's a spiritual test and walk here. So I go limp like Linguini as soon as they touch me, because I know it's going to happen, and I'm not fighting you. I want you to do it to me. Put yourself on record. I'll be your sacrificial lamb like the Christed being. Do it. All right? I'm not going to tense up. I'm not going to resist at all. So dozens of arrests, yet never once indications on that fake-ass protection order that I even resist a little bit. No, I don't even tense up. So you can't write that narrative for the future.
Physical force by the respondent against another person, or a history of stalking another person by the respondent. Searing has been arrested for resisting arrest in the past.
It gets better. There's more stuff that comes out that will make you even more confused about what the fuck this judge was thinking about. Remember,
the law, dummy. That's what he was thinking about. Liability.
The respondent has abused controlled substances or alcohol. Explain. Laporta had 8.3 ounces of raw marijuana and 4 grams of mushrooms inside his vehicle when he was contacted, as stated in the narrative that accompanies this petition and affidavit. When he was asked about the drugs, Laporta responded by saying that it is his body and he could treat it as he sees fit.
Right. I responded by saying, paraphrase, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. That's what I'm on record for, right? For all of you metaversal miscreants and investigators, over and over again. You know, that's why they call me Teflon Paulie. Because it doesn't matter where this goes long term. There's no story to change. It's the same story over and over again. What am I going to tell you? Nothing. Like the guy said, what am I going to tell you? Nothing. Go fuck your mother. I don't do that. I don't get disrespectful with these officers. A lot of these officers are confused. They don't understand what they're doing, what I'm doing, what this all is, why I would do any of this. They're like, we don't understand. I got it. You know, one day maybe we can come to an understanding. So I'm not out here trying to be abrasive and insulting. I also have to do a broadcast, and I have to entertain the people and myself and the agents. There's a few agents who they're working double time watching me, all this broadcasting I'm doing. They're putting in time, right? So we got to do service for them. They're doing service for the corporation by following me and keeping records on me. So while they're doing that, I want to make sure that there's a possibility they could be entertained by me. I'm making their job a little bit easier. I thank you for your service. You thank me for my service. And one day, if we have to meet on opposite sides, we at least have respect for each other. Hopefully, faithfully. All right, let's move forward with the vampiric demons.
Extensive criminal history of drug use and distribution in New York.
Whoa, distribution. That's not true. It's not true. I mean, maybe like once or twice I might have given some stuff to somebody. I don't know. You know, who even knows what that was? You know, one time they said it was heroin. But that clearly it wasn't true, at least at one point, because I did what I thought was heroin over and over again. Then one time I almost died. Twice, actually. So maybe it wasn't even that. Maybe everyone's lying. Is any of this real, man? This is where Talcott stands up in court and goes, is any of this real, man? Distribution, whoa. Yeah, okay. You know, there might have been a time where, you know, some things were passed around consensually, of course. We were grown people experimenting with certain products. So it's been a long time. It's been at least 8-10 years since anything someone would characterize as distribution has taken place. And obviously that's all closed. It's all dealt with. Cases closed. I've served my time. Okay, I'm repentant and I'm reformed, and I wish to move forward. God's grace and mercy. Please, I don't appreciate folks bringing up my checkered past, trying to defame me, character assassinate me, as if I haven't put it all on record already. I'm not a dishonorable man. I don't appreciate these narratives.
The judge denied this when one of them has a history of resisting
Denied.
arrest, and the other's a fucking convicted drug dealer.
Whoa. Convicted drug dealer. See, this is what I mean. First he says distribution. Now he says drug dealer. Distribution sounds really professional. Drug dealer, that's like low level shit. Come on, man. I'm going to do Joe Biden on him at court. Come on, man. I don't work for you. Wait. Actually, you do. I don't know how this works. The point is, you can't go from saying distribution, which sounds very prim and proper and professional, to drug dealing. That makes me sound like I'm on the corner shooting at people, being shot, throwing up gang signs. You know, I wasn't involved in any of that. It was very upstanding, above board, professional busyness. And again, that's all over with. Why to these slaves can you never serve time and be reformed and repentant and come back to everything that you had before? Why? They want to live in a world where you can't have repentance. This is the godless people. Like the Tao says, the Bible says, it all says, the sayings of the Buddha, it all pretty much says, you kill a family and a whole village. And if you repent in front of that force and it knows that and you know that and people know that and you actually transform and change, you're given safe passage. They get you in the act and they kill you, go fuck yourself. But if it happens and you serve your time in front of your fellow man and woman and God, whatever that's deemed to be, you come back to a gun handed to you and whatever the fuck you had and wish well. Blessings to you. We're back. We're back to square one, right? Like erasing the board. That's how it's supposed to be. No, you want to live in a world where motherfuckers slip and fall one day, catch a felony for the rest of their life, have none of their rights or have some of their rights taken. Fuck you. I don't support that by any means necessary. Right? I don't support that. That's criminal behavior in the eyes of God, where we can't reform and repent without living the rest of our life under some man-made judgment. That's incorrect. So, I don't know, Mr. Wizard and Aaron. There's going to have to be a serious overhaul here with the conscious and awareness of this creature they call the human being.
Mr. Searing had 5.5 ounces of raw marijuana inside his vehicle when he was contacted.
Seems highly unlikely that he doesn't have any felonies.
He had plants in the car. Yeah, no felonies. Hey,
This is
fuckface,
a-
that guy's a fucking Army veteran. But fuck his service, right? Right? It's thank you for your service till you're an Army veteran who stands for God-given rights, laws, law of the land, protecting us from what they actually signed up to do. So when I'm rolling around with like servants of the country who are upholding God's law and protecting us all from enemies, foreign and domestic, that's a problem now. You're not going to mention that. They would have mentioned it if it was like for their benefit. Oh, thank you for your service, hero. They just leave it out. Oh, he's a felon now, probably. No, he don't have felonies. I don't have felonies, whatever those are. I would know them if I had them, I would think. And I don't know that. I don't have them, right? There's nothing in this paperwork to indicate that. The paperwork was denied, indicating that if I had a felony and didn't know it, I don't. Because what I'm told is if I did, whatever that is, have it and didn't know it, then it would be in this paperwork.
The quantity? One
some of it, because we haven't got the additional pages where it gives the rest of all the ammunition and stuff.
Yep. 1 AR-15, 1 AK-47.
You know why you're dumb too? You know why you're a dumb piece of shit? Because you went and paid like hundreds of dollars to get this paperwork that I already have. They emailed it to me because I required it, right? So if you'd have just came to me, I'd have not only came up there, gave you a better broadcast, shit all over you with the facts of the matter, I'd have screen shared the damn paperwork. And you'd have saved your $300 that you don't make doing this horrible broadcast. So now you're in the hole investing in paperwork from me you could have got from me if you were honorable, which you're not, another example of, because I'd have just given it to you. And I'd have been part of the expose. You can't even market correctly. You can't even promote correctly. You can't even entertain correctly. You can't even do busyness properly with paperwork. Is there anything you folks can do correctly and properly or that benefits you and everyone else?
1 shotgun, 2 9mm pistols.
2
12
yeah.
gauge 9mm .223.
All that and more.
And there you go, there's a signature.
Was that just
There's
the
way
contents
more
of
than
one
that.
table?
That's just the shit you know about.
Oh,
You have no
because there
idea.
were additional
There's so much shit you don't even know about. It's crazy. It's
This
wild.
is just for respondent look time.
Okay. Because the number of weapons stated wasn't adding up, and the ammo was cut in half.
Oh yeah, forget about all that. It's way more than what's there. It's crazy.
For which one is this one? This is for the actual.
No, this is the same case.
Yeah,
And yes,
they're all the same case. Just this.
Bro, I might have like up to 4,000 guns. You don't know. That's just what's on. I got like it's crazy, And then it like begs the question. Well, if you can only carry one at a time or use one at a time, what's the difference? I mean, if you got one, you got 1,000. Really, what's the difference? I can't do anything more with 999 other guns than I could do with one. So they're like, oh, look at the count. Yeah, do 10x it. Now what? Just like they say with the codes. Oh, there's 10 codes here. Put 10 more on there. What does it mean? What does it amount to? What does it mean? Just fucking beliefs and feelings.
This is the protection order part of the case.
This is the fraud part of the case where you get denied and exposed again.
Filed this in the wrong court, which is
denied and exposed. What does the universe do when you walk with God? Denied and exposed.
Filed in the right court.
For the demons, denied and exposed.
And
no slave weapon formed against me shall prosper.
The judge decided.
No lie can be told so great and so much that it overtakes the truth. Dumb slave.
Because reasons.
Yep.
Now, there were some charges from this stop. Oh boy, are you about to be even more disappointed in the legal system.
This is from the stop itself, and the charges were not stop. Marijuana possession, controlled substance possession of Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, failure to display proof of insurance, no driver's license, and no registered vehicle.
Oh, well, there goes Tommy and all the rest of the boys that say I've been lying about not having the license, doing fake videos, right? It's just one claim after the next that goes out the window, huh? So there you go. A year and a half ago, no license, registration, insurance, and sob shit freedom plates. Right? And a whole bunch of other stuff apparently too. So
Now, I spoke with the clerk directly.
never had a license. Why the fuck would I go get a license to do what's lawful? That seems kind of silly. Just like I'll never go get a fucking CCW or any of that other shit. Why would I go and get a permit to do what's lawful? So I got 10 guns on me right now, all over me, concealed. You can't even see them. Like Call of Duty. I got a fucking claymore on me right now. My lower back area. The small of my back. I got a fucking claymore. Like a jihadi. I conceal so many fucking weapons walking around town. It's crazy. Never know what I'll have on me. Swiss Army knife. Got one of those. Armpit with the Swiss Army knife. I go right in there. You don't even know. Like the corkscrew. Yeah, Aaron's laughing. Till you get a corkscrew in the eye, right? Like one of these slaves comes up on me. Can't get to the gun. Go right up under. Corkscrew, Swiss Army knife. Right to the eye. Rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know what I'm saying?
Correctly.
Now,
She
hang
told
on,
me-
you're jumping. They were due to appear in court and they failed to appear in court, or he was due to appear in court for these. He didn't turn up.
which was what I was just about to say.
Yeah, it's
and
found on screen.
Yep, and she let me know that a bench warrant was issued.
That's
And-
literally all
Yeah,
the
okay.
of the start, with all of the weapons, all of the rest of it, a bench warrant was issued for a few minor traffic violations and
Right. And you're like stymied. You're stumped and stymied. Why would they let me leave a town that I was 8 hours from where I was on record as, where I was leaving to go somewhere else, that I know no one there, don't meet any of the bail and bond conditions, didn't sign any paperwork, and they put a $1 bond out on me that I didn't sign and let me walk out. They said, "Are you?" And then the paperwork says I told them I'm not coming back. Like, their paperwork says I told them I'm not coming back, and they let me go on apparently stuff they said was felonies. Is any of this adding up and making sense? Right? From what they say is real and true. Oh, well, it does if I'm a CIA Mason who's planted from Hollyweird. Or what's the or, right? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And more importantly, I know how to apply it. And there's nowhere to go with it because I didn't do any wrong. Sobs hit anyone? No. Upholding God's law and the law of the land? Ding, ding, ding.
That's the same thing with that signature. They put on their documentation, refuse to sign. Yet they're the ones that will sit there and repeatedly tell you, you got to sign. You got to sign.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You can't give me legal advice. That's legal advice. So they'll say whatever they got to say to pimp and hoe on you, but ultimately you stand by what's common sense. If I'm leaving somewhere where you took me and kidnapped me and tell me on the way out, hey, just sign this check for me. I go, no. Now you want to do more fraud. I was never supposed to be here lawfully, and now you want me to sign shit for your liability on the way out. I'm not doing it. Oh, you gotta go get the guy who runs it. This is so simple. Go get the guy who runs this place every time. I don't care if I'm at Slave Mart, if I'm at Hotel fucking Alapalooza, like I was over here in the middle of nowhere out of jail. I got some fucking slave who pretty much should work at Walmart, who could barely talk, telling me you can't do that. I go get the person who runs this place, and he gives them the nod. Like this, right? As it say, you know the rules, right? You can't force me to sign something because you're giving me legal advice and I don't understand any of this. Are you going to show up and be the representative for this signature? I'll ask him. You said I have to sign this. If I sign this, are you going to show up at the court and represent whatever's going on this paper? Because I ain't doing it and I don't understand it. So you better or keep quiet. This is simple but difficult because everyone with a costume on that gets paid $12 an hour is a god now. Anyone with a costume is a god, pretty much. And just do what they say. It's complete fascism. It's complete stripping of our rights and our personal choice and our masculinity, in case you haven't noticed.
X-Men.
Come again?
X-Men. Everybody's got their own special powers.
Right. It's the league of extremely ordinary slaves, right? There's no actual powers, there's no abilities, just very ordinary, order following slaves who really don't stand up or stand out, and then think you're a crazy idiot when you start applying what should be common sense, which is also codified in their laws, policies, statutes, and codes, oddly enough. Because they know, like I know, at the top of this. Shaitan knows what I know. If Shaitan was to come in the room with me right now, I respect you, Paulie boy, because you get it. You get the game and how it works. You don't overstep your bounds. You stay in your lane. You do what's true and what's right. And you know the possible consequences and outcome, right? The devil itself would respect me while not liking me. Maybe even not even care. Might be neutral. It says, you know, like I know, Paulie boy, this whole thing was created to find out who God's people are and aren't. Oh, what do you mean, Shaitan? Yeah, these people all claim to be godly, but it's only till you put a fire under their ass they find out what's in their heart, what their conviction is. That's what this court is all about. That's what this whole thing's all about. The last few years, we want to know what's in the heart of everybody claiming they're God's people. You know, from all over the world. Oh, we found out what's in your heart. Bunch of cowardice. Bunch of self and deception and deception to others. Kill, steal, destroy, lie. Lying is stealing. Killing is stealing. It's all stealing, really. Get down to it. That's what was in your heart. The heart of a coward. You think that the creational force is going to extend more grace and mercy and personal choice to folks who came out in the open on record as infidel slaves with the heart of a coward? I don't think so. I think your time is ticking now. I think you got like X amount of time now to like really get it, self-actualize and realize what we're doing here, reform and repent, or you're going to go through more personal choice suffering, purification ritual. This time might be more your pretty and nice things, you know, your property, your body, your rights, all that. Just a little bit more grinding on all that, you know, the false self to get you back under the true self and the true law of creation. It makes sense to me. I see purpose and meaning and vision in everything in this creation, including evil and what they call the devil and the courts. I see it for what it is from this perspective. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, you know, again, the God of creation wouldn't allow all this to proliferate if it wasn't for a damn good reason. And I see it now. I go, oh, man. I'm like, thank you, Shaitan, for being my greatest teacher and tester and also exposer of all the infidels who are ungodly. Thank you. That's why I say Shaitan, while it does evil to folks who don't understand the order, is like God's greatest employee in a way. It's like what I do here. You know, they tell the story. The Luciferian creature says, I'm going to do this all better. And the God says, you know what? Do it. Because now you're going to go make your own platform and you're going to draw out everyone who's just like you. I do it here. I come from the Tao of the Tao, like pure consciousness and awareness. I go, I can't stop this. These beings got free will. I already know what they're going to do. Now watch this. Go do it, Luciferian creature. Make your platform and do it better than I can. Bet you can't get it done. Then when they go to do it, all they do is attract all the people who are like them to the flame to convict themselves with their words and their actions. It's the most beautiful and fascinating, ugly process I've ever seen. You're not going to ever convince me ever again we're not in something here, part of a program, because I see it replicating on like the smallest level here and the largest level all around the world and everywhere in between with these courts. This is a spiritual dynamic. So everything has a form and a function and a purpose here, and you just have to come to understand why it would seem, reconcile that, and then kill yourself off as far as the false self goes and live the rest of your life as a true servant, you know, of what you believe God and what's true and what's right is. God's law and the rights that we say make us Americans, right, are really humans. It's human rights before it's really American rights. Let me continue with the slaves here. I think we're almost done.
Because, unfortunately, they were caught before they could do anything with all of those weapons.
Right.
So because the police actually caught them before they committed the crime,
Mm-hmm.
All they get is a few slaps on the wrist if they ever bother to turn up, or if in the meantime they happen to get caught in Colorado and pulled for the bench warrant.
Nope.
Well, at least with that, they're less likely to be able to get their weapons back out of holding.
Nope.
Unless they picked it up before the bench warrant was issued.
Wrong. It's trust property. It's trust property. We went over this. I sent the trustee down. I didn't have to go back there because I'm not stupid. If you're going to get me, it's going to be the Fed Marshal bus. And you're going to have to pay thousands to bring me back. And I'm going to fucking eat you at court. So, yeah. Just keep lying and remixing to all the people and making up false statements. And I just fucking tell on myself over and over again because the truth is the truth. Isn't that what God's people are supposed to do? Tell the truth. So I have nothing really to hide and lie about. I didn't have to go get that property because that's not my property. That's trust property, in which case there's trustees listed. I'm just one of them. I might occupy multiple positions in that trust. Probably. There's also trustees. So why would I go down there and put myself? The person told me, she goes, you can't come get this stuff because we're going to arrest you. I said, thank you for telling me. I'll just have a trustee come get it. Okay, what's his name? Don. He's going to go get it, restore it back to the trust. It's going to be kept in storage. It's investment property, trust investment property. You know, so wrong. Oh, it's not going to be able to restore back. Oh, they're going to have to go to court for that. Oh, they can't actually go get. Oh, how are they going to? Just wrong. How many times could one person be wrong in one broadcast? I don't know, but we're going to see. You know, we're already up to like a dozen fucking places you're just completely wrong, made assumptions and presumptions because you don't know shit about even the law and government, and you're a government agent. You're an ex-retired government agent and know less about the law and government than I do. That should tell you something. Tell you something about this world.
So, yeah, people have asked why we focus so much on Paul and stuff. That's why. Chili's a pain in the ass. Chili, through stupidity, at some point is likely to get either himself or somebody else hurt. It would not surprise anyone who's been doing the research into Paul if there was a mass shooting event in his future.
No, carry out. This is not the New York record. This is Colorado. They just referenced the New York stuff.
Peter, I'm a pro-gun person in America, and I agree with your assessment that the legal system is fucked.
Yes, it is.
When it allows something like this.
I should have been put in prison forever for something I didn't do.
It's absolutely disgusting that something like this. It's
horrible.
Absolutely fine.
Scary. Dangerous. Threat.
Have you ever had interaction with that guy, Dan?
I do have requests.
No, they won't deal with me, bro. They're scared to death of me and the truth that I hold and live. They're scared to fucking death, as they ought to be. They're doing wrong, bro. They're doing wrong. They're doing evil. They know they're doing it. They're remixing narratives to try to get me harmed. They won't get in my face because they're deathly afraid of the truth that they've gone against. You know what their lot in life is. Just like he said, we don't make no money over here. We don't make no money. Yeah, if you're going to serve the devil, you got to really kick it up a notch. You got to go do something, put in some work. You ain't going to get to nothing with this shit. They want to project it onto me. Paul's not doing nothing over there. We know he's not, because we can't get to even $10 a day. Right, because you're a pathetic infidel slave who no one respects, not even your own audience. They come there just to fucking laugh and giggle with you and go back to their life. They don't like you. They don't respect you. They're not entertained by you. You're trash. You still don't understand we live in two completely different worlds. I mean, motherfuckers here might like have me penciled in for every month. Just on the, it's Paulie Day again on the calendar. Give something over, right? I might be at these motherfuckers' christening one day with their children because I'm an ordained minister. They may need my services that I will perform for free, as always. And they'll just contribute and donate because that's how people are. They're not scum like you, right? So, you know, wow, crazy world we live in where you could just do what's true and what's right, be yourself, be honest with yourself and others, and benefit from that. Not only not get detriments of losing your self-respect and self-worth, you get actual benefits. Wow. And we don't have to lie, cheat, steal, and kill and be bad faith, false claimers, and dishonorable. No, Junior, you don't. It's like you need a daddy again to teach you how to be a fucking man.
That have been sent out that I'm still waiting for additional information on before I release it.
We are working on getting the rest of the information, i.e. his record from New York and other places. However, it takes a while to get responses, especially because certain sites are really slow at responding, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to send you back a paper that says you're a bitch.
So I'm just trying to retrieve.
Thank you for your request to get Paulie Boy's records. You're a bitch.
Yourself a minute.
We can't give them to you.
Okay. So, how are you today, since we haven't had a chance to talk?
I would love to fucking see you face to
Dan,
face.
making you work too many hours?
How early I had to be at the VA this morning, and
A fucking insecure bitch,
got
man.
late enough I didn't get a chance to take a nap.
Hey, dumbass.
I get to do it all over again tomorrow.
That sounds like fun.
Blowjobs?
Oh, always fun.
Yeah. Great stuff. Riveting. Another place where I am the content.
I'm going to go ahead.
What? Sorry?
I'm going to go ahead and queue up the video.
I am the content, even where folks hate me.
I have to amend my statement just a bit. I am definitely pro-gun.
Echo, could
but
you
I'm very
put Paul
anti-idiots
Slade?
with guns.
Even his paperwork is more interesting and entertaining than all three of our personalities. We got nothing without it. Even my fucking paperwork with my essence on it and my name on it is more fucking interesting and entertaining and powerful than you slaves. Doesn't that tell you something right there?
Yeah.
They give responsible gun owners a bad name.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're back. Traveling yesterday and today. Got a little bit of Kingdom music. The Unslaved Kingdom has been restored.
Oh, we're going to play me now because I'm the fucking content.
Still 2 strikes on it, so I'm not going to be going over there at least till March 11th. Because they're not going to try to trick me out of position by letting me go back live and then banning the whole channel and taking everything out of there. So once I go back to 1 strike over there, I'll go back to using that one. But for now, we're going to be over here. So once again,
Daddy.
These 2 channels did very, very different content.
Oh, we're trying to get both channels taken down for being linked now. See, we're going to a different stage of indictment. I thought there was different content. Are you trying to get around policy? You shouldn't exist on YouTube.
One of the excuses he's been using is his pimp channel and his unslaved channel do very, very different content.
They do, you fucknut. Paul Unslaved is about legal and lawful and how fucking great I am. Proper instruction motivates people is about working with people to become as great as I am. You stupid motherfucker. How does that trigger you and your fucking ego? I love talking like that, knowing the creation knows my heart isn't like that, but I love talking like that with the energy behind it because I know it fucking pisses you off. So it does. They're 2 very different things. All right? One is a display of my greatness. Another one is a path to the greatness I display. Now what? And they're 2 different emails, dummy. And if you knew how this worked, they usually take down a second channel when it's attached to the same email. Right.
The same, and it's not just a way of getting around his ban.
Ban. I wasn't banned. It was walked back. Because I'm an expert.
We have no idea. Apparently, this is his
expert
kingdom
being honorable man
for his kingdom.
unlike some. Expert in communications, it would seem, unlike some who sit in silence, hemming and hawing.
All the slaves. I know I was in the car earlier saying the same kind of deal, but this just goes to show, Ian and all the rest of you slaves, you are incompetent. You can't manage your own affairs. You can't secure your Prites and property. Yes, Prites and property. We're going to talk today about Prites and property, folks.
I love Prites and property. It's one of my favorite subjects.
Okay,
you guys in Prites and property, huh?
You can't secure it. You can't secure your freedom of speech. I obviously can, because every time these.
Really? That's why you're so shitting yourself about your other channel having 2 strikes? Because you've secured your freedom of speech?
Well, it's still under attack. That's the thing. The rights and freedom and principles are still under attack by demons like you. So they're never constantly secured. It's a constant battle. And I've been doing great. Haven't been faltering once. Almost as if God's working with me. How could someone never falter, it would seem, unless something was working with them? No human being should have that much power. Becca, how could what he's doing is Kanye West? No one man should have all that power. Becca, Kanye West said that. What's a slave to a god? What's a god to a king, Becca?
Not so much.
Yeah, finding workarounds is not freedom of speech.
How does he keep walking back all the infringements on his rights? From the courts to YouTube, everywhere.
When was the last time the police towed your car and took your property because you didn't have it registered?
I'm going to go with never.
Go figure. Same here.
Kind of
never.
figures like you two may have secured your property.
Right.
And mine's
that no
even
one
legal to
takes
drive
your
now.
property away from you.
Come on, Becca. Say something.
But yeah, remember, we don't know what we're doing, and he secures
You don't
his
know what you're
property,
doing.
even though they frequently take his away from him.
Snafu Snaps is on his 6th channel. They still haven't been able to take down the first one. They've been hitting it. At one point, every few weeks, hitting it. Now they've stayed away from it.
Folks come up against me in one form or another, I always have a favorable outcome one way or the other. Even if I have to lose in the short term, I gain in the long run.
Hey, why is this slave still in my face? Aaron, get up here, bro. I don't fucking need your bitch ass here. What don't you get? Don't you get it? I don't need you here. Not you, Lig person. Aaron G, the demon. Stop coming here and telling me what you think and feel about me, narcissist scum. Go prey on the middle-aged women who got a little bit too much love for their own good, a little bit too much romantic compassion, right? They got a lot of romantic passion because they need Paulie Boy to mount them maybe once a week, balance that out. So they're sitting around at home, watching Price is Right, not rubbing their pussy often enough, and then they get taken in by your web of egoic creepiness. Okay? So crawl back to your fucking hole. Go prey on whoever's left on your list. You're not going to do it here with me. I know I'm your biggest test now in your ego. You can't stay away from here like all the demons can because they want to slay the dragon. Right? Stay away from me. I don't want you here. I don't need you here. I view you as a demonic predator, and I've seen the results of your ways with the middle-aged women and the confusion that you keep them in or help put them in. So stop coming here. You're not welcome here. Do you respect boundaries, narcissist scum? No, you don't, because they never do. So they keep coming to me, telling me I'm a narcissist. I keep saying, stay away, respect my boundaries. They don't. They want to tell me about God's law. What is it you don't get? Respect my wishes, respect my boundaries. If not, I respect you even less. It's kind of hard to respect you even less than I already do, but you're getting it done. Same thing I have to tell goofy bitches in my life sometimes from the past. Hey, we can talk from time to time and we can share love, but don't overstep your boundaries and try to play ego games because then I have to set more boundaries. Right? Respect my wishes and boundaries or you lose communication opportunities with me. You lose access to me. You lose access to a countenance and temperament that you might enjoy from me. I don't let you have that anymore. I just give you this. Honorable Circuit Judge Unslavvius, head administrator energy. Right? I don't want to be like that. I want to be very loving and caring and cupcaking, but you can't be with everybody. Not everything is for everybody all the time. They'll fucking misuse it and abuse it. It's a sad fact.
So that's why the new name is Teflon Daddy. Right? Nothing sticks. Nothing sticks for me. So far. I don't want to gloat and boast.
There you go. Get everyone riled up.
You just did.
Come teach me a lesson.
And sooner or later.
That's all it's about. Egoic bullshit. They're going to teach me a lesson. Shut me up for a while. I know.
Tribe. And Jeffrey. And who is this man? Hold on. Let me turn this music down a little bit.
Thank you.
Who is this man? DD214, another military slave. I hope you've had an awakening, sir. I hope to God you're not letting them use your mind and heart and body anymore. Tell me about you, sir. I want to hear about you. You haven't been up here yet, have you?
No, man. I just caught on your message. Normally, I just watch YouTube and watch cops violate people's rights because I've had my rights violated. So it kind of, and then it just opens the whole world up.
All right, Aaron, what do you think? I'm going to throw the link down again if there's an interstitial event.
What's
I guess
going on with that guy?
We're saying.
Have you heard from him?
He's been around here. Contributed to what some folks have called the best event, non-event yet to take place, upcoming in modern day history.
When's it coming?
Which, of course, as you know, and I have to thank Pedro. 1 second, sir, please. I'm segueing. You gave me an idea. You gave me a thought. Now I'm running with it. Pedro Castillo, my Latino angel, constantly contributing and supporting to me in this broadcast. Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be in service to you and those like you. Pepito, his extended family, everyone. All of the Latino people are angels. Okay, I learned this from Hillary when she was campaigning. You have to talk good about Latino people. There's a lot of them. Okay, and they're voting. So they're voting with their dollars. All right, so thank you, Pedro Castillo, and all your people. You are lovely, amazing, wonderful people. Amazing, wonderful, beautiful people. Angelic. Okay, that's why I say, let them all in. Let them all in. I'm sick and tired of these white slave scum anyway, turning their nose up at me. Right? 1 second, it's, oh, these are your people. The next minute, my people apparently are throwing me in jail constantly. So fuck them. There's no such thing as my people. There's my kind. And Pedro Castillo, he's my kind. That's the kind of guy I'd want to be around. Equitous. Right? Equitable. Magnanimous. Gregarious. Much like myself. So with that said, let them all the fuck in. I want more Latino people here who support and contribute to this broadcast, not you highfalutin, wannabe, high society, overly civilized, sophisticated white scum. Always in everyone's business, reporting everything. Latino people don't report anything, and that's why I love them. Mind their business. It's not up to code with OSHA over there. No sabe. That's what they'll tell you, right? Pedro and his no sabe, no hablo. Don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see that, right? We're not going to make a problem until there's a problem. These are very good people. Okay, this is Americana. Ironically, in order to make America great again, we're going to have to fill it with non-Americans. That's my new plan. Because these scum, they've been here. They're too comfortable, too fat and happy for too long, too weak. Lost all their rights, freedom, principles, and they have no hopes of getting them back, really. So we need a new crop here. Let's spin them in, spin them out. You know, like the jail dorm. You know, every so often the room spins. You got to get them in and get them out. New crop. All right. Well, we got 42 left. Let's go, folks. Let's go. You got to get these non-tickets off the shelf. Don't stop now. Talcott says he's still down for it. All right. We've been on contentious ground. I know why. That's why the tickets have come to a halt. The non-tickets, they've come to a halt. It's because folks are worried. Is Talcott going to show up? Is he going to pull a Chuck Berry like Westbury Music Festival? Show up drunk? 45 minutes late? Not even remember his own songs? Who knows? But that's the fun of this event. People, get a hold of yourselves. Sorry, Aaron. It was only a matter of time before I started grifting, non-grifting, and well, that time has come. They've said it for so long, I figured I might as well go ahead and do it. So please get your event tickets, non-event tickets to the best event, non-event ever, the Grift, non-Grift special Reefer Madness event with Talstock. I got about a week of this left in me. I don't even know if I got that. I'm starting to feel dirty, Aaron. Starting to feel a little bit dirty. Like maybe we've gone off course, right? Your thoughts?
Can you just call me Lig? Because there's like 15 Aarons now. Please?
No. Yeah, no, I don't
well,
really
you
want to
say Aaron, and it could be, and then every time you say Aaron, I perk up and I'm like, no, that's
no, it doesn't. You got to follow what's said before and after. If I say, Aaron, get the fuck up here, and you're already up here, it's not you, bro.
I know that.
Not the only Aaron.
If I say Lig, then I know it's me. There's like 15 Aarons.
Got it.
I'm asking.
There's other things that I might be willing to call you, but Lig just doesn't. It sounds
call me
awkward.
fag, whatever.
I don't like how.
I really don't care.
Yeah, could you not with the damn F word? Okay, we're under a microscope here. Feds are watching. LGBTQs watching. Small hats are watching. I got African Americans watching. Please.
Can I say I'm a fag? Can I say that? And then
no,
it's okay.
I don't know. Probably, but why even do that? What's the point? We know that already anyway.
Freedom of
There's no point in just telling us what we already know.
Well, it's the whole.
Please, sir, pipe down. You're getting a little too frisky already. Are you drinking? You've been drinking already today? All right. Let's get to the damn breaking slave news. Shit out of the way. All right. I'm mailing it in today. Tired of these fucking slaves in there. After seeing that, what I just saw here, fucking sick of everything. Don't be surprised if I just mail it in. Yeah, whatever. Breaking slave news. Cool. Try to kill me and put me in a box and silence me on YouTube. Take away my livelihood. I'm a person too, Aaron. I have feelings. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. All right, let's go. 7 days and 1,000 shootings in America. Yeah, you heard it right, people. Okay, this is what they're worried about. You got a lot of extremist terrorists running around here with trunk fulls of guns and reefer and all types of shit, body armor. Something's got to be done about them, not me, because they're citizen slaves and I'm not. There's a dual jurisdiction there. I'm one of the protected classes of beings. I'm not privileged. I don't enjoy any benefits and privileges in this corporate structure at this time. United States Corporation. Not at this time. So for folks who do, they got obligations. Please uphold them. Give up your rights and freedom immediately and your property.
Welcome to this special report from the 12 News I-Team. 7 days, 1,000 shootings in America. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kariba Divine. In a nation that averages more than 800 shootings every week, the 12 News I-Team focused on a single week, the first week of summer.
Sure Paul Slade is going to be on this list at
so
one point.
frequent in this country, it feels like each one is drowned out by the shooting that comes next. That's why the I-Team's Erica Stapleton chose to focus on a single week 1 year ago, drilling down on the shootings right here in Maricopa County. And a warning, this footage is important, but some of it might be tough to watch.
Squeezing a trigger.
We're not safe anymore.
Violence. Destroying lives.
He just shot in the door.
Over.
Phoenix police still searching for the shooters.
The shot and killed, found dead after a SWAT situation.
And over.
Neighbors who say they heard gunshots during a shooting at a house party.
A man was found dead outside a landfill. She had been shot by an intruder in her apartment.
Again.
A shooting.
The shooting.
A shooting.
Shootings.
6 people are dead.
One of the toughest things is to tell a 9-year-old that her dad is dead.
Gun violence ending lives.
One of the hardest things to tell a 9-year-old is that their dad is a slave. Aaron.
Forever changing others.
It has been very difficult trying to figure out.
Here's where we roll out the pictures of the children who may or may not be dead. Yeah, we knew that was coming. Remember the time they rolled out a whole website of pictures of kids who they said were dead and everyone was crying and whining over it and came to find out they were still alive? Yeah. You might want to think about that every time this happens. We don't know one way or the other. Some folks might say, I'm not saying that. That would be theorizing. Penal Power, he would say something like that, but not on this broadcast. Somewhere else, he'd probably say it on his horrible broadcast that no one watches. Here, we don't do that. Okay? So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying Sandy Hook was a hoax. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't say that. Other folks have said that.
Boston Marathon.
Yeah, I'm not saying the Boston Marathon's a hoax. Other folks have said that. I'm not saying the majority of these events are hoaxes. Other folks have said that. But yeah, we're going to roll out pictures of the children and we're going to cry about it. And we know where it goes. Pretty much got to give up your rights. It has to be done for the children, really.
All across Arizona.
Our caseload is very
You just imagine, like, this is the thing. This is why they say I'm the devil, and then they say I have a criminal mind. That's on record. They say technically I have a criminal mind. I just go, God gave me a criminal mind so that when I decided to do what's true and what's right, I could know what the scum were thinking and doing. And you can just imagine Shaitan in like a warehouse going, how are we going to get the guns and property and rights and freedom? Show pictures of children dying and crying. That's exactly what it would be, right? Go on, minions. Show the pictures to the bleeding heart slaves of the children dead and parents crying, and then give them the by the way. What's going to need to be done to stop it?
Your chance of being killed by a firearm in Arizona is 1 out of 81.
And the United States.
Kids shouldn't have to live with that risk or that threat.
A year ago in 2022, there were more
they
than
shouldn't. We're going to go down a list of things that shouldn't exist. Yeah, I got a long list for you.
From May 29th to June 4th, the first time that year, shootings surpassed more than 1,000. Those shootings confirmed in Maricopa County.
As opposed to using the word senseless, maybe we could replace that word with let's make sense of what's happening.
A snapshot of the state's struggle with gun violence.
Nothing gets solved.
A look back over the past year.
This world is hard.
Proves that trauma doesn't end after the shooting is over.
And it's broken and it's fallen.
In a way, it's just the beginning.
Yeah.
This is a marathon.
And in some cases, the end isn't even in sight.
That's where they do little mockery humiliation rituals on you too, where they cut out 2 words. It's like broken and fallen. Yeah, you're a bunch of broken souls being led by fallen angels. I could accept that.
See who did it. It's just who is that person.
We are joined now by investigative reporter Erica Stapleton, who spent months looking into all the cases that week in Maricopa County. And Erica,
months concocting a lie for you right now.
You know, guys, we noticed right away that 2 things stood out: that a majority of the cases were still unsolved, and that more than a third of those 12
Obviously, you didn't spend months picking out that outfit.
In all, we counted 12 shootings in Maricopa County, 10 people killed, 15 injured, or 25 total casualties in just 1 week. And 1 year later, 8 remained unsolved. For that 4 that were solved, 1 person was killed by police, 1 took their own life after a standoff with police, and the other 2 are homicides that resulted in arrest.
Right. Yeah, I'm done with you. So like 5 cases, thousands of shootings, went into 5 cases where like basically Snafu Snaps and his crew went over the edge. Who could have seen that coming? Scott Person, I heard you sort of tumble in.
Good morning. Good morning. Good
How are you, sir?
I just wanted to put in a word for not Aaron next to me here, but Aaron G down in chat. Everybody's good.
Okay, do it at your own risk, sir. You're starting off bad already. See, I fucking greeted you nicely. I said, "How are you, sir?"
I know.
I heard you stumble in. I wanted to love you, and you went right. No, I'm just saying. I'm giving you the proviso. You're going right away, starting off with taking up for a demon. Go ahead and do it at your own risk.
No, I just said I wanted to let you know I believe that everybody is good for something, even if only to serve as a bad example.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Fair enough.
My mistake. My mistake. I didn't need to bore everyone with the proviso if it wasn't applicable, so I jumped the gun there. Aaron is a perfect example of a horrible human being who you should not turn yourself into. I agree with that.
Not Aaron, by the way. Not.
I have a list of folks, actually, now that you mention it, if you'd like to go over the list. He's not the only one.
There's plenty, I'm sure.
You know what? Let's not even do that. Let's not even do that right now.
Up as much as we can.
Yeah, we don't have the time for that, actually.
True story.
So what else is on the agenda? Can you believe this flow state character creature, pathetic, is now doing broadcast to 78 people with my name and video on it?
But he's got a nice intro.
Great. This is the thing. The internet dweebs and nerds always have nothing better to do with their life than come up with intros, outros, logos. They spend their whole life with all this shit, right? Just like he went to get a microphone to do a broadcast to 78 people after the fact. 8 days ago, he put out a video using my name to generate interest, and he came up with 78 people. And I'm the asshole, right? When I constantly say you're a bunch of lose fucking failures going nowhere fast, and even got to put my name in a title to get 78 people to watch it after a week. Pretty fucking bad, huh? And then you wonder, why wouldn't you want to work with me? Even if it's fighting with me to generate interest. Like, if you just fought with me, right? Even if it was authentic and organic and you fought with me, right? And then picked ourselves up and walked away, I'd probably promote your goofy ass channel. I don't know why. Because every one of these channels I go to promote and actually help indirectly, I wind up going back and shitting on them because they disrespect themselves, me, the audience, and just the whole idea of broadcasting, really, as far as I could tell. Maybe that's my ego. Maybe this isn't even really broadcasting. That's kind of the bit non-bit. I'm actually not a broadcaster. I've undergone no formal training for broadcasting. But I actually care about myself and my reputation and integrity, and I care about this audience, and I care about what I put forth, at least, if nothing else, being entertaining. I don't even see these folks being entertaining. So then I become the complete asshole because I don't want to work with them. I don't want to support them. I don't even want to fight with them because it generates them energy and interest. I just want them to be accountable. Come up here and let's bring something to yourself and me and the people. Why don't you like me? What's your actual problem with me? What have I actually done? Did anything I say actually ring true to you? Could you become better for it? Is everything else your feelers? Right. Let's move forward. Why can't we get that done? As grown men, I wonder, oftentimes. I don't know. I guess he's maybe Flow State and the other ones, they're involved in an elaborate stratagem and long-term game that I'm not seeing. That's going to work out great for them and really fuck me up. I guess we'll see. Your thoughts, Scott, in general, the metaversal miscreants, current events, your own thoughts?
I don't know, man. Just a lot of interesting stuff going on. I think that I've watched too much to comment on it all. I mean, but interesting content been going on. I think that you were talking to your fellow. I caught a little bit of that the other day. I caught a rewind of it that heard something, and I encourage him to stay on. I encourage everybody to move forward, but move forward maybe in parallel paths that kind of cross over once in a while. As long as you guys can stay on that same trajectory going up, you know what I mean?
All right, I'm doing some searching right now because I want to see
Most of
this.
the guys I know is poor.
So I don't know why that's there. We got Flow State here. I got Flow State's video. I want to show you.
I caught a quick, it's like a 5-minute video of you doing a Zoom court audit, and the dialogue that you put forth was priceless. Good stuff.
That was where now? What was that?
Let me go into my history and see if I can find what it was. It was you doing an audit of some video. It was only a short little video. I'm not sure if it was yours or hold on a second. Into history.
Yeah, so Flow State, as I said, rather recently relaunching his career broadcasting.
Reaction video on suffering succotash audits. Paul Enslave breaks down court case.
Oh, and that you're saying that was good? I don't even remember that.
Good content, yeah, definitely. I don't know if they clipped you and put it there or what. I couldn't tell you that.
Right. So, yeah, I'm just going over Flow State's horrible channel here. He sits on panels like Jeff. He's a Jeffrey character, right? Sits on panels, just dying for an opportunity to possibly say something funny and clever, clip it out and put a 40-second video up of him acting like he's doing something on a panel. So it's just nothingness. It's like, hey, come look at me and see what I'm doing. What are you doing? On a panel for an hour, 2 hours, for 40 seconds of non-tent with you saying something you think is clever? I mean, you know, and then they say, like, I'm poor and broke, I'm doing nothing, why am I on here? And it's like, well, this is why you would think that, because this is where you're at. They go, he has no content other than talking about us. Not exactly. But let's look at it, Scott. 6 days ago, 82 views. The magical orange name of fallen slave. This is
Just because
like
somebody say that there's something
really great stuff.
does not mean that it's a reflection of the teachings. Doesn't mean
Right,
they
but
follow.
this-
It
but
doesn't
this
even
is-
mean they've read the word. It doesn't mean that they
I love when they do the orange name. I still don't quite know how they do that. I think it's the @ but I love when they do the orange name and then you just see my name come up big on the screen. Then they have, so you're noticing like the music in the background, and this is indicative, obviously, of the fact that I'm an idiot. Like, I'm really low intelligence because I'm not an internet dweeb who knows how everything on the streets of YouTube works. I wasn't aware that I was the only one who could see the orange name. I thought it was everyone else. But Flow State, whose whole life has been on YouTube, like so many others, he knows everything about it. And I'm a dummy because I didn't know that. I have to read it. And you know how these slaves are. Once they like see it, it's like in them. And they already know me on there because I've been on there and I made quite an impression in the past.
You're the only one that can see it, Paul.
They can't see the orange?
No, when someone highlights your name, it comes up in orange for you only, so that you don't miss it in the chat. So,
oh man,
we should take that term back to dirty Missouri blue collar workers that have spoiled its meaning.
He's got like
Absolutely.
intros,
Ball again today,
graphics.
Because now every time I use the term flow state, I think of this cretin. I want to vomit.
That's true. It is true. So, I mean, yeah, it's like, again, another guy who says, I have no content, but his only non-tent on his channel is pretty much me, you know, or panels where he's with me or talking about me.
He seems to be somewhat intelligent, just not real well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. He's, you know, again, I mean, this is where I get, you know, pegged as arrogant because it just is what it is, right? Like, I'm on record, what they call superior intelligence. The same people call me crazy and mentally ill and all the rest of it. So that's what they say. I don't perceive Flow State as scoring high intellect, superior intelligence, right? He's average, above average, slightly above average at best. And that's not an egoic statement. It just is what it is. I'm not necessarily proud of that, really. It almost causes a reality where a lot of times you feel alone because you're surrounded by people who think they're really intelligent, think other people are really intelligent, and within 20 minutes of discussion, you realize they're trapped, really. And so, you know, in a way, I'm the other side of that. And an intelligent man who's proud of his intelligence is like a condemned man who's proud of his large jail cell. The more you see, I guess, the more you know, the more that there might be a burden or weight on you at times that you have to transmute or transform. So, like they say, ignorance is bliss. I mean, you could argue ignorance is blistering, catches up with you, but the very low intelligence folks seem to be in bliss all their life, going to the sporting events, scarfing down hot dogs, fucking some goofy bitch, going to the fucking tree and light it up in Rockefeller Center, and they're just fucking overjoyed about it, right? I've never had that experience. From day one, my father told me there's something really wrong with you. You just don't care. Like, none of this shit impresses you. None of this shit is exciting. You know, he brings me to the tree and I go, that's it? He goes, well, I didn't expect that. There's something wrong with you. Well, this is not, just nothing there for me. You know, and I don't know if you call that like dysfunction or high intelligence. Maybe a little bit of both. But, you know, the more like conscious of where you become, the more that you see from a different perspective that they call higher intelligence, the less the world has to offer you, it would seem. And there's been many great writers who say that higher intelligence people tend to not find as much quote unquote happiness here in this realm because they're almost too conscious and aware of too many things. Almost need like a mechanism. That's why I think a lot of highly intelligent people go on drugs that kind of take you away from reality.
That's always been my problem. The dogs need to be fed. I got to make some dinner here. I'm going to turn you on a tablet out there, but it's going to make noise, so I'm probably not going to chime in. But if you conjure me up, I'll be around. Maybe come back on later if you're here for a while.
Right. All right.
But good stuff. I like you going across the pond showing that BS and the fucking hanging baby. I mean, that's pretty sick stuff they got going on over there.
No, it's just normal symbolism. It's what you like. Hey, we're going to start a broadcast. Let's pick a symbol. How about a demon killing a baby with a halo on its head? Seems
obviously
seems normal.
Jeez. I'll see you guys in a bit, possibly.
All right.
Take care.
I'll see you later. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing about intelligence too is there's cleverness, like worldly intelligence, and there's true intelligence. So it's not even about IQ. It's about the way you think and the way you perceive. Somebody could probably have 100 IQ and be called average intelligence on paper, but if they adopt a different way of thinking, which leads to different perspectives, they're going to seem like somebody who has answers for problems that may not be perceived, if that makes sense. So that's where I think the true intelligence comes in, is perceiving the actual cause and effect problem and then applying some kind of solution. Because, true intelligence is just connectivity. Being able to connect the dots, communicate it, and solve a problem, I would think. And, the other side of that, I guess, is a spiritual intelligence where the transmission is kind of aligned. Penile power, what do you got, man? You still grifting over there off my audience?
Working, so the risk is it might be all right now, but it starts doing this vacuuming thing. You know the deal.
Yep. That's why I told you. You need a DoorDash. You need to get yourself new equipment. Tell you over and over again. Why won't you follow Daddy's footsteps? Daddy wasn't sitting at home at Mama's house. I didn't have a mama. Daddy was out DoorDashing, splitting the profits, trapping and stacking.
When did you split from your pops? Like living, because you were living with him in New York, weren't you?
It was late in the game, bro. Way too late in the game. 20s, mid-20s. But I was completely fucked up. You're like doing great compared to where I was at. You're like fucking starting a parade. You're conquering the world.
5 years ago is a different story, or more like 10 years ago. 10 years ago is a different story, but
you just need to go. You need to go get with your boyfriend, Christos. You guys come in with like matching names now and symbols. It's cute. Pineal Christos, Pineal Sean. You guys are both dressed up like a pack of Skittles. Man, I'm sure there's nothing more to that story, right? Like, dude, when are you just gonna come out as gay? Like, it's fine. It'll be okay. It's 2023. Clearly, a fucking vacuum. You hear it? Clearly, you're in a fucking partnership with Christos. So, plot twist for all the women in chat who find pineal power and Christos to be attractive. I could have told you from the beginning they were both gay for each other. It was obvious. I like to let people learn on their own time.
no comment, man. I mean, what do I say?
That's a yes. No comment is not a no, which is equivalent to a yes. The presumption is rebutted or it stands true. Hold on, someone's contributing. As they should. The Kingdom of Enslavia needs rations. Thank you, Mimi. Mimi's an amazing person. Canadian person, but still an amazing person. Is that going toward Tal stock, or is that just general contributions, Mimi person? You people are disgusting. You people have to let me know how to administrate, and they'll say that I'm misappropriating the treasury for Enslavia. Right? The people will bring me forth in one of those devices with my hands in the wooden block, right? And they'll be ready to cut my head off. I don't want to mismanage the Enslavia Kingdom treasury. So please make the distinction for Tal stock or not.
The white gorilla wears no clothes.
All right. Well, she's not specifying on there, so I'm going to go ahead and put it toward Tal stock because I want to get rid of these fucking non-tickets. I need this event to happen quickly. These fucking broke, poor ass slaves are fucking slacking out here, right? They could fucking work a couple extra hours, Wizard. Make this fucking Tal stock event happen. I mean, come on. Fuck, do I have to do everything on my... Do I have to buy out the rest of the non-tickets myself? Make this fucking happen?
It's been known to happen.
This is why I need Andy Taint here to adequately insult the slaves and motivate them to give more. Seems to work. The more you insult slaves, the more they give more. Some kind of psychological paradox. I don't even know how it works. I'm still studying it. I've been implementing it. Like I'll be honest. I don't really view everyone like, well, I was going to say anyone, but some people I do. Complete slave. I don't really view everyone as total slave, you know, but sometimes I'll say, oh, you fucking slaves out there. And then it kind of seems like I'm talking to everybody you don't really know. Like, no, there's got to be some damn good people out there, good men and women who care about rights and freedoms and principles. Everyone else is an infidel slave. That's part of my marketing, non-marketing, abusing the audience. Seems to work, so I just go with it. But yeah, I need Andy Taint here with a Bugatti to really get these fucking non-tickets gone. Calling everybody brokies. Pineal, you brokey. Comment P. What a fucking... Why? Where do you even get that from? And why do you have to stand? You have to stand up to change your background. He's got like a green screen set up somehow. Every time he changes the screen, he comes in from the side like he had to stand up to do it. He's got multiple green screens that aren't green. They just have pictures on them. He has to roll it in. It's like old time stage shows. He comes in from the corner with a picture. Pineal, you brokey. Come on, you brokey.
Pineal tape. How about pineal paint?
I'm trying to have this Tal stock event, you brokey. What do you want to do with this, Pina? You know what? You can't even. He's crying. Sean is crying.
No, I'm just kind of zooted. I found a nug that was laying around from like, I don't even know when. But yeah, I haven't been smoking, so I got pretty zooted off.
There, Pineal Power. It's going to be okay. Don't cry. Put your head on my shoulder. Go get your sister. I'll console you. I'll console you and her. All right, where are we at here? Multiple fatalities, dozens injured in another fucking Baltimore mass shooting. Damn it. Sick of it. Every time I turn around, there's another damn mass shooting.
News overnight, a mass shooting in Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, yet another shooting. Multiple deaths reported with dozens of people injured. A large police and emergency medical response at the scene. As
These
you can
slaves
imagine.
are disgusting.
ABC's Ike Ajachi is in Baltimore right now. Ike, good morning.
Good morning. It's a tragic start to the 4th of July weekend here in Baltimore. 2 people dead and 28 others injured from this shooting. All this as law enforcement officials were already on high alert for that typical surge of violence that we see on holiday weekends.
Mhm.
got one chest wound, in and out both sides. Need a medic.
Overnight,
It's
chaos
Wizard.
in Baltimore after a mass shooting that left
These
2
people are
dead and
disgusting.
28 injured.
For the record, we don't have control of the scene. We don't have control of the scene.
Gunfire erupting as hundreds gathered for an event in the neighborhood of Brooklyn Homes. Witnesses saying they heard as many as 30 shots, according to local affiliates. Police say an 18-year-old woman was pronounced dead at the scene.
I need somebody down here, okay?
9 people transported to the hospital, 20 more went to the hospital on their own. 1 man was later pronounced dead, and 3 victims are still in critical condition.
This is an extensive crime scene. Our detectives are going to be here quite a while.
Authorities have not released information about a suspect or a possible motive.
And we're going to be here until we find them, until we hold them accountable, until they are held accountable for the actions that they took, because we cannot rest until they do so.
Now, law enforcement officials say they'll be on scene here for a while investigating this massive crime scene. And as of now, no word on any suspect or a possible motive. Back to you guys.
All right, Ike Ajachi at the scene of yet another mass shooting. Ike, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Not good news, people. In other news, apparently, I just noticed something. Is this a new thing? Are black folks allowed to be police now? I wouldn't know is allowed. Is that new? Penile power? Aaron? Anyone? We have official confirmation of that?
What feature are you talking
Black
about?
people are allowed to be police? Is this going on everywhere now? Or what?
I
The new
think so,
program
yeah,
or-
lately, since like 2021.
Right. Okay. Well, that's interesting. We're making advancements here, I guess. Progressing. Moving forward. Good to see that. Where's Illuma Tommy when you need him for commentary on a subject like that? All right, folks, I'm going to throw the link. Come on up if you got something you want to discuss, but I think I'm going to check out of here early. If not, I got a few more in me. Well, I mean, I could go forever, let's be honest, but after yesterday's insane asylum, I think I'm going to keep it rather brief in comparison. So I'm going to go over to Watson and get some Watson in. This one's called Snitches. So we're going to hear that. Yeah, like I said, if folks want to come up, there's something they want to address, metaversally or otherwise, their own issues. Maybe use this place as a safe space and a source for healing. We do that here. Don't kid yourself. We do it all here. So use me in this panel for what you need, not what you want. You infidel egoic slaves. Do what needs to be done. I'm open for that. Tedic Warrior commentary. I'm sure he was up to something this morning, embarrassing himself again. I didn't check, but I wouldn't doubt it by any means. All right, let me go to Watson. GP Penitentiary Live. Snitches for all the slaves who might get themselves in prison, fucking around and fucking off, and then start whining and crying like snafu snaps when they run their fucking mouth and make false claims. And have to go to tell-in to get consequences, right?
The fact is, when they start handing out a gang of motherfucking time, your partners are gonna fucking roll on you, just like mine did for me. Once they started talking numbers, like 25 plus, these motherfuckers just started pointing fingers so goddamn quick. Check it out, it's public record, my trial. I didn't say shit. I still didn't told them I ain't fucking there. I don't know what you're talking about. But this is how quick they convict a motherfucker in the system. Everyone was telling me, hey, San Diego County has a 98% conviction rate at trial. I said, good, I'm the fucking 2%. Let's fucking kick this shit off. Yeah, it was a big mistake in the end because I ended up with a shitload of time. But the fucking point is that I went in the fucking room. I went in the courtroom. My lawyer already had a bomb-ass case. His case was that The victim had already told 14 different versions of this same story to police. So how could this new version
Sounds like Welsh News with me.
beyond a
14
reasonable
different
doubt?
versions. Sounds familiar.
So my lawyer made him run through all 14 versions. And after each version of this motherfucking story that they're about to convict me on, he had him turn to the fucking jury.
No, judge person. Me and this judge lady, I want to get along with you, but you're always saying goofy shit. Like every time you go to Talcott's area, you wind up showing your goofiness. As if you don't see what I'm dealing with and what I'm talking about, and then you get caught up. What makes you think that I'm getting paid to play anything here? What makes you think that I'm getting paid by anyone here? Honestly, right? There's donations and contributions and free gifts, but I don't take endorsements and development deals. I told you that. They email me, I don't take them. I don't take anything from Watson to play his shit, right? I see something in him, right? I respect him for certain things on some levels. Maybe I'd like to have a conversation with him at some point. So, I'll play his shit. I see benefits for me because if nothing else, I get 3% more audience every month from people searching Wes Watson. So whoever I put in the headline is going to add a few percentage on every month. If I'm, seeing something in them or their process and how it relates to mine, and I can respect that and move with that, then it's a win-win, right? He gets essentially promotion to my limited audience, according to him, because he's going to have a huge audience. I get to enjoy the benefits of using him as a search term, you could say. And because I respect him and I would want to think he would respect me for certain things, may generate a conversation in the future between us. That's how it happens, right? If you're out there and you're talking about someone or you're showing their material, it's only a matter of time before someone brings it to you and they watch it, keep watching it, and then they show up. We've done it with other people here before. In certain ways. This is the different kind of situation, right? Like, I actually like Wes Watson. I respect him and his journey. I know that he studied a lot of the same stuff that I studied. I know that he's put it into play in his life and he's gotten results. And I think, in my egoic arrogance, that he has something else that he needs to understand and employ. And I might be a gateway to that. And vice versa is probably true. He probably has something he could bring to my life if I was willing to take it, like a workout plan, which I may not be willing to do. That's okay, because this is about rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith, not being ripped and rich.
And say, what's up with this version of the story? And the victim had to say, well, that was a lie. So after 14 versions of the story, they came to the 15th version. And he turns to the jury. He says, how can we believe this man and convict this man, Mr. Watson, on this case if he's admitted to telling you 14 different versions? How can we believe this version? They still fucking believe that shit. They went to P.F. Chang's. They got some orange chicken. They came back and said, fuck Wes Watson. But it's all good. A lot of people said fuck Wes Watson in my life, and I never took it personal. I just worked harder, and that's what I suggest you should do. But the point is that you can't win. You can't win going to trial. People beat murder trials. That's about it. I remember when the judge turns to the victim and he goes, is the man who who did this to you in the courtroom? And he looks over, looks like a 13-year-old trying to barely look up from the ground and just plays it up. He goes, yeah, he's over there. And during this whole time, my chick was pregnant, sitting in the courtroom. And they kicked her out because I looked back at her with tears because I knew it was over. I knew I was getting fucking hung like a motherfucker. I knew it was done. I looked back at her with tears in my eyes, and they kick her out the fucking courtroom. This is how grimy this system is. So just fuck.
Okay, so Kevin is like, coming in. I kick him out because he's up to nonsense, and he comes back. Okay, Kevin, let's give you some attention, buddy. What do you got? You got a book you're showing us? Yeah. Most dangerous superstition. Is there pictures in there? Huh? You want to go for ice cream later? If you're good? If You're good. We'll go for ice cream later. Come
Say
on,
yes,
talk to
dude.
daddy. Talk
And
to
cheese. Say amen,
daddy.
cheese.
Every time he comes up, he doesn't say nothing, but he's got some game to play. Come on, Kevy Wevy, say something. Kevy need his baba? Does Kevy need his baba? I think Kevy's been on his baba this morning. Usually when he's on his baba, that's when he comes up and says nothing and shows things. It's like show and tell. Kevy likes show and no tell. Really. It's like a new game. Yeah, he's got his baba this morning already. 3:20 in the afternoon. Yeah. And we're going to come up and not say anything and show picture books. Fun. Fun, huh? Yeah. Oh, he's got a crush on his daddy. That's kind of weird. A good thing I'm a stepdaddy. It's not incestuous. So you can fuck daddy and call him daddy as long as he's not your real daddy. That's a crime, I think. He's got a crush on his stepdaddy because he didn't have a real daddy around the house, but he sees a real man who's not his biological daddy. Oh boy, gets hot and bothered. Might try to accidentally come out the shower with the towel a little bit low. I don't know, what is that, the Voynich manuscript? What are you showing me? You gonna do a cage routine? You guys know about the Voynich manuscript? You guys know about that? Yeah, we know about the Voynich manuscript about as much as you know because it's indecipherable, kind of like your life plan. Can't figure it out where it's going. So it's like, but we're going to come in and drop that because he saw that on YouTube this week and thinks no one else knows about it. The Voynich manuscript. It's like it's the scrawlings of what can only be described as possibly an insane person. Right? It's like I could imagine there's a lot of panel members who have a Voynich manuscript in their room. There's a bunch of fucking bizarre pictures, plants, spirits going into vaginas. I don't know. What am I doing here? It's really the question. This is what these moments kind of make me pause and reflect. Like, what am I doing here? Exactly. Everything else aside, like benefits, privileges, livelihood, this can't be natural. This can't be normal. This can't be healthy for me. I wonder, like, am I putting my whole future at risk? My consciousness and awareness, dealing with the likes of Kevin and other panel members? Like, could this cause me to possibly snap? Have irreparable damage? It would seem so. All right, well, I'm going to get back to Wes Watson, I think.
Can I
Another
interject?
good. Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just
Yeah.
for Yeti.
Right.
This is the second time I've
Go
done
ahead.
this. Life is good. I feel good.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it today.
Fucking be a good person. If a man is right, his world will be motherfucking right. And don't be a snitch ass motherfucker like these fools. If you're gonna go do the crime, make sure you're ready to fucking do that shit like a man, because integrity is how you fucking treat people behind their back. You don't tell people you have integrity. When the shit hits a fan, you keep that shit 100 like I did, and you go do your motherfucking time. But I'd rather you change your life so you don't have to go do 10. You go do 10, you're gonna fucking end up everyone's gonna come tell you that you're too intense after you come out from living in that shithole for 10 fucking years. But really, you're just being yourself, trying to be a better man. And it's hard for them to look past it, but fuck those motherfuckers anyways. So long story short, my chick was pregnant. She was on heroin. She had a miscarriage at the time. And it broke my fucking heart. I don't use any of those drugs. She fucking fell into that shit when we were going through some hard times. And, it broke my fucking heart. And she told me she had that miscarriage 4 days after I was sentenced to 10 years. One of the craziest things was the district attorney in my case, rest in peace. I wish no drama on nobody. I don't wish pain on anybody in their lives. I'm past all that. I've grown past all that. I think resentment is truly like drinking poison and wishing for the other person to fucking die. It's the most foolish thing alive. It only fucking harms us in the end. But this is what's crazy is the fucking DA in my case killed herself on 11/11/11, which was my chick's birthday that she kicked out of the courtroom. I don't fucking know, man. I wish that would have never happened to anybody. And even the victim, one of the co-defendants in my case who snitched on me tough, wanted me to get fucking all day. Like these fools were hoping that they gave me all day saying, don't let him out. If you let him out, he's gonna kill us. So they were trying to get me fully washed. Now this motherfucker got shot on my birthday. If the universe ain't a motherfucker, right? Karmic debt is real. Keep that shit 100, I'm telling you. So during this whole fucking shit, I'm just missing my girl. I'm barely talking to her. I could tell there's a disconnect. I mean, I'm going to be gone for a fucking decade. And I'm just continually asking myself the question. I'm asking myself why. I'm feeling bad for myself. I'm in a cell for months, years fucking. I'm doing fucking long ass lockdowns. I'm in this cell for months on end, not talking to no one, not getting no mail, just waiting, just having these horrific long weekends. And then when Monday came, one time I went on this lockdown for a fucking year. And every fucking time the weekend came, I'm like, damn, I don't have a chance for mail to hear from my princess. Then Monday would come and I'd be happy because there was 5 more chances that I would hear from her and it would have made my life. I didn't hear from her for the whole motherfucking lockdown. And every fucking day it hurt. Every fucking day I asked that question, why? Why don't they write me? Why don't they love me? And what it did was it taught me unconditional love. It taught me just to go past all that shit and say, you know what? I just love you anyways. And that's the only way I could get through my day. So that's why I always pass that on to people who are going through relationship troubles or going through life troubles or family fucking quarrels, to just love them unconditionally and get past that shit. That shit is just eating you up inside. There's no way to live. The second you let go of it, the second you send love to the situation, it just disappears. It was one of the best lessons I ever learned. And I use it till this day in every fucking situation that I have some sort of argument or some negative energy in. I just give straight love to it. I understand. I know I've done it before in some form or fashion. So it just releases all the pain. But the court system, do not be fucking fooled. Just take the fucking plea. If they give you a plea, take that motherfucker. Try to barter them down. If they're saying 5 at 85, shoot them fucking say, hey, give me halftime with 3 years and take that shit because you ain't going to win. I always thought I was different. I'm glad I do think I'm different. But in this case, it ended up, in the long run, it ended up being a massive asset in my life because going through those trials, going through those tribulations and coming out on top turned me into the person I am today, which I wouldn't trade for nothing. But I'm still always going to say you don't have to go to prison to learn this type of shit. You should never seek going to prison to look a certain way, to have the tattoos, to look cool or something. You don't feel no different after you get some tattoos. You don't feel no different after you grow some muscles. You don't feel no different when you get a new car. You're still you. None of that shit changes you. Don't ever be fooled by that. The only thing that's ever going to change you is your solid character, your solid principles, and your fucking work ethic. All that other shit is fake, it's fraudulent, and it's all about appearances. People are trying to appear like they're something they're not instead of truly becoming it. So I always talk about that with my training when someone they want quick results, and I say, well, you're just trying to appear stronger instead of truly become it. If you're trying to become stronger, you talk about long view, you talk about consistency, you talk about going through it, you talk about the suffering, you talk about enjoying and learning to embrace this. This is what I'm all about, and this is how a true leader should always be. He should always be selfless. He should always say, I want you guys to work out 6 days, but I'm going to work out 7. I'm going to do more. I'm going to be there with you. I'm not just telling you to go. I'm going with you. I'm going in front. The penitentiary is no fucking different. The streets are no different. It's character, conduct, and principles overall.
Aaron, all right, Aaron, we got an emergency adjustment. Talcott apparently has gone live spontaneously. I suspect because he needs us. He needs an interaction with us. See where that goes, and then I think I'm out of here.
Areas of darkness. The areas of darkness may be the areas we've been.
Hey, Aaron. To give you perspective.
It's not normal and it's not healthy. Hey, I gotta guess, but you know, Sophia, please don't feel sad. My day will come. I would love to have a lunch, and I know there's many who would. I know there are. I saw on Facebook today. Here, I won't be disrespectful. How you doing today, Paul?
Greetings, Mr. Talcott.
Blessings to you. How you feeling?
I just want to get on with this damn event, but these fucking poor brokies out there won't put up or shut up. And they're always, Jack gonna come through, is he not? I said, I think this time Jack's gonna come through. He gave his word. He's doubled and tripled down on it, regardless of even our disagreements. He's excited for the event, just like I am.
I am.
But yeah, we gotta wait for the first or third of the month, because a lot of these people get those those WIC cards, you know, those EBT WIC packages.
Hey, you know, I actually had tomorrow in mind. The full moon. Tomorrow's supposed to be a full moon.
Yeah, but I got 42 left of ticket non-tickets. I just can't, you know, what am I doing here? We got to make these people wait. You know, we really got to like chase the bag, you know, Antoine style, promoting, building it up, generating interest.
There's value in delayed gratification.
Right.
There's also value in moving forward with perfection.
All right. Well, then I guess what you're saying is you're going to like buy out the rest of those ticket non-tickets yourself, and we're going to move forward. So I'll be expecting that to come through.
Well, the thought entered my mind.
No, you can't do that, Talcott.
Hey, I don't know what this means. Numbers dropping. I don't know if you're a good or a bad sign to see in my chat, but
yeah, he's a piece of shit. This is what I mean. He says he's not breaking bad on me. Now he's coming over here and contributing to you. These people don't even contribute to me, a lot of them, I suspect. And then they only come over here to contribute to hate on me. He's the last 20 donations you've gotten are people who don't like me and see that you don't like me sometimes. So they support that. You're getting hate support. There's no support over here out of love. It's all out of hate.
Hey, you know what? I think it's worked both ways, to be honest. And I don't know.
I didn't break bad on him. I might have made a mistake, but I'm pretty sure he's been talking shit around town. And I'm pretty sure him and the Tao are, if not the same person, they're related.
You know what? I'm a fan of the Dow too. And you know, this might be the distinction there, Paul.
So you're such a fascist. He's such a fascist swine that he only contributes and supports when YouTube's going to get 33% of it, right? Got it. We all know what you are now.
Hey, it's convenience.
Oh, yeah. As if that hasn't been the bane of human existence. Convenience and safety. Convenience and safety. The two things that destroyed masculinity.
Here, this is a question. I want no responsibility. So please, all proceeds get accounted through Paul.
Yeah, you're not paying for anything. You're giving a donation, contribution, free gift, upon which you'll be entered to possibly get back 10x your free gift. And then we will move forward with an event, non-event that we're going to do anyway. So just to be clear, it's friends and family option. There's no payment, no services.
Well, yeah. I don't know. So beyond that, how you feeling today? How's it been going?
I feel every day, Talcott. I'm alive. fucking powerful. I'm inspired. I'm inspiring. Blessed, thankful, and grateful. I extend mercy to my enemies who are not my enemies, but wish to make an enemy out of the truth. You know, I can't complain.
Hey, Michael.
Is that Moose Creature?
No, it's welcome, brother. It's a face I haven't seen before.
Hey, gentlemen.
How are you?
How are you?
You come from? We haven't seen you before. You're one of them Jesse Howe creatures, aren't you? You came over from Jesse Howe's.
Oh, holy cows. I
It is,
just saw.
isn't it?
No, I just connected the name. Holy cows. It's a pleasure and an honor to meet you, my friend. We just connected through
Triple
Messenger.
dittos.
Hey, God bless. I don't know much about
Correct.
Michael. The hope is we're going to get to know each other. This is one of my inspirations, Paul Unslaved. And I'm not sure if have you come across Paul yet? He's an interesting character.
Tiny bit.
He must have seen the OnlyFans. I saw by his hand.
We need more of those.
OnlyFans? I agree. I support that.
Nope.
Anyway, hey, my purpose today was just to share, honestly, some fellowship and faith. That was my inspiration for today. And I did want to bring up and try and help offer some tips on stress, how to put down that burden, knowing which parts to pick back up. And I don't know, just go from there. Thoughts?
You want me to do this segment as Paul Enslaved or as Slav Guru?
However you're comfortable. Whatever. These are things that, well, I don't know. Actually, Paul, there's a unique situation here, and I don't mean to put. There's always a unique situation here, Paul. What do we do? Where my mind is going is, how do we get along better, communicate with each other better, and build this community? Build the community that will be the movement, right? That transforms the world. That's the goal.
Mr. Cut, you are saying we are working with stress. You all know what I am saying about this. There is no such thing as stress. Only human beings choosing stressful thoughts.
I love that. When I put down stress, I recognized comes from our ignorance, our lack of clarity in resolve. Because the ego part of us, the primitive part of us, it always wants completion. It wants the answers and conclusions, results. Because it's always seeking. There's there's an inner drive within us to grow. But when we find these walls, the limits to our knowledge, where beyond that we're ignorant, and then we start feeling, well, the patterns in society is people place themselves in denial and they imagine answers, don't seek further. You got something, Michael?
I'd like my camera to have manual exposure, but I'm a geek with photography and filmmaking, and I'm stuck with mediocre equipment for the time being. But a thought that came to me from an associate feels relevant at the moment, which is that so many of the problematic circumstances we're seeing are trauma. They're folks that have received some sort of trauma, and then kind of like a fraternity, they pass it on to the next generation. You know, they spanked us, so we're going to spank you. And so it just keeps going from one generation to the next. So as with some conflicts you and I have seen recently, it occurs to me that we need actual professional, and there's a problem with the certification levels, but professional counselors, professional therapists, just people that have skills or experience with it, because I'm an amateur at this kind of stuff.
Mr. Talcott.
Yes.
Isn't it so? One of our problems with modern day society is that we are constantly looking to professionals, as you say, for our remedy, rather than looking to the provisional, Mr. Talcott.
Slav Guru, we are on agreement in that. And Michael, I was wondering, I know nothing, but would you care or be willing to explain the Mankinder founder? What is that?
So Mankinder, the Mankinder concept emerged from my research in the COVID chaos and everything else, but it really started for me with the California fires. I was in the Los Angeles area. Now I'm in the San Diego area. So I left Chicago. All right, it's getting a little bit tangenty. At any rate, the presence of Agenda 21, not just it's coming, but it's here, it became evident to me in the fall of 2017 with the California fires, which hit NorCal in October and SoCal in December. So it was kind of obvious that things are not as they were presented in the commercial media. So I started researching and figuring out what was coming and what we needed to do to get around it. And so January of 2019, I really started putting the team together. We knew that what was coming was mandatory vaccination and excessive electromagnetic frequency, aka 5G, right? So that particular combo package was the thing you couldn't talk about for a long time on the social medias as the COVID chaos got rolled out. So in terms of what we need to transcend these attacks, and I would suggest that what's under attack is not just humanity, which is a problematic word etymologically, or mankind, but actually all carbon-based life in this realm. What struck me that we need to do is figure out what we're for. So you can say you're, well, I'm a libertarian, or I'm a voluntarist, or I'm a Republican, and these demon rats are destroying the world, and all these things have little pieces, parts of truth, but without unity, I feel we are far more endangered than we would be if we were to pull together. So I felt we needed a unifying brand. What would that be? And I chose not to use the word human or humanity. Black's Law Dictionary provides a clue as to why, but to focus on mankind. And as I thought about it, it was interesting that the word kind is in there, and kindness is important, and that perhaps we could be kinder. So to build a kinder world for mankind, we would need strategies to strengthen mankind. So strategies to strengthen mankind is the slogan for Mankinder. So I'm a Mankinder as a person who likes farms and farming, is a farmer. I'm a Mankinder, and maybe you are too.
I friggin' love it.
It's a little rambling, but I can improve.
Hey, and I apologize.
Mr. Talcott,
Yes, brother.
you know I am oftentimes speaking that kindness, while it may be applicable and important, more it is important what kind of person you are as far as principles and character.
True, those two go together. They can and should go together in my views and my perspective, because
Absolutely.
if we only look out for,
I remember.
go ahead.
Or I remember Tom Selleck, the celebrated actor of Magnum PI, had an organization called Character Counts, and I got a kick out of that. For me, the Mankinder concept is just an empty box of various associations, like maybe Tom Selleck's Character Counts, like maybe Slav Guru's association, and Live Without Fear, and it's just an empty box that requires that we choose the contents carefully and then collaborate and co-brand and give our teammates more praise and more assistance and perhaps sometimes constructive critique when necessary, than just character assassination, which we see far too much of amidst people that are supposedly on our side. But I swear I've been more targeted and sabotaged by people on our side than I have been affected by Fauci or Gates or any of the other demons.
I believe that. Paul, you probably, well, Slav Guru, you've experienced that yourself. We certainly get challenged, and brother, I agree completely. My purpose is live without fear. It is the idea that we can love living, even though it's scary, even though it's stressful, even though there's lots of reasons to be afraid and angry. We can still find reasons to love it. And when we love it, and that's the reason for living, is love.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like your vibe and your ability to maintain an even keel through conflict and keep laughing. I lucked out. I cannot take any credit for any good stuff I've had or done. It's all credit to my parents. They were paragons of integrity and raised me with love and joy and constant hugs and kisses and happiness and laughter. So it's my gift and opportunity to pass it on. But what we often encounter is those folks who have trauma and are legitimately cautious, guarded, shields up, whatever. It's really hard to play cool with them because, they're ready to fight. And I'm like, can we play instead? Or no, not yet. Okay, cool. Tell you what, you have a fight. I don't do fight, so I'm gonna take off. But God bless you. Have fun.
But Mr. Michael, wouldn't you say there is a time where you must stand and fight?
Well, yeah, you certainly got to defend yourself, and you got to have boundaries. And too often, I was a complete idiot and allowed myself to be trampled. And frankly, I deferred to my subordinates and wasted decades of my life, and did not fight for myself and did not protect myself. And I feel that came from low self-esteem, which honestly, I feel low self-esteem might be the world's greatest problem. And the school system the corporate school system did a fun spin on that, right? So we're gonna give people fake self-esteem, which ultimately does not prepare you. It's like, I'm gonna help this butterfly emerge from the pupa. So I'm gonna peel off the the wrapping so he can fly, and then he doesn't build the strength to fly, so it dies. So yeah, you just help all these students to have high self-esteem and no achievement. Fantastic. Now they get into the job market and start making demands.
And this is what I am saying. This is what I have been saying, Mr. Talcott. That love may be a reason to live, but without purpose, we are not living fully, isn't it?
Absolutely. And those two go together, because this is exactly what I've been learning, greatly articulated by Gabor Mate. I'm assuming you're familiar with him. Yeah. Okay. That's what I realized too, is that it's the childhood trauma that has been never healed, because our mainstream society profits from sickness, not from healing. So we've got all these people that are still carrying childhood trauma, creating excuses and blaming others for why they are not living a greater life. And it's exactly the two go together. When we feel small, we don't pick a greater purpose. When you don't have a purpose, life gets tough and you feel small. They go together. And shame, I heard this in a recent sermon from church. I thought it was beautiful. It's actually shame that prevents us from hearing the voice of God, the voice of each other. Our shame keeps us apart, and it's insanity.
Mr. Talcott, there is purposes for everything in universe, including feelings like shame. Shame can be there to stop you from doing wrong things again and again, again and again.
Amen. There is a purpose for it. But then we get to learn. We get to remind ourselves, I don't want to carry that. I don't want to carry that. I don't want to feel that way again. So when we connect the dots and realize cause and effect, these actions result in this feeling, we stop doing the actions. But that's only when we, bring our light of awareness into what we're doing. And, how do you, self-awareness can be taught. I'm confident of that. And I think if we start teaching children self-awareness, how to understand, interpret, and articulate their feelings, we won't have a society of people living in shame, creating excuses for why they're not living a better life. I'm glad we met. These, and to all the, thank you, brothers. These are the conversations I yearn for.
Well, to be continued, Jack. I really appreciate your grace and kindness. And I got to jump to another call, but to be continued.
Please, I hope so. Thank you again. Hey, is there a place I should share? Mankinder.net. I'll put that in the description. Okay.
That's it.
God
It's
bless.
mediocre for now, but it's hidden in plain sight. Just a few little nuggets, just only to get the great people behind the scenes. And thank you, Slav Guru, for your wisdoms.
Absolutely, Mr. Michael.
All right, brother. Have a good day. We'll connect later.
He's a very busy man, Mr. Talcott, it seems. Very busy.
Hey, dang it. Here, just sorry, my mind is totally
What are you thinking, Mr. Talcott?
I was trying to bring up his stuff so I could drop it in the link. I'm a little bit slow. I think I've got it. I believe this is it. The future, the present, the past. Trying to gain clarity out of all of those things. Where I've been learning a lot of these tricks on surrender, acceptance, Slav Guru. I think acceptance is what keeps us in the darkness, our lack of acceptance. That's the key, true ignorance. When we deny information that's available, love that's available. I did that. We are ignorant. Thoughts, Slav Guru?
Mr. Talcott, isn't it true that acceptance can be either good or bad, depending? I am not accepting something that is untrue and not accepting something that is true.
Okay. However, we can accept that an untruth exists, that there's people that believe in foolish things. We can accept that.
Yes, like ending wars and legal secrets. Very, very foolish.
God bless. You know what? How is that ignorant? How is that foolish? Ending wars is the reason I live. Peace. Here, let me run with this, please, because peace. That's what love is. Love brings the peace, because when you're filled with love, you seek nothing else. You're more complete and full. Love is this mysterious force. Love is that which moves the universe. Because we sit still until a desire, and a desire is a symptom of love. It's an attachment. Love is what moves us. Love is what grows us. And this world, I mean, look at the Christian misteachings. You take a partial truth and then you convince everyone to believe that they're sinners, and then they live a life of a sinner all their life. You convince people that nobody is perfect except Jesus, and then they make excuses for not becoming perfect, not even trying to be. These excuses and blame, man, it is here. Thank you for allowing me to ramble. The point I wanted to get back to, though, is with time, the only thing that matters is right now. So if you can feel at peace right now, well, that means you've put down your stress. It means you've put down your hate and your opinions. And so if you can feel at peace right now, then choose which opinions you pick back up. Choose which stresses you pick back up, which responsibilities. I have the goal of ending wars and being a part of bringing global reforms. I have that goal. All I have to do, though, is just be me. And I truly love being me. And I hope others can learn how to love being themselves. Slav Guru, it has got to be a lovely, bizarre experience to be you.
Sorry, Jack, I was just napping. You were saying something?
I friggin' love you, man. What do I do with you, Paul?
Wow. What can you do with me, right? It's really not what you did. You do what you can, right? Not what you want.
Hey, that is true. Well, I'm going to call it like it is, Paul. I think you're too resistant to us working together. And
no. Just to be clear, this was going great till you went down this narrative hole. And you know it's not going to go well, but you're down for it, and so am I. But don't get upset when we start broaching this narrative, because I'm not resistant to us working together. I'm not even resistant really to any aspect of who and what you are. I'm not accepting of certain perspectives that you put forth. And I don't believe I have to be. There might be many perspectives I put forth that you don't accept. It just so happens that typically my perspective and my beliefs about you affect you more than your perspectives and belief about me, which is really just a testament to how much you love me and respect me. If I really choose to look at it that way. If you didn't care about me and respect me, you wouldn't get so emotional about it and then still have me back. You just say, fuck you, get the fuck out, and then not have me back. But, ultimately, again, what is what is. And I try to see what is in all situations. If I can't determine that for myself, or I determine something contrary to what's being told to me is, then I have to go with that until it's revealed to me otherwise. So then I just take that space. Maybe there's something about Talcott I and everyone else are not seeing and getting. I leave it open. I have this image in my head like a movie where I've been right the whole time. It's obvious and true. And then I go to die and I do a whole Aleister Crowley. Oh my God, what have I done? Because somehow it gets revealed to me some cosmic twist that Talcott was right all along. I leave open that possibility. That's a nightmare, right? I've now described a nightmare that I'd be living in a way. But hey, wouldn't be the first time, no? I mean, we've been here a while. It wouldn't be the first nightmare we found ourselves in.
You just reminded me of something. I have to bring this back up.
What now, man?
Hold on. Let me make sure. What's going on? Okay. Holy crap, where is it? Very brief. Whoops.
I was thinking something, guys. What if Jack Talcott is the spiritual guru that we've all been waiting for? What if we're just
I had the
missing
same
it?
epiphany, dude. I thought the same
Right?
thing. Like, he
What
is
if Jack's the
not
guy and we're just not getting it? It is Jack. We've been waiting for him, and now we're just missing it, dude. Could you imagine?
But dude, you know what? He is actually a part of it. He is a puzzle piece of the truth.
I was thinking something.
Well,
that's conclusive proof if I've ever seen it. No, close the books. Cast the die. It's over with.
Hey, first the truth is rejected, and then it's mocked, and then it's hated. There's some progression there, but it's coming.
Right. And again, there was a hint of sarcasm going on there with them. But in every, jest, there is some truth. Again, I couldn't live my information unless I was like all these other false non-gurus. If I wouldn't put forth the idea that there's one self. So on the highest level, conscious and awareness, when it comes down through the dimensions, if you want to call it that, it presents itself and manifests. So, my journey is your journey, essentially. So I'm not I'm not quick with the grandiose claims. Hey, I'm a second coming. Hey, I'm a Christed being. From all I've studied and what I see and the results in my life nowadays, at the ripe old age of 33, now just turned 34, it all adds up to me. I go, I'm right on time. The ministry's cracking. I have understanding of self. I've put myself with the truth as an enemy of the state, not because I'm going to do nothing to anybody, because they want to kill, steal, destroy, and use legal policy to do it. So I may as well be a version of a Christed consciousness at this time here right now. If that's true for me, it may be true for you as well. And for me to deny that would be my own undoing, right? But again, then we have to see the pieces that line up and don't line up. And where they don't line up, we got to move them and get them to fit.
That's right. Hey, Paul, you said something. We are experiencing each other's life, and this is what you brought to us to share. Lou Bass, welcome, brother. You're today's a new day, and as far as I know, you're welcome. As far as the Christed being, I believe we are when we walk in love as the living truth. And, narrow is the path. The path of truth is that on the narrow path of truth, we are able to view and see multiple perspectives. And that's where humanity has become brainwashed, right? This left-right paradigm, this black-white, American non, whatever, citizen non, all this nonsense. Paul, we are the Christed return when we unite. But, and as far as my words of my experience, I choose my words cautiously. I won't say correctly. I choose with my words with intention. I'm not claiming to be a messiah, a guru, anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, I'm a very humble man who says, if you're interested in these topics, please ask. I'll point you in the directions of others I've learned from. But Paul, if
Jack, a humble man don't buy subscribers. Right? Don't get me on this list, motherfucker. This is what I mean. You got some. He starts laughing. He goes, I don't know whether to be. That's a good stage. He goes, I don't know whether to be triggered and mad or laugh at it. Because you have to honestly look at ourselves and each other, and you can't deny that we're constantly getting pulled in and out of pure awareness and consciousness and presence into this monkey body and this monkey state of beingness, right? And playing the games in and of the world to some level.
To some level. But I didn't buy any subscribers.
He goes, my buddy did it. I didn't do it. I gave the money to my buddy. He did it.
No, dude. And I don't even know for sure that any subscribers were purchased. I know investments were made in advertising, and who knows, man. This life is an adventure, and it got us to here.
I didn't pay that hooker. Michael Zeno did. She just fucked me.
Holy cows. That was the excuse I told myself the first time I was with a prostitute, because my roommate paid for it.
Got a habit of doing this.
Yeah, I found a way to make excuses for my behavior. Hey, back to the point though. We are going through a shift, an energetic shift, a different time of humanity than has ever been recorded from us. The goals I'm suggesting are actually what would be the fulfillment of prophecy, right? If you look at Christ as the symbol and archetype of love and God as the truth, right? Truth and love. Truth and love are those powers that make us who we are. And in the return, it talks about the character archetype of Jesus returning in the clouds, leading an army towards a greater world. Dude, we're in the clouds, right? And so if we like recognize this part could be true, maybe we are part of that army that's bringing humanity towards a place of love. And if we end legal secrets, man, truth would reign supreme. That is here. That's the tip for relieving yourself of stress. Find out what information you've been resistant to accepting. Because when we stop resisting the truth, when we stop resisting all that is, stop resisting who we are, what we know, or each other, and we just flow. Flow from moment to moment. I started talking about this for a reason, and I'm sorry I forgot. Did you guys want to say anything? Welcome, Young and Fearless. Your audio is... I can't edit your mic. Your audio is way low. I can't hear you. Just like tiny bit. Anyway, you're welcome. You're usually pretty quiet and just kind of in the back. You're welcome to be here. So, Paul, what if I don't know.
What if you take Flow State's wrench because he's a horrible person, and he's getting this rush of power, false power. Like you can tell. I don't know if you can see these things, but he's like overjoyed that he got to you again, like they always do. Exploited your kindness as a weakness. Get to live through you and your platform like they try to do with me. They never get to me. But they get to you because you're more loving and caring and open to receive. And I'm just tired of watching the same process happen with Michael and this guy. It's always a nasty hat beta boy with a filthy t-shirt and some mom at home that neither of them respect each other, who just have to live through you. And now do you see what he's doing lately? Making videos with my name and face on it. We've never seen that before. It's the same fucking pattern every single time, Talcott. And I look forward to a day that comes where you just cut all the bullshit with yourself and everyone else around you. Fuck them. I see you for who and what you are. I'm available to love and care for you. If you're going to play games with me, I'm cutting you out. Right? And then they got to come correct. But the more this keeps going like this, I know that you say that I've done this. I've highlighted it. But there's this part of you that's perceived by people as gullible and naive because people take advantage of you for your caring and loving heart. And then they get this thrill. I watch them. They go around and go, you can't stop me from being at Jack's place now because I got a wrench and I can ban you. He's down there banning me. Like, bro, do you forget
what are you talking about?
here?
Dude, you're making up so much weird
Oh my
shit
God,
right
I wasn't
now.
even talking about this beta boy specifically. He just came up as as a thought of someone like him, and now here he goes. This is what I mean.
How many times did you say my name? You're a liar. You're an infidel yourself, Paul.
Hey, Moose, please. God bless you. It's good to see you today.
So you weren't doing it either, Moose? So you weren't doing it in the chat 2 days ago with Flow State? You're like a beta boy team.
Well,
you're like the
I
Wonder
wasn't banning
Twins.
you. I didn't block you at all.
You were blocking. Go ahead, Jack, real quick. You were blocking people down there at Flow State, and both of you were laughing and giggling about it. And it's the most pathetic thing. And then you do this thing. Didn't you do this?
Unless they can behave
Real quick,
because
because Jack wants to go, and you're talking over me because you got no respect for anyone. And I'm trying to be respectful here today. It's taking a lot with the people I have to deal with, but I'm trying my damnedest. Okay,
you weren't being respectful.
You're doing it again. I'm not finished, and you're trying to rile me up, and it's not going to work.
It's not about riling you up. It's
not going to work today.
For the truth.
You were down there in the chat, and then you do this thing. When I call you out, you go, but Jack's place has to be kept safe and on his agenda. It's like, it's pathetic. We know what you're doing. Jack even knows what you're doing, but he wants to desperately believe someone's going to help him and work with him. And you're taking advantage of that. I don't do that. I say, you're a fuck nut. I'm banning you if I get a wrench.
Paul, damn it. Don't set the intention to punish those who are showing support for me.
They're not really
awkward.
Jack, I'm telling you, they're not actually in support of you and your goals. They don't care. That's evident about their own life. They don't care about their own goals in life. Why would they care about yours?
You prove that every single day, Paul, when you come
validation.
here and you demean him and you demean his whole show and his message. I mean, you do it every day.
Oh, there goes the moose. So
I'm
we
not
don't know what week is it. Hold on, let me check. Oh, it's the week now. This week, Moose is on Jack's side. Till he gets in his feelers and decides to do exactly what I do whenever I do it for different reasons.
Jack, I apologize. I didn't mean to do this. Jack, I'm going to go back in the crowd.
Right. You should have stayed in your hole and left your Agent of Chaos vibes out of here, because I'm not that.
Paul, he brought up some points to consider.
But Jack, you have to consider the source. This is what I'm trying to reveal to you. You never consider your source. These are disreputable, bad faith, backbiting, two-faced, infidel, beta males.
Paul, please. This is what I'm trying to get through to you, is start looking past your judgment of the source. Okay?
Okay, Jack. So you know what? I'm wrong. Moose and Flow State and Snafu, right? Just the three lowest miscreants on here at this time. Because every few months we get a new crop who take over as top 3 miscreants. They really just care about Jack Talcott and his walking journey. Are you kidding? They're three of the most selfish, self-absorbed, self-interested, ego-motivated know-nothings on here, right? Who really are going nowhere at the end of the day. But go ahead. Go ahead. What was the kid yesterday's Nick Goblin? Go ahead.
Paul, despite the know-nothing and going nowhere, you're describing you, man. Whoa.
Now you're going to insult me? I'm insulting them, and you turn around and insult me? How fucking dare you? No. I'm trying to bond with you over insulting them. You whip around and insult me and equate me with a bunch of loser failures who have no purpose and meaning in their life other than to get wrenches. I give out the wrenches. I don't beg for them everywhere I go. And I don't give any out either. So I don't beg for them. They give them to me, right? I give them out, but I don't give any out. You don't see where the power is at, Jack? You don't see where the self-control, the responsibility, accountability is at? This guy's got mods in a chat for 78 viewers after a week.
Hey, actually, Moose, I saw the comment. I have seen some of the activity, and I see that you have been, even though we're not, even communicating.
He's supporting you because he's angry with me this week. Don't you get the broken hoe syndrome? When he's up under daddy's armpit, it's Jack's a joke, right? When he's broken bad for the week with daddy, it's I'm promoting you again, Jack. Yeah, but then watch where you get the devil in the details. Has he ever promoted me? No. He says he has an audience of millions of people. Has he ever given me access to that audience? No, because he's self-motivated and self-interested and doesn't want to fuck up his grift promoting his daddy, who he said helped make him a better man. So he'll promote what's good for him. That's convenient for him. That isn't too risky. but he's not going to really go with the real deal and the authenticity, not in his ways, in his life, or even with his content.
Hey, I've experienced lack of authenticity in the past, but he's another guy who's trying to figure himself out and trying to figure each of us out. That's what we're all doing. We're all trying to figure ourselves and each other out.
Jack, you might be right to be a little more stern with this, because honestly, Paul is making a totally accurate assessment here, and that might not mean much coming from me. But what he just said about Moose, I think, was pretty on point. Be wary of that dude. Be very wary.
Well, here's another part, and actually, I kind of wanted to discuss it with you, Paul. I don't mind being used. If I'm able to be of benefit to another, and especially if I know what's going on, I'm participating. Yeah, I got no problem being used for a greater good.
That's the thing, right? Is like, I guess if you could create a situation where there's always a mutual benefit, you know, and there's an accurate understanding, right? My only contention is everyone want to use each other. Great. Do you know where you stand with everybody? And usually, no, that's not the case. Everyone knows where they stand with me, right? So these folks, you don't know where you stand with them one way or the other. It's only until you get into a fight with them that they start telling you all the shit they don't like about you, that they were upset about, and what they're going to do now about it. I don't do none of that. You've had ups and downs with me. I've never misused the keys when you gave them to me. I never did anything. Just like Yurt person. He goes, I took the keys from you 2 weeks ago out of fear of what you might do. I go, bro, you think I'm going to do something to you and your platform? I can have a disagreement and walk away and come back the next day and start all over again. And I can still retain my perspective on someone's beingness in life based on what I see.
Paul, hold on here just a moment. I'm starting to wrap my head around Moose's perspective a little bit more, okay?
Yeah, he's got a shitty life and lifestyle and
Paul,
marriage.
Hold on. No, you have not actually been grateful for all the things he's shown you loyalty for quite a while.
Loyalty for what? Who said I was in this for motherfuckers to be loyal to me specifically?
Well,
rather than truth.
Paul, this is something I've been trying to communicate with you too. Your resistance. You judge yourself as, I can't yoke with you because I'm up here and you're just lower than pond scum.
No.
Bullshit, Paul.
I'm a common man who's following the common law with common sense. You got scum who are way beneath me. It's not that I'm so up here. I'm common. I'm common from the beginning of time. You got peasant scum who've chosen to be beneath me, what they've done and not done.
Paul.
It's got no reflection on how high I am. It's how low everyone else is choosing to live.
Paul, I'm not going to argue, but I'm asking you to try and understand what I'm saying.
I am understanding what you're saying, and I know why I'm perceived the way I'm perceived, and I'm okay with that. There's a standard of truth that has to be hit here if you want my respect. If you don't hit it, you don't get it. Why is it even that important to get my respect? Is then the next question one would have to ask. Why is it so important so many people are looking for my respect rather than all the other people around? Because it's so important. Why is it so important? Because it's so conditional. You got to do and be something to get it. It's called value systems, right? It's called like basic economics, supply and demand. You can get respect from a whole bunch of cupcake bitch ass motherfuckers who don't do nothing on here. It's harder to get it with me. You got to do and be something.
That's right, but that's
so it's more valuable, right?
Problem, Paul. I'm offering that your judgment, you know, you withhold your respect, and you.
No, it's natural. I don't withhold it. It happens naturally. I don't even have a choice in this shit.
It's not natural. You can learn acceptance, and you can learn how to.
I'm not going to learn. I refuse to learn how to accept someone's incompetence. Why would I do that? That would be less for me and them. That's foolishness.
Well, see, then you're going to continue to be in the dark.
I'm okay with that if that's my walk.
But I'm offering you, it doesn't have to be your walk. I'm offering you that, hey, just, I don't know the right words to say. Only you can choose what you want and who you learn from.
I'm telling you, this has become a core of my beingness. I love and care for all beings as much as in me naturally, and I have a natural selection process, right? Like they talk about natural selection. I have a natural selection process that comes up in me that identifies possible liabilities and threats, and I'm not going to dishonor that completely. I can check that and direct that and focus that, but I'm not going to ignore that.
Let's come to facts. Liabilities and threats are imagined. They're
not. No, they're not. They're very real, and they'll cost you your whole life and reputation if you don't understand that.
At this moment in the past conversations I've been trying to have, there has been no real threats whatsoever. Okay?
I'm not saying there has.
Well, you've created many reasons to keep yourself apart from me and others.
Right, but this is the thing is, why is it no matter what we're doing, it always winds up back down this road of how I need to change, even when I'm not doing it to you. It's like we always wind up winding down this road of how something's up with me and it has to change because I'm causing problem for myself and others. That's a you experience. You can change that experience too. You don't have to accept that as our whole of our experience.
Right. But Paul, the topic I really was wanting to flow with was stress.
Right.
Okay? We don't have to bring stress to each other, resistance, disagreements, conflict. We don't have to do that. That's a pattern of the past. Okay. And shit, you said something there I did want to come back to. I'm sorry.
It's about discernment. Moose has not shown loyalty for himself, the truth, his family, you, or I. He was disloyal to all of us.
He still has the opportunity to become loyal. He still has the opportunity.
We all do.
We all have the opportunity every single day to reinvent ourselves, to realign ourselves.
But first, you got to take account of what you've done and not done. And you need to be honest with yourself and everyone else. And that's the part everyone keeps missing. It's part of the 12 steps. You have to go back and see where you've been a fuck nut and a fuck up and incompetent and disconnected from life on life's terms and why you've generated such shitty results. My results, I'm not complaining about. Everyone else is complaining about their results. My results are better than ever. So why is it the one whose results are better than ever, who's not complaining, is going to take advice from others who are constantly complaining about their results?
Hey, Paul, once again, well, it's only bizarre to you because of the narrative you're describing. If you bring back, if we come back to your words before that we're all equal, right? Each of us is bringing a different perspective.
We're created equal.
Of the same thing. We are all here, present. When we're all present, we're all equal. Now, if we're in a competition with each other, maybe then, or a fight, maybe then there is one, but I'm not aggressive and I don't
necessarily accept the claim that presence establishes equity. Just because we're both present and aware in this moment does not make us both equally equitous as beings. Past, present, and future, based on what we know, don't know, and how we apply it. I don't accept that.
Well, then your rejection is illogical, because in the context of what I'm trying to offer, discussions, the way to resolve disagreements, okay? It's to get past
I don't have a disagreement.
Well, Paul, actually, your contradictions of me. Well, I'm just going to use me as the example.
Yeah, I have perspectives of you and how you live and how your life could be better. I could share them or not. I don't have disagreements on how I need to live. I know how I need to live. I'm doing great.
Paul, you just mentioned in this conversation, people need to do a better job of accepting accountability for the things they do and say. And that's what I'm offering. You should probably be doing with the things you've been saying about me.
Specifically what?
Holy Christ. Narcissist, liar, backbiter.
I actually see some of those things. You want me to deny what I'm experiencing to make you feel better? I'd love to do it, but I can't.
You can do anything that we.
I know, but I suspect that I'll be in trouble with the universe if I was to just accept that, hey, I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. I'm going to ignore all these things I'm perceiving from you and then even speak that back to you. I'd be in trouble, and so would you, in a different way.
Well, unconditional love does not mean being in denial of what we don't like. It means
it means showing up every day with a new slate and having an open heart and mind to what may come forth. And I do that every day with you.
Well, no.
And every day you disappoint me.
Well, every day you create these expectations I can't achieve for some reason.
No. There's no expectations. There's an understanding here that you absolutely can achieve, and it's not that difficult. We can't have love until we're truly free. We can't be truly free unless we have love. Didn't we go over that yesterday? That woman gave me a quote, and I just went off on something that, crystallized again for me. So I'll meet you halfway. You're Mr. Love Guru. I'm Mr. Rights and Freedoms guy. So we could take a little something from each other, presuming I wasn't already a loving man. But I'll give you the Socratic method, argue from the most negative standpoint possible. There, done. Paradox resolved, over. Let's move forward. Go and be free now. Show me what rights and freedoms looks like. I've been waiting.
Well, what would rights and freedoms bring? They would bring peace. They would
within oneself, as much as you could attain it in this slave hole. Yeah, because you've done what you needed to do on record and in front of these world and these people and stood on it. Yeah. Makes you feel like a man for once.
I heard a definition of freedom yesterday that is the ability to fulfill all of one's desires and choosing not to. I thought, wow, that could be true. Because freedom in this realm, freedom comes with money, comes with wealth. Once you get the money, then it puts you above the laws. And then fucking equity and responsibility go out
you're
the
going
window.
in of the world.
Hey, that's the way the world has been.
Freedom starts in the mind and heart. Your ass follows. What happens after is not your concern. You're born free, and then you choose slavery.
Temptation brings us into slavery. It's the demonic forces.
Somebody who's impervious to temptation doesn't get tempted into slavery.
Who is above temptation?
Completely, probably none of us. But with certain things, I mean, could you be tempted away from your livelihood, from your destiny, from all the things that are your birthright? It's one thing tempted into eating another piece of candy or cookie or whatever else. I mean, we could argue that, or, with a woman, but there's certain birthright, we talk about God-given rights. I mean, if you could be tempted away from that, I don't know what worth you have here. All the other stuff is kind of like, ethical stuff.
Right. Well, that goes right into the spiritual here. And actually, it was said I made a false claim, and I may have. People have slavery imposed upon them as well. But if we're speaking, and my mind was at is slavery of the mind. It is created through pursuing temptation. And damn it, now I distracted from what you just said, Paul.
Right, I'll help you out. My father's down there still acting like he's in a teacher role when he's for a long time been in the role of needing to take on a student of life position. So I don't know why you're like verifying, validating, truth can't be validated nor invalidated by the ignorant.
Well,
these are cliche statements everybody learns from everybody. Like, do you actually experience that? You really experience that? Where everyone you meet, you're learning something from.
Tell you what, every new moment is an opportunity to learn. So
yeah, that makes you a student of life. You're not learning from anybody. Right. You're learning from life. I meet 1,000 slaves a day that I don't learn a motherfucking thing from except how not to live.
Well,
maybe I'm not looking for the right thing that I need from them to learn.
Paul, you open it up for the asylum and the asylum shows, but you're going to learn what is available to be learned through the days of the life, and life is learned about through others. Others narrate what is known about the world, and that's how we learn, is through each other.
So I learn through others' skewed perspective of a narration. It's just, I have self-knowledge. Knowledge is self is knowledge of the universe. I don't need to know other slaves who don't know themselves to know myself and therefore know them in the universe. That's backward logic and foolishness.
Paul, this is why you
bring my father up. I want to hear him repeat again what I'm going to learn from him today. I want him to show me what I'm going to learn from him. Other than that, he's ignorant. Oh, wait, remember that. I already learned that a long time ago.
You're demonstrating your denial.
I just want to know what all these people are learning from with folks and what they're teaching constantly, what folks are learning from them. I want to know what this perspective is that I'm not grasping. I'm the fool, like the man says down there. To argue with a fool means you're doing the same.
Right.
I'm constantly doing that here.
What I see you're not grasping, Paul, is what I'm trying to say, that your behavior, you're placing yourself above the truth when you are rejecting the narration, the perspective of truth that's being offered by another. Now, specifically, me. I'm telling you, hey, Paul, this is what I see of me and my life and you.
So it must be true.
No, Jack, you don't know. You're just foolish and blah, blah,
okay,
blah.
you know
blah.
what? Let me just accept everything you say about yourself and me and my life like everyone else, and I'll be in a great position, right? But I just fucking openly accept everyone else's interpretation of themselves and me, which is rarely on point.
No.
In any
Paul,
arena.
Hey, Paul, rather than assume everyone is a liar and incompetent of understanding themselves, how about you allow their version of themselves to be true unless you find obvious.
And that's what I'm doing.
No, what you are doing.
Yes.
Is
I'm going to withdraw now. I'm going to withdraw from this non-versation because you had to take us down this road that's dissolute, because you won't be accountable and responsible to the truth I put forth. Okay. I've accepted what you put forth.
You're leaving?
Well, I have to leave now? I just can't withdraw from this interaction?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's please sit back. Chill.
Please don't go.
And hey, Paul, just as you're trying to... Lori, why do you not listen to Paul? He presents valuable wisdom. For some reason, when it comes from Paul, you seem to reject it. No specificity to that charge nor claim. I'm happy to discuss anything you believe has been valuable from my perspective that I've somehow rejected. And then when others attempt to offer the same wisdom, you seem to accept. If I'm open-minded to everything, I listen and receive information. I don't judge people as unworthy to listen to. I judge people as unworthy to trust, but I trust the information and my ability to discern truth from non-truth.
And that's the problem. Everyone does that. Everyone objectively thinks that they have the handle on what's going on with them in their life and other people, and the results and the root of the thought pattern do not indicate that they have a handle on it. That's why self-awareness is a motherfucker, like flow state, creating labels and intros and outros to do a 40-second clip off a panel with my face to get 70 views because he thought it was going to go somewhere. So one of us is lacking in self-awareness and awareness of others.
The worst of all the videos. Of all the last 10 uploads I've had, it performed the worst.
You still went to use my name and my face to generate interest because you have no personality, no content, but think you're going somewhere. You lack awareness.
Or
I just made another one public about you. Ta-da! Thanks for advertising.
It doesn't matter if I advertise you. You suck and you're going nowhere. People will never ride with you in the way you are on the whole. You're not a empowering, inspiring, successful being. You have no values. You have no purpose.
Excuse me, Flow State. Excuse me. Just read my name.
Oh, okay. Good point.
Right. So
You're
this
right.
is where I'm now put forth as the fool, and you're all, I guess, the smart guys in the room. Okay, we'll accept
you're
that.
right,
I guess
Paul.
we're
You're
playing
right, Paul.
now. We're online pretending. So why not? Right.
we can get in our feelers about opinions, or we can discuss facts.
Right. We
Facts
can
are
discuss
always-
facts like numbers. Oh, it's not about numbers. Fiat. Oh, it's not about that, even though they always go to that when they're mad or when they want to do competition.
Hey,
We can go to lives change and individual results.
Okay.
Okay.
How about we come
Yeah,
to
no,
the
we're not going to go to
present?
any of that.
How about we come to the present, take a breath. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for hanging out today. Sunday of Fellowship, a day of faith and fellowship, encouragement. Maybe we've got some brilliant minds here, some well-educated folks, well-experienced. Believe it or not, we're the ones our ancestors were praying for. We're the ones who everyone's been waiting for. It's us.
Some of us.
Well, we get to choose.
Me particularly.
I think it's all of us, because in the future, well, God will reveal the future for each of us, but I've been pretty clear about my ambitions and my goals, and, probabilities and likelihoods are what they are, but my faith is in God. See, I worship love. It's through love that I learn the truth. When I judge others as, beneath me or above me, it's a little harder to understand them. So I don't do that. I accept the world that God is revealing to us with joy, with such joy. So, do you know how amazing it feels to be alive? Do you know?
Never experienced that. Never really.
It's fucking amazing, man. We get to live. Stop and think about that. We get to live today. There will come a day where we do not. And while we live, we get to feel things. We get to learn things. We get to do things.
We're taking this back to like day one, huh? Kindergarten class. Like every time we get pressed on the facts and the issues and the challenges of life, we just take it all the way back every time to like, hey, we're alive. We get to feel stuff and do stuff. Yeah, we know. Is this going anywhere ever?
I think he was moving on to the anal tape thing. Suntan.
Hey,
I ask myself that every day.
Well, since it's being mocked, yes, I am trying to bring it back to childlike simplification, because that's what God created. God created simplicity and obvious, and the obvious is real, the obvious is true. Truth is simple, simply requires acceptance. So yes, Paul, I'm saying let's get back to the basics. We are
right. There's childlike and there's childish.
Amen. Please learn the difference.
Yeah, I have. I've questioned authority. Okay, I've looked at.
You hear that tone you're offering? You hear that? Just
pride is the devil's juice.
Well, no, it's praise be.
You're speaking on things you don't know what you're talking about.
It's
blasphemous, sir.
That is untrue. I'm speaking only that which I'm comfortable saying. And, if I say something, while I may misspeak, and there has been occasions where I stand behind my words and I can explain my conclusions from typically many different perspectives. So I'm not speaking about things I don't know, Slav Guru. I'm saying our egos, that primitive beast within us that's been taught to fight and survive, and, you know, it's nuts. We can overcome all of that stuff by recognizing we don't know it all. We only know a little bit, and let's break it down. You were mocking, okay, so you get to live and you get to feel. All right, you're mocking that. What do you do with that? What are you doing with the fact that you get to live today and you get to feel today? What are you feeling? Pay attention.
Jack, I don't mean to be rude, but this is kind of sounding Jim Jones-ish right
No,
before
when
the
you say
Kool-Aid.
I don't mean to be rude, usually the person is rude afterwards. So just don't say anything at all, Scott. That'd be all right.
Yeah, let's go back to like the broadcast you run with Dirty Larry. An hour of dead silence. That works great.
I know there's a perfect answer somewhere. There's a perfect balance of all these things.
I'm bringing truth, value, entertainment, and yeah, we found it some places.
Well, it's growing and it's being developed, and I think it'll be maturing. The idea, though, seriously, our feelings, that's like our ancient wisdom that teaches us, that guides us. It's our spirit, and our feelings are important, and there is a connection to each of us. We're energetic beings. We share energies of consciousness through thought, energies of, well, behavior together, and we're here to help each other become greater. I trust and believe in that.
I have a question from the panel, actually.
Huh.
Who believes in the power of, do we manifest reality and manifestation, or in the law of attraction?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Does anyone not believe in them?
I don't think so. Well, and great. So let's follow that through too. If we can accept that there is power in manifestation, and, you know, power in our thoughts and words, we've got to be more responsible. I heard this from James. I didn't pull it up. I guess from James 3 somewhere. The mouth is for blessing, not cursing. And I've thought that through a little more. Yes, we've got a mouth with the power of word, the power to express truth or confusion, love or hate.
Yeah, well, the phrase is, what would Jesus do, not what would James do? And we know Jesus cursed, so.
Nice.
I don't have the judgment or knowing of others, so I choose to curse as little as. A curse is a blame, right? We blame others. We're cursing them. We're placing the responsibility and darkness onto another.
Yeah, there's culpability. Sometimes folks need to take culpability to stop avoiding accountability. So blame, as you put it, can be a very good thing. Establishes right from wrong.
Well, with honorable people, accountability is accepted, and then there's no reason to blame. It's just what you
exactly
said.
And I find the majority of folks to be dishonorable, bad faith human beings who care more about how they're perceived than how they're actually living in the results they're generating.
But Paul, is that by nature, by choice, or by lack of knowledge?
I think it's a little bit of nature, a little bit of nurture. I think we have an animal body, and like Parsons the pig, it wants more in its bowl than in your bowl.
So if somebody's not been enlightened and they're walking around all slaved up, I mean, do we hold them accountable for being just fucking idiots?
I don't understand. So now you want to escape accountability because you have ignorance of the law?
No. I'm not ignorant of the law at all. Not me.
No, I'm saying you're as in you, like whoever's in the hot seat in that scenario.
Well, I can't convince half my family to fucking even pay attention. So yeah, I'd like to give them a pass because I think that.
Well, that's because you have nothing to offer. That's if you had something to add.
Yeah, there's coming from out in left field in a fucking strawberry patch. Some idiot is talking.
Right. So the same person who tells us get back on track, don't argue with fools, now pipes up to act like a fool and make accusations. So we really can't win, right? When we're doing controversy and drama, it's bad. When we're having real conversations, we're going to go to the controversy.
When we stop competing, it's peace.
There's no competition here.
Well, there seems to be.
Certain results have been achieved and attained on certain levels.
Well, hey, actually, what Scott was asking was a good question, and it ties into your behavior. Is it our place to judge and condemn those who have not been enlightened, who have not yet learned? No, it's not.
What makes you think that that's judgment and condemnation? You're using heavy words that have little meaning day to day. It's discernment. We go over this day after day. I'm discerning right from wrong, and I'm going to call out what I see as right from wrong.
All right. You've placed yourself into this position where you don't judge, but you discern.
I've not placed myself in any position. That's your ego reaction. I retain the status and standing of I am that am. You said yesterday, Baba Wanyama said that we are pure consciousness and awareness, which is the closest thing to being God we can be. So I didn't place myself in that position. I was born into that position.
Paul, you're assuming.
No need to raise your voice.
You're assuming
there is a need to raise my voice. He's talking over me.
You're assuming God placed you into positions that you have chosen to place yourself in. Now you're evading,
doesn't work that way.
Deflecting, distracting, avoiding responsibility, Paul Unslaved. Okay. You said earlier, people need to become accountable for their words, right? And there you are, back to mocking. He's in the background. It's just.
But he just agreed, at least implicitly, by not disagreeing in the law of attraction, right? So if you put out and focus on the negatives in everybody else, whose fault is it that you keep seeing more people with bigger negative?
You just did a subjective claim from your feelers. What
is untrue?
I'm answering and they're talking over me because we can't have a debate without their emotions. We can't have a discussion or debate without their emotions constantly involved and invested.
Here, go ahead, Paul.
You made the determination that I'm treating everybody like how I treat some people. You made that determination. You made it everybody. Everyone doesn't have those results and that experience to report with me. It's a you experience, not an everybody. Stop presuming to speak for everybody while telling me I can't speak for everybody. It's rather hypocritical.
You might have misunderstood me because I feel like what you're saying in response doesn't align with what I said.
There's a reason why I speak to you with a certain tone and inflection and why I focus on certain areas, because I've ascertained you to be a dishonorable.
Well, you had this tone and inflection well before I got here.
How does that make it? How could I have a tone and inflection with you well before you got here?
The point
because it's not just for me.
Yeah, you carry this tone and inflection of just
right. I have a passion for truth. And I will go into it. And I will go into
what it is the gaslighting ain't working no more. The gaslighting is over, brother.
The gaslighting of what?
The gaslighting you've been doing to everybody. You're getting
Who's
called
every?
out
You're
on
now
your
all
bullshit.
speaking for the three broken hoe triad council, speaking for everybody, but has no results and no respect from the audience. So who are you talking for except yourself? The audience doesn't agree
Why
with
are you
you.
mad, bro? Why are you so mad? You got triggered.
The
right
audience
there.
does. Is that what you're trying to do? Trigger people online? Is that what a man does? You're just trying to trigger me online so you can laugh about it. You're not.
Is that what a man does, Paul?
You're
Is
not
that
letting
what a
me
man does?
finish. You're not letting me finish. You're jumping to conclusions. You're jumping out the windows all at once to gangbang me.
Nobody's
Because
trying
you
to
don't want
gangbang you. It's
clarity.
just funny that you're so
He's
upset
trying to
about it.
trigger people just to laugh and giggle. He can't even lead himself where he needs
It's
to
not
go.
even that,
He can't
no.
trigger
It's you're a
folks to
liar.
get a response and then lead the
You're a
person where they
liar,
need to
and I
go.
wanted to correct the record.
There's no
but you won't let
equality
me
in what I
correct the
do and what he does. He's a miscreant online who gets no respect from anyone, including folks in his own home. Are you kidding?
You make
The
sure
gaslighting's
you
not over. It was never here. You're gaslighting yourself and your own family.
to make sure that he receives no respect, just like you
He's
spend
done
plenty
nothing
of
to
time
receive
and energy to make
respect.
sure I receive no respect.
What
You're
have
a
you done to
hypocrite,
receive
Paul.
respect? What has he done?
There we go.
Exactly.
Oh.
And you can't
You know
answer.
what? I
What
took
has
that as
Moose
a-
done
it
to
was about
receive
me.
respect? And he can't answer.
Who can answer? There's
What
plenty
has
of-
Moose
Oh.
done to be perceived as respectable by me or this audience? He's done everything he could to be perceived as disrespectable, but not
So what?
respectable. Why is
Right.
there other people who retain
Paul.
respect from me in the audience no matter
Hey,
what
Paul.
goes on? Why is
Hey,
that
Paul,
the case?
Let's use your level of discernment, and you tell us why he should be respected.
Why he should be respected?
Yeah. Or are you blind?
Respectare by definition means to take a second look at. So I have technically respected everybody. I've taken 8 months to a year of second looks at everybody, and I've seen way too
And
much
you've only
and
seen
plenty
your
of enough
fucking
to
looping
make a
opinion.
determination of where everyone's at.
You've only seen your
gaslighting,
looping
man.
opinions.
I'm sorry, Jack, but the gaslighting, it's like, it's
You
constant.
mean what do you want me to compliment him on? Is that what you mean? Rather than respect him as a man for character and principles? I'll compliment him on many things. I think he's funny sometimes. I think he's a great clip maker of videos.
As a fellow human being, another child of God, what can you identify to share that would be a reason to show respect to Moose?
I haven't seen much, if anything. I haven't seen much, if anything.
I'd
Doesn't
second
that
that.
show your blindness, your lack of
So it's a
care,
me.
your lack of
Okay, so I can see plenty of things in other people at
You
times.
see plenty of wrong, plenty of bad.
Well, I see all of it. Knowledge of good and evil, right? Because I have knowledge to sell,
imagine
right?
bad things. You go so far, you imagine shit.
Okay, what have I imagined exactly? Another
See,
false
there's
claim we
the
can't back up.
gaslighting again. He says so much shit. And you have to,
Duping delight.
go back and write that shit down if you actually want to refute
Right.
it.
Okay, so now we're doing the whole everyone who's mad at me this week take up together and try to prove me
Nobody's
wrong.
taking up together. I'm just saying that it's time for you to improve yourself.
Okay, says who now? Are we going to
Says the
take a
fact.
vote?
Says the
Because I'll
fact.
listen to
And
the
you know what?
audience.
Here,
If
Paul,
I get 1.4 thousand
Paul,
folks, a majority.
I'm tired
Okay,
of
so we're
this.
both
I'm
going to talk at the
interrupting
same
you.
time.
I'm
So I
taking
can't answer
control.
anything that's levied
Hey, Jack,
for
can I
me
ask one
without getting
question
talked
before we
over and
move
then
on?
thrown out because I won't shut up
All right,
immediately.
the
Right?
one question I want to know
But I
is,
need to
if
improve.
Paul's so great,
If
why
Paul's
did
so
he
great,
lose a
that's now the
panel of
new question.
20,000
Not that I
people,
need to
and
improve,
he
but
has
if
this
he's
other
so
channel
great,
he's
we're
been
not
building
coming
up
from
for
an ego
6 months or
perspective at
whatever,
all.
and
This
he's
isn't
still
an
not even
inferiority
broken the
complex at all.
2,000, 3,000 mark, 5,000 mark or whatever. He's always talking numbers and we're all pieces of shits or whatever. I'm just throwing it out there that we're all not as great as we think we are.
Right. Your life sucks.
You
Your
know,
marriage
we can all
sucks. Your
learn a little
broadcast
bit more
sucks. The
from each
result
other,
from
and we can
everything you've done
humble
on here
ourselves.
suck.
This
You've got
ego
little to
trip is
nothing.
too
You
much
waste
for
your
me.
time, energy, attention on here.
Actually, viewers
Gets you
per
less
stream has
respect
dropped
at
about
home.
20 or 30% since I first
You don't run
learned
a
of him.
business properly, which gets you less respect from the people
you
who
know,
come near
how he
yourself, your
does
wife,
his
and everyone in the home
life is
and on
up
here.
to him.
But I did it. I'm
The
doing it with all of
results-
them. They all have
my
horrible results in their life, in their home, with their
I'm
family
not
and
looking
business.
for a
But I did it all.
subscriber count. I'm hoping to you know, I'm hoping these conversations.
He's not looking for
actually might
subscribers, but he
offer some
bought subscribers.
encouragement and
Right.
maybe
I'm going to
open the
listen
minds
to
of other
a panel of people who
You know,
contradict
Paul, while
themselves
he
constantly.
he brings personality and energy. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I bring a lot of shit, and it wasn't until the
when
people made me
cooperative or
realize
when he feels comfortable,
my
it can be a
power,
lot of
along
fun.
with the universe. Right.
When
I had to look at it
I
again.
wanted to get into
I was
today,
being a
and
little
I
too
always
humble
do,
and modest for my own
brothers and
good.
sisters, is the topic
Trying
of
to
faith,
love slaves who
okay?
don't
The
love
topic of
themselves and
our
the truth.
creator, our life, you know, the possibility of greater things. That's what life is about, is growth. We grow by learning, not by rejecting and continuing the same looping arguments, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm done with those looping. But
I didn't come in and we weren't talking and doing Slav Guru and going wherever we were going for an hour till you
At
took it
least he
down that
allows
road
us
with
to
the
keep
Broken
trying.
Hope Council. I did that.
My
I'll give him that.
stopped. My friends stopped.
Yeah, I'll give him that. And I just want to reiterate that I do believe in the power or in the law of attraction and in manifestation. And if Paul's seeing negative in everybody around him,
I'm not.
Then probably Paul needs
I'm
to
seeing
change. I think,
negative, positive, and then I'm able to attain a
I mean, look
space
for
of
the good in
neutrality.
somebody and then
So
just
you
practice
sound like
that.
a
It's
fool.
mental discipline.
Yeah,
My
Hey, real
discernment and
fast, can I
perspective
correct
of
the
someone
record, Jack?
objectively has nothing
Okay.
to do with the energy I
So,
hold.
I've been with my wife for 10. It's going to be 10 years, going on 10 years in November. We've run 2 successful businesses together. We've worked independently,
All
apart from each
anecdotal.
other in our own
Can't
careers.
prove any of this.
And I think it's funny how he comes on here and constantly says I'm a loser, failure.
You said
in all
that.
aspects
You
of my
said
life.
your wife is mad at you and me
I understand
and
it
treating
comes
you
from
like
a
a
place
hoe.
of
I didn't say that.
maybe envy or just trying to be the top dog all the time.
Well,
and
I'm
trying to
jealous and
push other
envious
people
of
down.
Moose and his
But I really don't
folding
respect the
laundry
whole
and dealing
fact,
with a
like,
woman who's
talking about
unattractive
my wife,
physically
saying
and
she's a goofy
spiritually.
bitch and stuff. She's one of the most supportive people I've ever known.
Bizarre.
She actually, when she found out
Bizarre
that
ego
me
tripping
and
now.
Jack had
For the
like
legends in
falling
their own
out, she was
mind.
actually concerned because she actually knew that what me and Jack were creating was something that I actually cared about.
Right.
But I actually thought that doing what I did was going to help Paul and Jack come together and work together.
Sure you did.
And that's
why you
I
that's
did
why
what I
you
did,
made it a
honestly.
contest
And it was
between us.
wrong. And I think he continually abuses the fact that I've done that for him. And he comes around and he just, he shits on you, Jack. And it's not backbiting. It's just
Or lies.
It's
They
getting
just all
old, Jack.
lie.
Like,
It's like
do you
most
want to
people
live
just
like
lie
this
at some
forever? Do
point.
you want to wake up
Just
every
almost
day and
like
just be in a constant argument about, hey,
pathological
you're
lie.
not doing what you're supposed to be doing? Well, how are you ever supposed to do what you're supposed to be doing when you're constantly talking about not doing what you're doing? I'm so confused, man. And I'm saying this respectfully. I am honestly fucking confused at what he expects.
Hey, Moose, could you drop your information in the back chat? I'd really like to come up there sometime, pay you a visit, and just thump you on the nose.
Yeah. A lot of people
Scott,
feel
that's
that way. They
cute,
don't
but
like
we
Moose.
both know that your shoulders don't
Law
work
of
and you're
attraction,
not really
Moose.
a tough
What
guy.
you put
So
out is what you
let's
get
be
back.
honest
If you're
here,
not
dude.
full of negative energy, why does like 3/4 of the audience have a negative opinion
See,
of you?
that's the thing. You're fucking-
Flow
I'm not
state.
here
If
for
you're
that.
not full
You're
of
trying to
negativity and
put
hate, why does
me
3/4 of the audience have a negative opinion of you?
I'm
And no
sorry
respect
for
for that?
hurting your
That's
feelings.
weird.
All right. I
Same thing with
apologize.
Jack. We love Jack,
If you
but
want to leave it,
3/4 of the audience or more has no respect for him and a negative
don't,
opinion of him
we'll
because
go
he's full
through
of negativity and hate, masquerading as
It's all
false
good.
light
There's
and
no
false
need for
love.
that here, Scott. I'm saying truth.
Delusional.
This
These
is
folks are
Jack's platform.
delusional.
There's no need for this conflict anymore.
I actually believe Moose. I think that, yeah.
I'm good.
All right,
I
set
got
the
you, Moose.
timer. I got an hour in me
Nah,
left.
it was
Max,
fucked up
I'm
what I
out of
did
here
to
by
everybody,
6.
dude.
I can't do this
honestly,
every
I
day.
admitted it, and
It's
I'm
complete
man enough to
delusion
say
and
it, dude.
sickness.
I'm tired of the games. I'm tired of like this shit's. I thought it was like going to be a one-time thing, but this is like every single day. It's
Go
driving
back
me
to your
nuts.
2
It's really
successful
boring.
businesses. Get off the
Bruce, when you
metaverse.
drop
You
the
bring no
boy, the man
value
will
here
appear. That
anyway.
may be
You
happening
can stop
right now
distracting me
here.
from what I'm doing.
Well, here, I want to address Damsel Medic. I don't know if you and I have even had conversations, but I've seen many of your comments regarding me and Paul, and I find this fascinating. I'm not sure what the context or who this some of you is. Some of you don't know the definition of gaslighting, manipulate someone using
You're doing that.
psychological
You're trying to act
methods
like
into
I'm not
questioning their own
reasonable
sanity or
and
powers of
sense-able.
reasoning. Paul is doing that on a daily basis, manipulating people into questioning their own sanity, their own powers of reasoning.
No, that's
exactly what Dan Synthetic is doing right now.
Objective truth causes those who think they know to question
For
and
a
those who
time,
know
he
to
has me
rejoice.
even questioning my own self. Like I was
Right. I
questioning
talked you into
my,
questioning your own self,
ability
and that's
at
a
work.
bad
I was
thing.
questioning my relationship with my wife. Like,
What
oh,
an
is
idiot.
everything really all right?
Weak ass bitch.
You know, like it's kind of fucked up the way he like tries to churn these, little things into like mountains. And it's like if you look for all the bad things in the world, that's all you're ever going to see. And I see the opposite of that. So then when I get fixated on the bad shit, that kind of just throws me for a loop. And the reason why I act the way I do around people is because I was playing a character on Paul's show. I was trying to get
It's a
people
character
to
now.
hate me because
It's not
there's
an
a
aspect of
love-hate
yourself
relationship.
that's
They're supposed
genuinely
to
there.
love
It's just
Paul,
a character
hate
you
me.
made up.
But the thing
You're a great
is,
actor,
it was
right?
never supposed to get into the personal aspect of my life. But now
Right, it was never
it's
supposed to,
completely
but it did
personal.
because you're in
And
public.
and I took it personal too, Jack. I'm sorry. Like with you,
So it's not that we're wrong. It's not true. It is true. You just didn't want anyone to know about it. And then that's my fault that your life sucks.
So if you
And
were
you
pimping
keep
him out
creating
as
it, enabling your own
babyface,
weakness.
then you were all wrong.
Well,
the story sounds like a WWE storyline.
Exactly.
Sounds like fucking soap opera.
Bonkers.
Right.
Fucking
A bunch of
drama.
hoes bitching and whining again about why their life sucks and they can't compete.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to offer. Is I'm glad you did set the record regarding try to clear the record.
Bro, do you have your beard shaved into stripes?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Bro,
Okay.
it's like a zebra.
I just noticed it. Tripped me out, sorry.
Right now, I'm fishing.
Great stuff.
You've been doing that for
Numbers
a while.
are dropping.
Caught anything?
Fishing and numbers are tanking.
If I may,
at the bottom
I think
of the
that
ocean.
Flow State just tried to take this broadcast and try to put some fun back into it. They try to put some levity.
Right. This is going great. You guys are on this
when I've been sitting here patiently. I know. I see what people are trying to do. Hey, here's another great supporter. Lou, how you doing?
If you catch
Lou's
any
another
fish there,
bad man
Deadpool,
because he won't
just
agree
leave
with
it by
Jack
the side of
completely
the
and suck his balls.
water there. Look back, I'll be
Positioning
by in
to be
about a
heard.
month to pick it up.
Hey, how's it going, Jack?
I actually
just
caught
came
a
up-
3-pounder
Cool.
yesterday.
What? Where are you?
I am actually right in the back of where I live.
No, but I mean, what
outside my
state? What
apartment.
type of fish would it be that you catching?
Bass.
Oh, nice.
Bass. I live in New Jersey, so bass, sunnies, catfish. Those are basically it in here, and a shit
Do you
ton of
eat 'em?
turtles. No,
Fire.
this is runoff water.
That's cool. Nice size
Like, I've
bass.
caught turtles. Yeah, a lot.
Turtle soup.
Anyone have interest in talking about the topics I kind of like?
Please
talking
continue.
about?
I'd like to hear, Jack. My apologies.
Yeah, it's all about Jack again now. We got Paul out of
I'm
there.
still
He's
here,
not
though.
outshining me as always. My lack of
Hey,
clarity. So now that he's gone, let's get back to me teaching the world
I
how to be
understand
better.
what you're saying, that it gets old, it gets boring, the constant attacks or whatever you I forget how you characterize them. I'm not characterizing them as attacks. But it seems to me that if a person arrives at that sort of conclusion regarding another person, whatever the situation, then a person would have to take into account whether or not this is something that is valuable for them or not valuable for them. And if it's something that they feel is absolutely not valuable to them, then they need to make choices to move along, right? And
I
Yeah, but
question.
when it's the other person, it's
Maybe I
we
should
gotta
follow.
sue this person, we gotta sue that person, we gotta do this, we gotta man.
Here,
This whole double
hold on.
standard thing is crazy.
Let me,
for
let
everybody.
me, Lou, let me jump in here, because if I were to follow your advice, I'd kick your ass off the panel again and never let you back up.
Okay.
Same thing with Paul.
And you
So-
can do that.
I know I
know.
can. I know. And so here, what you're describing, let's take this into the bigger picture. That's what we've got a lot in this truther community wanting to do, is just, well, I see a problem in the government and the economics, so I'm just going to move along. And I'm going to pretend that this problem isn't continuing for others that are existing today. See, I see what Paul is doing with his gaslighting. There is good. He's getting results. And
Jack's doing so much more on the ground to change things than I am. It gets better and better.
But
fucking amazing.
Lou,
I'm gaslighting.
The powers of our mind are misunderstood. Okay, so the words we speak are very, very important, not just for ourselves, but for those who receive the energies of our words. And I've tried pointing it out today to Paul, even today, his little whiny feminine bitch energy coming out. It's a demon.
It's a diamond.
So you're doing back onto me what I do. It just takes everything I say and puts it back onto me. It's amazing.
Gaslighting, trying to convince other people to believe in a reality that does not exist. That's what Paul's been doing. And here, I'll yield. That's what
I mean, for me, I can only speak about how I experience this, really. And I have experienced this whole panel and Paul, and because it was Paul that I was attracted to, and I came here because of what I heard from him. So I can only go based on my own experience, and I could say that yes, I've had my moments where I felt like it was attacking, or I felt like it was some sort of I don't know what other word to use, but attacking sounds like a good one. And I had to stop and think for a moment and really be honest with myself.
I'm gonna have to stop you. This is total gaslighting BS.
But I never
yeah,
total
I'm
BS.
hearing a long-winded explanation.
Okay, let me
I
slow
agree
it
with
down.
Moose. So
Let me
no,
speed it up.
Get to
Let
the
me speed
point.
it up.
What is the
Okay.
conclusion?
My point is this: if the fact that Moose came up to talk about how his relationship is with his wife, and they had these businesses, and they had just that alone, that he would feel the need to come up and speak about that, says
Feel
that
the
there's
need
something in
or be
Moose that is
trusting.
questioning.
Well,
And I
hey
think
Lou,
it would be
Lou,
smart.
Lou, I'm gonna interrupt you there. Once again, you're rushing to judgment without seeing the good. So the other to what you're saying, he was trusting. And I'm not speaking for Moose, I'm speaking for myself. I was trusting enough with those who I was with to share vulnerabilities, things, maybe I even had some insecurities about in the past, because being honest and open, it's a way of humans connecting. Now, Paul he thinks he's a god, so he places himself above other humans. So he doesn't understand that. He sees vulnerability as a weakness. And if you don't understand that, Lou, do you see vulnerability as a weakness, Lou?
No, I don't. No.
Do you see trust as foolish?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
But I believe that discernment is very important in both of those things. You have to have the ability to discern. And I would ask you, do you trust Paul or do you not trust Paul? And I would ask the same thing to Moose. And if in your heart you truly don't trust this man, or you truly don't see value in this man, then as a man, it would be incumbent on you to move away, to step away, right?
Yeah, that's totally true, right?
Why he's not up here.
I can't see it any different, right? But
hey,
people
Lou,
keep coming back.
Hey Lou, right.
Yeah, but it goes the
something.
other way around, Lou. You keep gaslighting.
I'm gaslighting now.
Well, you're
because
making
he keeps coming
excuses.
back too.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
not
this
the
is
one
what
with
he
the
does,
constant
right?
bitching,
Well,
whining
Paul,
problems and
Lou,
having to
right.
throw me out.
You've
That's
been so
You're the one with
focused.
the hurt feelers
Yeah,
who
you're
can't get
focused
over it.
on blame. Lou, listen.
Okay.
You're focused. You've done the same thing with me. You're doing the exact same thing with Moose now. You're trying to paint the picture. Well, that's just Paul, how Paul is. Paul does nothing wrong. So if you're weak enough and you can't accept his negativity, well, you need to move along. Again, Lou, you are enabler. You are an enabler.
So when what I say is true and you don't like it, it's negativity.
Paul's arrogance
And if I don't stop talking about truth, you find as negative, then I'm not loving enough.
You're part of the problem that
Bizarre.
I've experienced.
We should all just
Lou.
ignore the truth as it's
And the way
convenient for
I
everyone else because we love them.
For me, is
That's how you all want to live, but I
take
don't live that way.
What I feel
Ask my father how I don't
valuable
live that way.
with Paul or with anybody for that matter. I absorb what I feel I need in my life. I try to apply it. I try to see if it fits, and whatever I feel doesn't fit or if it doesn't work for me, I file it under G and move on. And
yeah, that's right. I've seen you blow up. I've seen you get very angry and all that stuff too. So
I'm not saying
I mean,
don't have issues.
it's just gas. I know. I'm just saying you're just gaslighting.
Look, Lou, the most effective form, the most effective form of brainwashing is repetition. So if you're getting repeatedly hammered with perspectives that are 20% true and 80% false, and you think you're taking out the 20% but leaving behind the 80, you're gradually over time absorbing in more of the bullshit, and it shifts your perspective. So you can't,
never
I mean, to think that anybody can accurately and consistently pick out the truth from fact in other people's claims is delusional.
Well, I personally have not heard Paul make a lot of claims. Yes, he says things that he may not know. But
you're a loser failure.
Lou, you are in
He says
absolute delusion and denial if you don't hear his conclusions about everything. He's got an opinion about.
Am I not allowed to have a conclusion about you as a person? Why do you even feel anything if it's not true? I don't get it.
I want to
You call me a loser failure if it's not true. I don't feel anything about
it. And I've seen this guy to a fault. Preface and then reiterate at the end of his statement. Some would say, one might think. So he always absolves himself of what he's throwing at you. So if you're holding him accountable, what he's doing is saying, no, I'm just throwing this at you. If you receive it, it's yours. You own it.
Right. He has no respect for the truth.
And what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? Are you fucking kidding me, Lou?
If there's something that you
That's a good question, Jack.
Wait. Is that a good question? Am I
if he doesn't hear, there's something wrong with it.
Wrong?
It's a generalization. You're taking personal.
Sorry?
I said it would be a generalization, Jack, that you're taking personal. Is what's wrong with you taking it personal?
No, the stupidity, the lack of ability to even think for yourself, Lou. You can't take what's being offered and understand.
Because they all have their own reasons why they don't like me, but they can't even agree on why to hate me. Because it's all their own subjective feeler-based position.
You're making a claim right now, Jack.
Cognitive dissonance. People reject the truth because they don't want to agree. Well, guess what? The world doesn't give a shit whether you want to agree or not. The truth is true. Lou,
can I say something real quick?
Bring the sarcasm.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm trying to be as direct and honest as I can. I seem to not be able to get my full thought out, but
I was speaking to Deadpool, Lou, not you.
Oh, sorry.
Honestly, with with the thing with Paul with me, like for me, if at this point, like I don't agree or actually even listen to him anymore, but like I'll pop in just to like stir some chaos and like to like make a
Oh.
few laughs.
I don't listen to
But
him at
then I'm
all, but I'll
out.
pop
So
in
I
to
don't
stir up
let anything
chaos.
he
And I'm going
does
to take you as
actually
credible now. And your
directly
feelers, your cupcake
involve
feeler.
me anymore.
So you'll cause chaos.
It's more
but
like
won't
I'm
learn how to
here
thrive in it
because I
it's
want to
facilitated
be,
by someone else. But it's
and
all about you
that's
and what
really
you
it.
want and your
That's all
feelers. While you're at home on that
And I
panel,
encourage, if you guys want to interact and do whatever with Paul, like I don't do it on a daily basis anymore. But like if I see like chaos, or if I see maybe something like recently how he just totally roasted Broken System, Broken Trust, yo, that was funny. Like that
so
was
that's
hilarious.
funny. When I shit on certain people
But
that
like
you don't
that
like,
doesn't
it's great and
mean
funny. When
that
I
just
shit on you
that,
with truth, because it's you,
I
it's
agree
not
with
funny. And should
everything,
stop,
or
right?
you
I'm
know,
gonna play Paul here for a minute. Say, I thought you
Oh.
said you don't watch him or listen to him anymore. Now I've got to
yeah.
go
But
back
when I
and
see
see
something
Broken
that
System.
piques my
No, I want to go see that now. I didn't see that. So Broken System.
yo,
What did you say? Broken what?
yo, he teared him a new one.
What was the name?
Like it's what everyone else is saying.
Oh, I think maybe I listened to that. That's what that fucking guy's name was. Okay.
All right, here we go getting detracted again. Let's get back on track, folks.
Please.
Let's get back to Jack.
Yeah.
Let's get back on
Actually-
track. Hating on me, not
guys,
promoting me, please.
it's been a
It's
couple
embarrassing.
hours.
It's less embarrassing to
I
hate
feel
on me like
fulfilled.
hoes than promote me like hoes.
I came on to offer my perspectives on faith, to share fellowship, and I appreciate the fellowship that's emerged.
Thanks for having us.
It's really
over,
good to
Jack.
see you again, Jack.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, Jack, excuse my shit in the chat, right? I was kind of on you a little bit in the chat. I don't mean to be, sarcastic and all that. Sometimes it's my nature, and maybe not my nature. Sometimes it's a bad habit of mine, and I get.
I encourage you to develop
Yeah,
self-control.
yeah. But I do.
Says the guy who throws me out every 5 minutes and can't deal with my words.
They're true, right? Where, I would ask, did you get anything from Paul? Do you, is there anything? that you've
Lou,
got-
did you ever respond to my objection to what you're saying?
Sorry, remind me what.
That's because flow state is a
The
trigger.
brainwashing thing and the repetition, the power of repetition of negative opinions about
Go
other
to the
people.
chat and tell Jack what you feel about this pussy powwow and all of his moderators now who
anyone can
care
turn
about him
this
so
off
much and
at
support
any
him.
second, at any moment,
All about
and be
love.
completely gone and
There's
unaware.
definitely no ego power struggle.
So he's not. So he has no response to that.
No, he doesn't see anything that Paul says or does as wrong. Well,
He actually got a little agitated at that question, I think.
Well, it's hard for people to accept. The people they admire
He is
are
defeated.
actually
He's been
fools.
beaten by his own
And
beliefs of
when we
himself in the
come out
world, and
we
he's
think we're
forced
actually
himself into a
presenting
cage he can't
ourselves,
expand from.
wise or whatever.
So he is
And
defeated,
we're actually
masquerading as someone who has
contradicting
opportunities. He can't
ourselves.
get out of his
We're
box
really
to
speaking
receive
out
the
of
opportunities
ignorance. I try to
therefrom.
avoid those things.
So he is
I know
defeated
how
in a way.
people
He can't
perceive me.
take the thread of his
But,
destiny and move into it without getting in his own way.
So
He's defeated himself, like most folks.
This panel virtual stuff that we've stumbled into, there's millions and millions of people on YouTube. I don't know how many, countless creators. And yet here we are. We've got kind of a unique little sphere of influence where
Right. It all started with me and what I created, and you're shitting on it and trying to misuse it and abuse
the topic
it.
drifted to one of our favorites, Mr. Paul Unslaved. He
Imagine that.
loved being talked about, right?
Well, it's so easy for you all to talk about me, so I had to learn to love it, I guess.
I don't
I
want to
wasn't
follow
used
his
to it, but I had to learn to
example
love
and
it.
turning this channel into a gossip.
You're gonna do it
and
anyway, so.
complain platform. I do hope to share some perspectives, and honestly, it's up to each of us. Every one of us. It's up to us to live the lives we want. And some of the things being talked about with Paul, well, just ignore it. Just move on. Just pretend like it doesn't matter. That's an option. I think it's a cowardly option. Because personally, when I see
Well, you
what
are
I
a coward, so
identify
why
as
wouldn't you take a
problem, I
cowardly
like to
option? You
confront
do
the
everywhere
problems.
else.
And Paul didn't start as a problem. He started as an opportunity in my mind.
He started as
And
someone I
then
could
the reality
use, and
is
it's turned
this is
into
the
a
life
problem
I'm
because he
living,
speaks truth
and
about
it
me to
brought us to
everyone.
here.
Started out as an opportunity to use again, like everyone he meets. And then
I
when
have
we
some
couldn't
thoughts on
use
that,
them,
Jack.
he got upset because they spoke truth
Please,
to him.
and then let's wrap
Just like
up,
his
Pastor.
wife and
I
child.
just think that maybe you're, and this is not. I see all the problems with Paul with you, but I see there's opportunity too. I see that if things can be kept in check and an understanding be, maybe brought to the front or center, you might be able to understand and trust this a little bit more, and he might be able to as well. The key to that is, I think you need to realize if somebody throws a fucking Tommy gun full of fucking darts at a wall and one of them you feel like you're getting hit by it, if it's just they're random thoughts, they're just a bunch of bullshit. And if you take that hit, sometimes you have to wonder why you took the hit.
Actually, hey, Scott, that is true, but please, I wonder why everyone feels the need to take shots at me.
And that's only true. That's only true to an extent, too, Scott. That's only true to an extent. If I keep telling you,
I
that
am a
you're,
loser failure, but just
I
with
don't know,
broadcasting and my marriage and my
inarticulate.
family
You've got an accent.
and
English
my
is your second
presentment.
language, and you shouldn't talk because you
I'm
sound like
not
shit.
completely
I tell you that
loser
over and
failure
over
in
and over
everything,
again.
like you said.
Part of
It's
it's going to
just
start to seep into your subconscious, whether or not you know
Right.
consciously
I'm
it's absurd
controlling
or
everyone.
not.
I'm programming you to be a loser failure. I'm not revealing where you're weak
And I think
fallen short.
I think what happens
I
is
know
once somebody
myself.
finds a trigger, they tend to keep pulling it. That's what you're describing.
Well, I mean, that wasn't what I was describing, but that is also true. What I'm saying is people can get defensive against things that have
nice.
that have no basis in reality.
Oh, it's pineal. What a fuck luck.
If that thing is being aimed at them. Scott, you anorexic bitch.
Yeah, see, but it doesn't. You know what? People just walk right out of being the man that they were meant to be into being a lowly fucking, oh my god, loathsome individuals.
What do you mean?
I just don't understand. Like this, Pineal comes up and wants to put a picture up that is just an insult to me. I'm okay with it because I'm okay with me.
No, hey, that's a good point. Peniel, what's the maturity level? What's the purpose?
There, I'll change it for you. But
it's
I
not
just
for me, it's for you. You have to grow up, man. Lose the boy, become a man.
Oh, he has to grow up and not show a picture you put on the internet of something you don't like about yourself that you refuse to change. That's his responsibility now.
I think one could say, your unwillingness to accept Paul is keeping you in this Groundhog Day loop.
Why should I accept belligerent? Hey, Christos, you're right. Why should I accept belligerence, backbiting, and negativity? You're right. My standards for myself, because Paul will not budge, and actually that's not true.
Well, that's not where I was going with it, but please continue.
It is. Well, hey, Jack, let me just interject. Let me interject real quick and just tell you why I don't like stuff like that. Because if I was going to try and train some eyes that I may or may not be able to, and I might be able to train some eyes on all this, why would I want to train it on this stream now that popped up?
There you go. Why would I want to promote an authentic, organic truth and growth? And you showed something that's true that I didn't like. There you go. There's the root of how y'all work. I won't do what should be done because of what I've done that's shown that I didn't like being shown. Right.
You did it to me. What did I do to you?
Did I make that meme? No.
Hey, Christos, you chose to display it.
You ruined the stream for me ever sharing it.
And you know what?
A grave sin, yes.
How about be a man? How about be a man? And Christos, how about be a man and explain your intentions? Yes, Scott, I was trying to make fun of you, a fellow human being who I coexist with at this time. I wanted to get some laughs at your expense. Isn't that what you were doing, Christos?
I'm having a good time. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm not,
You're,
people want to laugh.
you're
They can
all
laugh.
about your good time. Sorry, Scott, I kicked him.
Back to a
because
broken
Christos
hoe
has
convention.
shown this pattern of trying to follow Paul.
Yep.
And
They're all
that's what we
following
were
me.
dealing with. Scott,
They're
I'm
all
sorry
trying to be
that
like
happened up
me,
here.
do
I
my
was sincere,
broadcasts, post
brother.
memes that I
And
post.
you were right to call that out.
I'm the best / worst person ever.
You know, the issue of being you know, overweight, or as witness, you know, her and Thunder fucking struck. She pointed out I'm Scott too big or something like that. I mean, if people saw me in real life, you know, they'd be able to actually assess that versus over a fucking box in their fucking living room, or
It's the camera angle that's doing it. In real life, he's not like that.
Everybody saw me in a position in that picture where I put a fucking
Fisheye lens
up
did it.
above me, and I was laying in a reclined position, like laid out on a fucking bed, if you will.
Scott is actually
So
flat. He appears round on camera because of the fisheye
does
lens.
it look great? No, but I don't think any of
Hashtag
us really
Scott
in
is
a
flat.
prone position look our best.
Well, here, this thought just came to me, Scott, and thank you for the explanation. There's a lesson of wisdom, right? As we go through time in our lives, we learn different information. One of the great responsibilities we have is, what do we do with this information we've learned of? So obviously we can learn of information about others, and we can throw it out there with no care or regard of the effects of what's being done. And this lack of care of the truth, this lack of care for each other, that's why we're paying for survival and wars.
Yep. There it is. That's it. All comes
Hey,
back
guys,
to that.
let's wrap
Unfortunately, the
this
truth.
up.
Wrap it the fuck up, because it's a bunch of fucking nonsense as always, and you
Much
know
love,
that.
brother.
You
Have a
know
good
it.
night.
Then we'll do the backstage
Flo,
show
anything
where
from
we
you,
have
my
the different
brother?
Jack, different side of Jack.
Oh, I
where
don't
he,
think so.
allows me to say
Just, you know, I
whatever
guess to end on
want.
sort of a positive note to
Positive
to
note.
take my own advice. Paul's a leader. It'd be great if he would take responsibility for his for what he puts out there in the universe, and swiveled it to the positive. So here's to hoping that manifests.
You
Come
keep
out,
hoping.
take it easy. Thanks for
Keep
having me up
hoping
again.
for me to change so that
Thank
you can
brother.
change.
Have a good night.
Good thing to hope for.
Lou, you mentioned in the private chat you had final words.
Yes, I just wanted to mention about something that happened on Yurt's channel yesterday or the day before. I can't remember when, but I don't know if you were watching or not when Paul was on Yurt's channel, and he was sort of pushing him on the fact that he's a house husband and taking care of his children. His wife is out working because she makes more money, and he was hitting him the way Paul does. And at first, Yurt was a little bit resistant, and you could kind of feel it and hear it in his voice. And then at a certain point, he stopped that resistance and he opened himself up. And he even let something out that was pretty personal and pretty, in my opinion, would be scary to let out.
Right, because your fellow cares about the truth and putting his bullshit aside and getting better. Jack doesn't, and most of these people don't.
Paul, that his son clowned him on the fact that he's a house husband, his 12-year-old son. And he told that to Paul. And I found that to be such an act of not only bravery, but intelligence and discernment on his part, because he took the moment to see what Paul was saying, to look at it, apply it in his life, see if it works, see if it fits. And I'm sure that he will find a way to make a change if he feels he needs to. And I just thought that that was amazing, right? And I think that if people took the time to do that more so than to fight him on his bullshit, and I agree, he can go too far sometimes. And I tell him all the time, you know, I've told him so many times, you know, it takes a stone at first to sharpen a knife and then a steel. But at the end, you need that leather. And it's the leather, the softness that will make that knife real sharp. but he seems to rarely want to use that, right? Or he'll put it to the side. He does, right? Not always does he not use it, but there's times where personally I feel he could use it more, and I tell him, right?
Hey,
I'll tell
Lou.
him in the chat, or I'll tell him wherever.
No.
That's
Lou.
all.
Hey, Lou. You waited
Yes.
patiently in the back. You claimed you had final words to offer.
Yeah,
I
that's
sat
it.
here
That's all I got.
patiently. Hold on. I'm trying to understand what maybe
Okay.
offer
All
to
right.
you what I experienced.
Okay. All right.
So I sat here patiently after saying I wanted to wrap up because you got my attention, said you had some final words. So then I got to sit here and listen to your memories and opinions of a different stream, unrelated to
You should have
anything that
left.
I've
Jack's
been
time is
talking about
important.
today,
Like you'll keep me here for
except
hours
your
sometimes
opinion on Paul.
without wrapping
Now,
up.
what you
But Jack, as
then
soon as you
did is
say
you
wrap up,
proceeded
you
to
should have
make
left and
excuses
wrapped
for
up.
Paul, saying that you
His
found
time and energy is important.
honor in
Much more important
Austin
than everyone
for
else.
submitting to Paul and acknowledging, well, I'm distorting your words. But Lou, you are enabler. You are an enabler. Abusive people, arrogant people, they don't succeed without others enabling their behavior.
Right. Jack's an
Alcoholics
example,
don't
like Flow
remain
State,
alcoholics
Snafu, and all the rest of the
without people
arrogant,
enabling their
egotistical beta
behavior.
boys who are legend in their
Bullies
own mind.
don't stay bullies without people enabling their behavior. Lou, I am presenting the observation that you are an enabler of a good man, Paul, who has patterns of trying to bully people as though that's his job. That's not healthy. It doesn't help the future of mankind for bullies to waste the time of other people who
Do
are
you really
actually.
believe he's a bully? Really, in your heart?
What do the facts show, Lou? He has bullying patterns. He has patterns of manipulating and gaslighting.
Cyberbullying.
Welcome
Hurting
back,
my
Paul.
feelings.
I allowed Lou final words. You've been
Oh, I didn't know I was
patient.
back. I didn't know you could bully a grown man on the internet with words. Right.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know you could
never heard
voluntarily
of-
bully folks online by their own
You
choice
haven't
to
heard
be in a
of,
room with
you haven't
people.
heard of the observations and reports of online bullying and harassment? You've
Right.
not
Usually it's for like children, right? Not grown men
Right.
twice my age. Right.
Children run around calling each other names and
Right.
interrupting
And throwing people out every 5 minutes and not being able to control their emotions.
throwing
Right.
children out. Yes.
Right. No, you don't
Yes.
throw children out. You love
Those
them
who
and
are
lead
unable-
them. Maybe that's why your women and children left you completely because you threw them
we're back
out.
to the
Right.
paradox.
You didn't love them
right?
and lead them. You
A
threw them
grown
out.
child who should be
Right. You did it
considered old enough and
again.
mature enough
You did it
to offer some
again.
self-control.
You
in
showed
order
that you
for
couldn't control your
adult
fingers and emotions
conversations to
again.
manifest. Because I know, like,
Throw
I'm
the children and
perfectly
women
capable of
out. To control
discussing and
them to get our
exploring a variety
way.
of different topics.
Wonder
And
why they
brothers
don't
and
respect
sisters,
us
for
and
those
trust
who-
us.
God
Right.
bless you. Praise God.
Do what I say or else.
Praise God for the day
Right.
that God has revealed for us to enjoy, to experience, to share.
Love,
Praise God.
man.
And praise you. I
Complete
praise you. I praise
narcissism.
you with
Love
my
bombing
gratitude.
episode
I praise you
now.
with my encouragement,
I
with my
love
faith
you.
in you.
I'm so loving.
Those of you who are
Ignore
sharing
me
time
throwing
today.
people out and getting
Because we
angry
are
and
a part
hateful
of
and
something
emotional.
special. It's called history. And there's a lot of stories being written. There's a lot of stories being told. And it's up to each of us to figure this stuff out together. And it's easier to figure out what is true. It's easier to discern
Freudian slip. It's
from the
easier to figure
mounds
each
of
other out, not the
information.
truth. Each other. You want to be understood
When we
here.
listen to each other.
You don't care about the truth.
See, and
You
to
want to feel
listen, we need to
completely
close our
validated and
mouths.
understood.
And
It
remember,
never
the mouth.
happens. Right.
We got one mouth,
You're really
two
for the
ears. And this
truth.
mouth,
And
we
you wouldn't
get
be
to choose.
worried about
We
how you're
choose when to
perceived
control
by
it. brothers and sisters, I want to offer you my blessings, my gratitude, and my thanks.
I love you.
Till next time,
Thankful
hopefully
and grateful.
tomorrow,
You
I'm
can tell.
assuming, should God
Thankful and
awaken, we'll be
grateful.
back tomorrow sometime. More inspiration, more encouragement, same goals, a better
Clearly.
world, a better place, and a better life. Till then, peace for everyone. Choose love and live without fear.
Inspirational.
Thank you and God bless.
Backstage show with Jack. With a different version of Jack, right? Huh? Oh. Well, whatever.
If you want to use me for content, I'm tired. I'm going to move on. If you're up for hanging out, we can do that. But I'm tired of being the butt of jokes, and I'm tired of trying to reason with unreasonable.
Right. And when we come on here, it's all the things, right? It's an open conversation, it's an exchange of energy and information, and possibly content where everyone gets to play the fool willingly or unwillingly. So that's the conditions when we come on here, it would seem.
Yep. The gods allow our choices. We work with what the universe brings us, right? And I receive what is offered and made available to me. I know what I offer and make available to others. Doesn't seem like a fair exchange to me, but whatever. This is God's story. Hey, I'm going to go connect to the sun. Isn't this? Oh, it's Sunday. Maybe I'm going to go for a walk or something.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here too. I want to go get something to eat and take a ride and get away from the asylum for a bit. So
please
thank you for throwing me out over and over again incessantly. That's what you had to offer for me today, and I received it. So with love, Jack, I received it. All right, I'll see you later, man.
Peace, bro.
Okay. Another one in the books. Another asylum event with Talcott and others. The Nasty Hat Club. Snafu. Flow State. All the rest of the Whack Packers and cast of characters. Final words. Penile Power. I'm sure that's got to be you. Who else would have the background? Penile Power? Hello? SOS, aka PP, right? PP's got to mean penile power. Okay, I'm going to throw you out. Thank you, folks, for being part of another event. Many thanks and appreciations for those who continue to contribute and support and make this a reality. Oh, penile power's back. Great. Hey. All right, that's it. You're out of here.
Great stuff.
Thank you, sir. I'm throwing you out now. Thank you, Penile Power and others, for being here and being part of the magic, the mystery, the madness. It takes all of it to make it work, I guess it would seem. I want to believe that. I guess I have no choice but to believe that. So I'm accepting, surrendering and accepting that it takes all of it to make this work. So we're thankful and grateful. Stay purposeful and meaningful amongst the chaos and insanity and the insane. And we continue to reap the blessings and the grace from the creational force as long as we are in alignment and flow with it. Do what's true and what's right. And yeah, every once in a while, we'll mirror back what we're seeing and feeling, a certain energy, and see where that goes. I don't see anything inherently wrong with that. I know it can upset some feelers time to time, but I'm not actually doing any wrong. My intentions are good. I want to believe that. And I have some good information that I think I could share because I'm living it. I see the opportunity present with all of us. So with that said, I'll be back tomorrow, if not later. Stay blessed. Stay thankful and grateful, purposeful, inspired, spiritually faithful. And question, comment, critique, be open for dialogue. Be open for dialogue and debate. Stay neutral if possible. Take the perspective and do something with it if you're able. If not, then leave it there. That's what I found to be my best ally in all situations. Space of objectivity or neutrality as much as possible. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Honorable Circuit Court Judge Unslavy is signing off. Much love.